Chapter 4. Psychological Effects of Propaganda. Let us begin by examining what psychological effects propaganda operations have on the individual. Aside from the effects that the propagandist seeks to obtain directly, a person's vote, for example, his psychological manipulations evoke certain forces in the unconscious and traumatize the individual in various ways. A person subjected to propaganda does not remain intact or undamaged. Not only will his opinions and attitudes be modified, but also his impulses and his mental and emotional structures. Propaganda's effect is more than external. It produces profound changes. One must also distinguish between different effects produced by different media. Each has its own effects on attitudes or opinions, whether the propagandist purposely provokes them or not. When a man goes to the movies, he receives certain impressions, and his inner life is modified independently of all propaganda. Such psychological effects or changes of opinion specific to each of the communications media join those specifically produced by propaganda operations. To analyze where one ends and the other begins is very difficult. If one looks at a propaganda campaign conducted by radio, it is almost impossible to divide its effects into those produced by the campaign and those produced by radio broadcasts in general. Many monographs have been written on the basic effects, independent of propaganda, of the press, radio, and TV. But the effects are also present when those media are used for propaganda. The propagandist cannot separate the general and specific effects. When he launches a radio campaign, he knows that the effects of his campaign and the effects of radio broadcasts in general will be combined. And, as each medium has specific and partial effects, the propagandist will be tempted to combine them because they complement one another. Thus the propagandist orchestrates. To study the psychological effects of propaganda, one would therefore have to study the effects of each of the communications media separately, and then the effects of their combination with the specific propaganda techniques. We cannot do this here, but the reader should at all times keep in mind this complementary character of propaganda. Psychological crystallization. Under the influence of propaganda, certain latent drives that are vague, unclear, and often without any particular objective suddenly become powerful, direct, and precise. Propaganda furnishes objectives, organizes the traits of an individual's personality into a system, and freezes them into a mold. For example, prejudices that exist about any event become greatly reinforced and hardened by propaganda. The individual is told that he is right in harboring them. He discovers reasons and justifications for a prejudice when it is clearly shared by many and proclaimed openly. Footnote. Much more, this hardening of an individual's prejudices permits him to resist facts and the pressure of contrary events. Moreover, the stronger the conflicts in a society, the stronger the prejudices, and propaganda that intensifies conflicts simultaneously intensifies prejudices in this very fashion. Once propaganda begins to utilize and direct an individual's hatreds, he no longer has any chance to retreat, to reduce his animosities, or to seek reconciliations with his opponents. Moreover, he now has a supply of ready-made judgments where he had only some vague notions before the propaganda set in. And those judgments permit him to face any situation. He will never again have reason to change judgments that he will thereafter consider the one and only truth. In this fashion, propaganda standardizes current ideas, hardens prevailing stereotypes, and furnishes thought patterns in all areas. Footnote. Propaganda gives the individual the stereotypes he no longer takes the trouble to work out for himself. It furnishes these in the form of labels, slogans, ready-made judgments. It transforms ideas into slogans, and by giving the word, convinces the individual that he has an opinion. Thus it codifies social, political, and moral standards. Footnote: symbols are related to the psychological phenomenon of the stereotype. A stereotype is a seeming value judgment, acquired by belonging to a group, without any intellectual labor, and reproducing itself automatically with each specific stimulation. The stereotype arises from feelings one has for one's own group, or against the out-group. Man attaches himself passionately to the values represented by his group, and rejects the clichés of the out-group. To share the prejudices of a group is only to demonstrate one's affiliation to this group. Stereotypes correspond to situations which the individual occupies in society, to his groups and his métier. The stereotype, Stutzel says, is a genuine category, a manner of thinking, of interpreting experience, of behaving, but founded solely on affective reactions. The stereotype is specific. It relates to a given name or image which must be precise in order for the stereotype to work. Jean Stutzel, Esquisse d'une théorie des opinions, Paris, Presse universitaire de France, 1943, pages 311 and following. The stereotype which is stable helps man to avoid thinking, to take a personal position, to form his own opinion. Man reacts constantly, as if by reflex, in the presence of the stimulus evoking the stereotype. This reflex permits him to have a ready-made, though apparently spontaneous, opinion in any situation. In fact, it gives him the sense of a situation, and with regard to an ethical problem, the stereotype is the criterion of values. It is usually formed in a limited group, but tends to develop, to extend itself to an entire collective. It is endowed with the force of expansion. Moreover, it gradually detaches itself from the primordial images that have aroused it and takes on a life of its own. In propaganda, existing stereotypes are awakened by symbols. The symbol permits the formation of a favorable response that can be transferred to persons and objects associated with it. To ask a group what it thinks of some sentence written by Victor Hugo results in the Hugo stereotype, but to ask their opinion of the same sentence without giving the author evokes no stereotype and elicits a very different opinion. In a bourgeois milieu, the proposition, "communism desires justice," provokes an unfavorable reaction. But the action is favorable among parties that stress justice. Here the stereotype, justice, wins out. In the former case, it is the stereotype, communism, that is dominant. If we adopt Laswell's analysis, we can divide symbols into three categories. There are symbols of demand, which express the aspirations of a group seeking to produce effects. Then symbols of identification, which define the protagonist who acts for us, or the antagonist against whom we act. Finally, symbols of expectation, which present facts as immediate or future objectives, but facts that are in reality abstracts of themselves and have become simple symbols. The use of symbols divides the individual conscience against itself. Effective propaganda uses multiple symbols linked in such a way that some evoke known images and appeal to the conscience, whereas others violate the conscience and tend to destroy it or deny it. The symbol is an effective instrument for progressively separating the individual from primitive impulses, from his natural attitudes, and for creating counter-attitudes and counter-behaviors. By this procedure, propaganda succeeds in weakening the individual's conscience and consciousness, and in unsettling individual attitudes during a period of transition with a view to frustrating them with a new content. One does not, for example, destroy symbols of authority in order to substitute an attitude of independence. One replaces them with new symbols of authority. But this use of symbols presumes a very advanced propaganda. It is what we find, for example, in Stalinist propaganda. At a much more elementary stage, all symbols have the purpose of awakening stereotypes, an appropriate function because by their nature they already unite the emotional and the intellectual life. This function is served by photos and images, which have a special power to evoke the reality and immediacy of the stereotype, itself an image. It is fed by certain other images. The Statue of Liberty, the Arc de Triomphe, provoke immediate reactions. The photo carries with it intrinsic qualities of the situation that it represents. It thereby reinforces the stereotype while stimulating it. Another particularly evocative symbol is the slogan, which contains the demands, the expectations, the hopes of the mass, and at the same time expresses the established values of a group. Slogans determine with considerable precision each type of a group toward which an individual is oriented, whether or not he is a member. Above all, the slogan assures the continuity of the stereotype, which is fixed as a function of the past. But the individual finds himself constantly faced with new situations that the stereotype alone does not permit him to master. The slogan is the connection used by the propagandist to permit the individual to apply his old stereotypes to a new situation. He brushes up and adjusts the ready-made image. At the same time, he integrates the new situation into a classic context, familiar and unconfusing. That is why the slogan flourishes in times of crisis, war, and revolution. It explains also the attraction the slogan has. Thanks to it, the individual is not intellectually lost. He clings to it not only because the slogan is easy to understand and to retain, but also because it permits him to find himself in it. It tends further to produce stereotypes in men who did not have them before the crisis situation. Of course, man needs to establish such standards and categories. Footnote: man works out these simplifications spontaneously in order to avoid effort, error, and difficult choices. The difference is that propaganda gives an overwhelming force to the process. Man can no longer modify his judgments and thought patterns. This force springs on the one hand from the character of the media employed, which give the appearance of objectivity to subjective impulses, and on the other from everybody's adherence to the same standards and prejudices. Footnote: we shall then have what Alfred Sauvy calls an error by force, or an effective error, error à force. Although the opinion and judgment are incorrect, they become unimpeachable through the strength of collective belief. At the same time, these collective beliefs, which the individual assumes to be his own, these scales of values and stereotypes, which play only a small part in the psychological life of a person unaffected by propaganda, become big and important. By the process of crystallization, these images begin to occupy a person's entire consciousness and to push out other feelings and judgments. All truly personal activity on the part of the individual is diminished, and man finally is filled with nothing but these prejudices and beliefs, around which all else revolves. In his personal life, man will eventually judge everything by such crystallized standards. To return to Stutzel, public opinion within an individual grows as it becomes crystallized through the effects of propaganda, while his private opinion decreases. Another aspect of crystallization pertains to self-justification, for which man has great need, as we have seen in the preceding chapter. To the extent that man needs justifications, propaganda provides them. But whereas his ordinary justifications are fragile and may always be open to doubts, those furnished by propaganda are irrefutable and solid. The individual believes them and considers them to be eternal truths. He can throw off all sense of guilt. He loses all feeling for the harm he might do, all sense of responsibility other than the responsibility propaganda instills in him. Footnote: On the contrary, he attributes to the enemy exactly the atrocities that he himself is in the process of committing. Thus he becomes perfectly adapted to objective situations, and nothing can create a split within him. Through such a process of intense rationalization, propaganda builds monolithic individuals. It eliminates inner conflicts, tensions, self-criticism, self-doubt. And in this fashion it also builds a one-dimensional being without depth or range of possibilities. Such an individual will have rationalizations not only for past actions, but for the future as well. He marches forward with full assurance of his righteousness. He is formidable in his equilibrium, all the more so because it is very difficult to break his harness of justifications. Experiments made with Nazi prisoners proved this point. Tensions are always a threat to the individual who tries everything to escape them because of his instinct of self-preservation. Ordinarily, the individual will try to reduce his own tensions in his own way, but in our present society, many of these tensions are produced by the general situation, and such tensions are less easily reduced. One might almost say that for collective problems, only collective remedies suffice. Here propaganda renders spectacular service by making the man live in a familiar climate of opinion, and by manipulating his symbols, it reduces tensions. Propaganda eliminates one of the causes of tension by driving man straight into such a climate of opinion. This greatly simplifies his life and gives him stability, much security, and a certain satisfaction. At the same time, this crystallization closes his mind to all new ideas. The individual now has a set of prejudices and beliefs as well as objective justifications. His entire personality now revolves around those elements. Every new idea will therefore be troublesome to his entire being. He will defend himself against it because it threatens to destroy his certainties. He thus actually comes to hate everything opposed to what propaganda has made him acquire. Footnote: what Sauvy calls the reactions of defense against the destroyer, of security, of the myth. Propaganda has created in him a system of opinions and tendencies which may not be subjected to criticism. That system leaves no room for ambiguity or mitigation of feelings. The individual has received irrational certainties from propaganda, and precisely because they are irrational, they seem to him part of his personality. He feels personally attacked when these certainties are attacked. There is a feeling here akin to that of something sacred, and this genuine taboo prevents the individual from entertaining any new ideas that might create ambiguity within him. Incidentally, this refusal to listen to new ideas usually takes on an ironic aspect. The man who has been successfully subjected to a vigorous propaganda will declare that all new ideas are propaganda. To the degree that all his stereotypes, prejudices, and justifications are the fruit of propaganda, man will be ready to consider all other ideas as being propaganda and to assert his distrust in propaganda. One can almost postulate that those who call every idea they do not share propaganda are themselves almost completely products of propaganda. Their refusal to examine and question ideas other than their own is characteristic of their condition. One might go further and say that propaganda tends to give a person a religious personality. His psychological life is organized around an irrational, external, and collective tenet that provides a scale of values, rules of behavior, and a principle of social integration. Footnote: all this is of course confirmed by the religious character that propaganda readily takes on, which tends to create the sacred around man and to make him adhere to sacred values. In a society in the process of secularization, propaganda responds to the religious need, but lends much more vigor and intransigence to the resulting religious personality, in the pejorative sense of that term, as liberals employed it in the 19th century. A limited and rigid personality that mechanically applies divine commandments is incapable of engaging in human dialogue, and will never question values that it has placed above the individual. All this is produced by propaganda, which pretends to have lost none of its humanity, to act for the good of mankind, and to represent the highest type of human being. In this respect, strict orthodoxies always have been the same. We may now ask, if propaganda modifies psychological life in this fashion, will it not eventually lead to neurosis? Karen Horney deserves the credit for having shown that the neurotic personality is tied to a social structure and a culture, in the American sense of that term, and that certain neuroses share certain essential characteristics springing directly from the problems found in our society. Footnote: The Neurotic Personality of Our Time. New York, W. W. Norton and Company, 1937. Chapter 1. In the face of problems produced by society, propaganda seems a means of remedying personal deficiencies. At the same time, it plunges the individual into a neurotic state. This is apparent from the rigid responses of the propagandee, his unimaginative and stereotyped attitude, his sterility with regard to the socio-political process, his inability to adjust to situations other than those created by propaganda, his need for strict opposites, black and white, good and bad, his involvement in unreal conflicts created and blown up by propaganda. To mistake an artificial conflict for a real one is a characteristic of neurosis. So is the tendency of the propagandee to give everything his own narrow interpretation, to deprive facts of their real meaning in order to integrate them into his system and give them an emotional coloration, which the non-neurotic would not attribute to them. Similarly, the neurotic anxiously seeks the esteem and affection of the largest number of people, just as the propagandee can live only in accord with his comrades, sharing the same reflexes and judgments with those of his group, subjected to the identical propaganda. He does not deviate by one iota, for to remove himself from the affection of the milieu means profound suffering, and that affection is tied to a particular external behavior and an identical response to propaganda. Naturally, what corresponds to this is the neurotic's hostility toward those who refuse his friendship and those who remain outside his group. The same holds true for the propagandee. In the neurotic, the extraordinary need for self-justification, which resides in everyone and leads him to insincerity, expresses itself in the projection of hostile motives to the outside world. He feels that destructive impulses do not emanate from him, but from someone or something outside. He does not want to fool or exploit others. Others want to do that to him. And this mechanism is reproduced by propaganda with great precision. He who wants to make war projects this intention onto his enemy. Then the projected intention spreads to the propagandee, who is then being mobilized and prepared for war, whose hostilities are aroused at the same time as he is made to project his own aggression onto the enemy. As with the neurotic, the victim-enemy-scapegoat cycle assumes enormous proportions in the mind of the propagandee, even if we admit that in addition to this process, some legitimate reasons always exist for such reactions. To sum up, when reading Karen Horney's description of the neurotic cycle stemming from the neurotic's environment, one might almost be reading about the cycle typical for the propagandee. Anxiety, hostility, reduction of self-respect, striving for power, reinforcement of hostility and anxiety, a tendency to withdraw in the face of competition, accompanied by tendencies to self-depreciation, failures and disproportion between capabilities and accomplishments, reinforcement of feelings of superiority, reinforcement of grandiose ideas, increase of sensitivity with an inclination to withdraw, increase of hostility and anxiety. These responses of the neurotic are identical with those of the propagandee, even if we take into account that propaganda ultimately eliminates conscious anxiety and tranquilizes the propagandee. Alienation through propaganda. To be alienated means to be someone other, alienus, than oneself. It also can mean to belong to someone else. In a more profound sense, it means to be deprived of oneself, to be subjected to or even identified with someone else. That is definitely the effect of propaganda. Footnote: consider the role assigned by the Communist Party to propaganda. It must change the very conscience of the Soviet citizen, and we find the same idea in Mao. Propaganda strips the individual, robs him of part of himself, and makes him live an alien and artificial life, to such an extent that he becomes another person and obeys impulses foreign to him. He obeys someone else. Footnote: but, as we have often recalled, the persons subject to propaganda do not consider themselves influenced by it. Each thinks that he himself has found the road to truth. Once again, to produce this effect, propaganda restricts itself to utilizing, increasing, and reinforcing the individual's inclination to lose himself in something bigger than he is, to dissipate his individuality, to free his ego of all doubt, conflict, and suffering, through fusion with others, to devote himself to a great leader and a great cause. In large groups, man feels united with others, and he therefore tries to free himself of himself by blending with a large group. Indeed, propaganda offers him that possibility in an exceptionally easy and satisfying fashion. But it pushes the individual into the mass until he disappears entirely. To begin with, what is it that propaganda makes disappear? Everything in the nature of critical and personal judgment. Obviously, propaganda limits the application of thought. It limits the propagandee's field of thought to the extent that it provides him with ready-made, and moreover unreal, thoughts and stereotypes. It orients him toward very limited ends and prevents him from using his mind or experimenting on his own. It determines the core from which all his thoughts must derive and draws from the beginning a sort of guideline that permits neither criticism nor imagination. More precisely, his imagination will lead only to small digressions from the fixed line, and to only slightly deviant, preliminary responses within the framework. In this fashion, we see the progressives make some variations around the basic propaganda tenets of the Communist Party, but the field of such variations is strictly limited. The acceptance of this line, of such ends and limitations, presupposes the suppression of all critical judgment, which in turn is a result of the crystallization of thoughts and attitudes and the creation of taboos. As Jules Monroe has accurately said, all individual passion leads to the suppression of all critical judgment with regard to the object of that passion. Beyond that, in collective passion created by propaganda, critical judgment disappears altogether, for in no way can there ever be collective critical judgment. Man becomes incapable of separation, of discernment. The word critical is derived from the Greek krino, separate. The individual can no longer judge for himself because he inescapably relates his thoughts to the entire complex of values and prejudices established by propaganda. With regard to political situations, he is given ready-made value judgments, invested with the power of truth by the number of supporters and the word of experts. Footnote: recent events, 1962, show, unfortunately, that students and intellectuals integrated in propaganda are no more armed with critical judgment than others are. The individual has no chance to exercise his judgment either on principal questions or on their implication. This leads to the atrophy of a faculty not comfortably exercised under any conditions. What the individual loses is never easy to revive. Once personal judgment and critical faculties have disappeared or have been atrophied, they will not simply reappear when propaganda has been suppressed. In fact, we are dealing here with one of propaganda's most durable effects. Years of intellectual and spiritual education would be needed to restore such faculties. The propagandee, if deprived of one propaganda, will immediately adopt another. This will spare him the agony of finding himself vis-a-vis some event without a ready-made opinion and obliged to judge it for himself. Footnote: This is one of the reasons why the propagandee, as soon as he is separated from his group, disintegrates morally. He needs the collective morale in order to exist. At the same time, propaganda presents facts, judgments, and values in such confusion and with so many methods that it is literally impossible for the average man to proceed with discernment. He has neither the intellectual capacity nor the sources of information. He is therefore forced either to accept or reject everything in toto. We thus reach the same point via different routes. On the one hand, propaganda destroys the critical faculty. On the other, it presents objectives on which that faculty could not be exercised, and thus renders it useless. All this obviously leads to the elimination of personal judgment, which takes place as soon as the individual accepts public opinion as his own. When he expresses public opinion in his words and gestures, he no longer expresses himself, but his society, his group. To be sure, the individual always will express the group, more or less, but in this case he will express it totally, and in response to a systematic operation. Moreover, this impersonal public opinion, when produced by propaganda, is artificial. It corresponds to nothing authentic, yet it is precisely this artificial opinion that the individual absorbs. He is filled with it. He no longer expresses his ideas, but those of his group, and with great fervor at that. It is a propaganda prerequisite that he should assert them with firmness and conviction. He absorbs the collective judgments, the creatures of propaganda. He absorbs them like the nourishment which they have, in fact, become. He expounds them as his own. He takes a vigorous stand, begins to oppose others. He asserts himself at the very moment that he denies his own self without realizing it. When he recites his propaganda lesson and says that he is thinking for himself, when his eyes see nothing and his mouth only produces sounds previously stenciled into his brain, when he says that he is indeed expressing his judgment, then he really demonstrates that he no longer thinks at all, ever, and that he does not exist as a person. When the propagandee tries to assert himself as a living reality, he demonstrates his total alienation most clearly, for he shows that he can no longer even distinguish between himself and society. He is then perfectly integrated. He is the social group. There is nothing in him not of the group. There is no opinion in him that is not the group's opinion. He is nothing except what propaganda has taught him. He is merely a channel that ingests the truths of propaganda and dispenses them with the conviction that is the result of his absence as a person. He cannot take a single step back to look at events under such conditions. There can be no distance of any kind between him and propaganda. This mechanism of alienation generally corresponds either to projection into and identification with a hero and leader, or to a fusion with the mass. These two mechanisms are not mutually exclusive. When a Hitler Youth projected himself into his Führer, he entered by that very act into the mass integrated by propaganda. When the young Komsomol surrendered himself to the cult of Stalin's personality, he became, at that very moment, altogether part of the mass. It is important to note that when the propagandee believes to be expressing the highest ideal of personality, he is at the lowest point of alienation. Did we not hear often enough fascism's claim that it restored personality to its place of honor? But through one channel or another, the same alienation is produced by any propaganda, for the creation of a hero is just as much the result of propaganda as is the integration of an individual in an activated mass. When propaganda makes the individual participate in a collective movement, it not only makes him share in an artificial activity, but also evokes in him a psychology of participation, a crowd psychology. This psychic modification, which automatically takes place in the presence of other participants, is systematically produced by propaganda. It is the creation of mass psychology, with man's individual psychology integrated into the crowd. In this process of alienation, the individual loses control and submits to external impulses. His personal inclinations and tastes give way to participation in the collective. But that collective will always be best idealized, patterned, and represented by the hero. The cult of the hero is the absolutely necessary complement of the massification of society. We see the automatic creation of this cult in connection with champion athletes, movie stars, and even such abstractions as Davy Crockett in the United States and Canada in 1955. This exaltation of the hero proves that one lives in a mass society. The individual who is prevented by circumstances from becoming a real person, who can no longer express himself through personal thought or action, who finds his aspirations frustrated, projects onto the hero all he would wish to be. He lives vicariously, and experiences the athletic or amorous or military exploits of the god with whom he lives in spiritual symbiosis. The well-known mechanism of identifying with movie stars is almost impossible to avoid for the member of modern society who comes to admire himself in the person of the hero. There he reveals the powers of which he unconsciously dreams, projects his desires, identifies himself with this success and that adventure. The hero becomes model and father, power and mythical realization of all that the individual cannot be. Footnote: at the same time, the interests of the hero become the personal interests of the propagandee. Propaganda uses all these mechanisms, but actually does even more to reinforce, stabilize, and spread them. The propagandee is alienated and transposed into the person promoted by propaganda. Publicity campaigns for movie stars and propaganda campaigns are almost identical. For this, incidentally, no totalitarian organization is needed. Such alienation does not take place merely in the event of a Hitler or a Stalin, but also in that of a Khrushchev, a Clemenceau, a Coolidge, or a Churchill. The myth surrounding Coolidge is very remarkable in this respect. The propagandee finds himself in a psychological situation composed of the following elements. He lives vicariously, through an intermediary. He feels, thinks, and acts through the hero. He is under the guardianship and protection of his living God. He accepts being a child. He ceases to defend his own interests, for he knows his hero loves him, and everything his hero decides is for the propagandee's own good. He thus compensates for the rigor of the sacrifices imposed on him. For this reason, every regime that demands a certain amount of heroism must develop this propaganda of projection onto the hero, leader. In this connection, one can really speak of alienation and of regression to an infantile state caused by propaganda. Young is of the opinion that the propagandee no longer develops intellectually, but becomes arrested in an infantile neurotic pattern. Regression sets in when the individual is submerged in mass psychology. This is confirmed by Stutzel, who says that propaganda destroys all individuality, is capable of creating only a collective personality, and that it is an obstacle to the free development of the personality. Such extensive alienation is by no means exceptional. The reader may think we have described an extreme, almost pathological case. Unfortunately, he is a common type, even in his acute state. Elsewhere we find men who pronounce as highly personal truths what they have read in the papers only an hour before, and whose beliefs are merely the result of a powerful propaganda. Everywhere we find people who have blind confidence in a political party, a general, a movie star, a country, or a cause, and who will not tolerate the slightest challenge to that God. Everywhere we meet people who, because they are filled with the consciousness of higher interests they must serve unto death, are no longer capable of making the simplest moral or intellectual distinctions, or of engaging in the most elementary reasoning. Yet all this is acquired without effort, experience, reflection, or criticism, by the destructive shock effect of well-made propaganda. We meet this alienated man at every turn, and are possibly already one ourselves. Aside from the alienation that takes place when the rational individual retreats into the irrational collective, there are other forms of alienation. For example, through the artificial satisfaction of real needs, or the real satisfaction of artificial needs, publicity and advertising. The first case is the one we have already discussed, in which propaganda develops from the contemporary sociological situation in order to give man artificial satisfaction for real needs. Because man is restless and frustrated, because he understands nothing of the world in which he lives and acts, because he still is asked to make very great sacrifices and efforts, because of all that, propaganda develops. Footnote: Goebbels stated expressly that propaganda should reduce frustration, artificially resolve real problems, announce the frustrations to come when one cannot avoid them, and so forth. Propaganda satisfies man, but with false and illusory satisfactions. It gives him explanations of the world in which he lives, but explanations that are mendacious and irrational. It reassures or excites him, but always at the wrong moment. It makes him tremble with fear of some biological warfare that never did exist, and makes him believe in the peaceful intentions of countries that have no desire for peace. It gives him reasons for the sacrifices demanded of him, but not the real reasons. Thus, in 1914, it called on him to lay down his life for his country, but remained silent on the war's economic causes, for which he certainly would not have fought. Propaganda satisfies man's need for release and certainty. It eases his tensions and compensates for his frustrations, but with purely artificial means. If, for example, the worker has reasons, given his actual economic situation, to feel frustrated, alienated, or exploited, propaganda, which can really solve the worker's problems, as it has already done in the USSR, alienates him even more, by making him oblivious of his frustration and alienation, and by calming and satisfying him. When man is subjected to the abnormal conditions of a big city or a battlefield, and has good reason to feel tense, fearful, and out of step, propaganda that adjusts him to such conditions and resolves his conflicts artificially, without changing his situation in the least, is particularly pernicious. Of course, it seems like a cure, but it is like the cure that would heal the liver of an alcoholic in such a way that he could continue to get drunk without feeling pain in his liver. Propaganda's artificial and unreal answers for modern man's psychological suffering are precisely of that kind. They allow him to continue living abnormally under the conditions in which society places him. Propaganda suppresses the warning signals that his anxieties, maladjustments, rebellions, and demands once supplied. All this is also at work when propaganda liberates our deepest impulses and tendencies, such as our erotic drives, guilt feelings, and desire for power. But such liberation does not provide true and genuine satisfaction for such drives, any more than it justifies our demands and aggressions by permitting us to feel righteous in spite of them. Man can no more pick the object of his aggression than he can give free rein to his erotic drive. The satisfactions and liberations offered by propaganda are ersatz. Their aim is to provide a certain decompression or to use the shock effect of these tremendous forces somewhere else, to use them in support of actions that would otherwise lack impetus. This shows how the propaganda process deprives the individual of his true personality. Modern man deeply craves friendship, confidence, close personal relationships. Footnote: This is what gives value and effectiveness to the technique of propaganda by personal contacts. But he is plunged into a world of competition, hostility, and anonymity. He needs to meet someone whom he can trust completely, for whom he can feel pure friendship, and to whom he can mean something in return. That is hard to find in his daily life, but apparently confidence in a leader, a hero, a movie star, or a TV personality is much more satisfying. TV, for example, creates feelings of friendship, a new intimacy, and thus fully satisfies those needs. But such satisfactions are purely illusory and fallacious because there is no true friendship of any kind between the TV personality and the viewer who feels that personality to be his friend. Here is a typical mendacious satisfaction of a genuine need. And what TV spontaneously produces is systematically exploited by propaganda. The little father is always present. Another example. In 1958, Khrushchev promised the transition to integrated communism in the USSR. Later, he declared that it would be realized very soon. Based on this theme was an entire irrational propaganda campaign whose principal argument was that communism would soon be fully attained because by 1975, the USSR would have reached the production level of the United States, which would mean that the United States would then be ready to achieve communism. Incidentally, the year given by Khrushchev in 1958 for the occurrence of this phenomenon was 1975. But in April 1960, the year he gave was 1980. This campaign was designed to satisfy the needs of the Soviet masses, to regain their confidence and appease their demands. What we see here is a purely theoretical answer, but it satisfies because it is believed by the masses, and thus made true and real by the mechanism of propaganda. Let us now look at the other side of the coin. Propaganda creates artificial needs. Just as propaganda creates political problems that would never arise by themselves, but for which public opinion will then demand a solution, it arouses in us an increase of certain desires, prejudices, and needs which were by no means imperative to begin with. Footnote: I reserve this study for a subsequent work. They become so only as a result of propaganda, which here plays the same role as advertising. Besides, propaganda is helped by advertising, which gives certain twists and orientations to individual drives, while propaganda extends the effects of advertising by promising psychological relief of tensions in general. Under the impact of propaganda, certain prejudices, racial or economic, certain needs for equality or success become all-devouring, destructive passions, occupying the entire range of a person's consciousness, superseding all other aspects of life, and demanding answers. As a result of propaganda, these superficial tendencies end up by becoming identified with our deepest needs, and become confused with what is most personal and profound within us. Precisely in this fashion, the genuine need for freedom has been diluted and adulterated into an abominable mixture of liberalism under the impact of various forms of propaganda of the 19th and 20th centuries. In this psychic confusion created by propaganda alone then imposes order, just as it is a fact that mass communication media create new needs. For example, the existence of TV creates the need to buy a set and turn it on. It is even more the case when these means are used by propaganda. And just as propaganda acts to create new needs, it also creates the demand for their solutions. We have shown how propaganda can relieve and resolve tensions. These tensions are purposely provoked by the propagandist who holds out their remedy at the same time. He is master of both excitation and satisfaction. One may even say that if he has provoked a particular tension, it was in order to lead the individual to accept a particular remedy, to demand some suitable action, suitable from the propagandist's viewpoint, and to submit to a system that will alleviate that tension. He thus places the individual in a universe of artificially created political needs, needs that are artificial even if their roots were once completely genuine. For example, by creating class consciousness in the proletariat, propaganda adds a corresponding tension to the worker's misery. Similarly, by creating an equality complex, it adds another tension to all the natural demands of the have-nots. But propaganda simultaneously offers the means to reduce these tensions. It opens a door to the individual, and we have seen that that is one of the most effective propaganda devices. The only trouble is that all it really offers is a profound alienation. When an individual reacts to these artificially provoked tensions, when he responds to these artificially created stimuli, or when he submits to the manipulations that make him repress certain personal impulses to make room for abstract drives and reduction of these tensions, he is no more himself than he is when he reacts biologically to a tranquilizer. This will appear to be a true remedy, which in fact it is, but for a sickness deliberately provoked to fit the remedy. As we have frequently noted, these artificial needs assume considerable importance because of their universal nature and the means, the mass media, by which they are propagated. They become more demanding and imperative for the individual than his own private needs and lead him to sacrifice his private satisfactions. In politics, as in economics, the development of artificial needs progressively eliminates personal needs and inclinations. Thus, what takes place is truly an expulsion of the individual outside of himself, designed to deliver him to the abstract forces of technically oriented mechanisms. On this level, too, the more the individual is convinced that he thinks, feels, and acts on his own, the greater the alienation will be. The psychologist Biddle has demonstrated in detail that an individual subjected to propaganda behaves as though his reactions depended on his own decisions. He obeys, he trembles with fear, and expands or contracts on command, but nothing in this obedience is passive or automatic. Even when yielding to suggestion, he decides for himself and thinks himself free. In fact, the more he is subjected to propaganda, the freer he thinks he is. He is energetic and chooses his own action. In fact, propaganda, to reduce the tension it has created in the first place, offers him 1, 2, or even 3 possible courses of action. And the propagandee considers himself a well-organized, fully aware individual when he chooses one of them. Of course, this takes little effort on his part. The propagandee does not need much energy to make his decision, for that decision corresponds with his group, with suggestion, and with the sociological forces. Under the influence of propaganda, he always takes the easy way, the path of least resistance, even if it costs him his life. But even while coasting downhill, he claims he is climbing uphill and performing a personal heroic act. For propaganda has aroused his energy, personality, and sense of responsibility, or rather their verbal images, because the forces themselves were long ago destroyed by propaganda. This duplicity is propaganda's most destructive act, and it leads us to consider next propaganda's effect of psychic dissociation. The psychic dissociation effect of propaganda. Philippe de Felice has said that propaganda creates a tendency to manic-depressive, cyclothymic neurosis. Footnote: Foule en délire, extase collective. Paris, A. Michel, 1947, Chapter 4. This is obviously an exaggeration, but it is true that propaganda puts the individual through successive periods of exaltation and depression, caused by exposing him to alternate propaganda themes. We have already analyzed the necessity for alternating themes, for example, alternating those of terror and of self-assertion. The result is a continuous emotional contrast which can become very dangerous for individuals exposed to it. Footnote: One element we must remember is the overexcitement that propaganda provokes. The propagandee is constantly urged to action and often prevented from accomplishing it. His certainties are absolute. He is constantly overexcited by them, and his ever-renewed aggression toward the symbols of his own culture, as one saw among the French subjected to propaganda against the 1960 Algerian War, leads him rather quickly to disintegration as a result of the extreme discrepancies between this overexcitement and his social milieu. Like the shock of contradictory propaganda, this can be one of the causes of psychic dissociation, though it does not have to lead to mental illness as Felice suggests. At this point we shall lay aside the observable dissociations in the propagandee between public opinion and his personal opinion. We have already said that propaganda produces a deep separation between the two. Footnote: one aspect of the dissociation which Stolypin has justly emphasized, Évolution psychologique en UESS, Économie contemporaine, 1952, is the division of consciousness into three compartments. Aligned consciousness, a term frequently employed in the Stalin regime, refers to the conscious citizen of the socialist epoch, who lives in official truth, performs a consistent action, and is completely socialized. This aligned consciousness is a creation of propaganda. But beneath it exists a premeditated consciousness, the level at which the citizen personalizes the data of propaganda and persuades himself that the regime is good. The level at which he works out justifications and decisions for behavior which will conform to social demands in such a way as to make him least aware of his bad conscience. Finally, there exists a secret consciousness, comprising the refusals, the protestations, the judgments against the regime, combined with a tendency towards cynicism or belief in Christianity. But this secret consciousness is completely repressed, encircled, and constrained, and must struggle against interdictions such as man's spontaneous impulses have never before encountered. Instead, we shall stress the dissociation between thought and action, which seems to us one of the most disturbing facts of our time. Nowadays man acts without thinking, and in turn his thoughts can no longer be translated into action. Thinking has become a superfluous exercise, without reference to reality. It is purely internal, without compelling force, more or less a game. It is literature's domain, and I am not referring solely to intellectual thought, but to all thought, whether it concerns work or politics or family life. In sum, thought and reflection have been rendered thoroughly pointless by the circumstances in which modern man lives and acts. He does not need to think in order to act. His action is determined by the techniques he uses and by the sociological conditions. He acts without really wanting to, without ever reflecting on the meaning of or reason for his actions. This situation is the result of the whole evolution of our society. The schools, the press, and social pragmatism are just as responsible for this as psychotechnics, the modern political structure, and the obsession with productivity. But the two decisive factors are the mechanization of work and propaganda. The mechanization of work is based entirely on dissociation. Those who think, establish the schedules, or set the norms, never act. And those who act must do so according to rules, patterns, and plans imposed on them from outside. Above all, they must not reflect on their actions. They cannot do so anyhow because of the speed with which they work. The modern ideal appears to be a reduction of action to complete automatism. This is considered to be a great benefit to the worker, who can dream or think of other things while working. But this dissociation, which lasts 8 hours a day, must necessarily affect all the rest of his behavior. The other element that plays a decisive role in this connection is propaganda. Remember that propaganda seeks to induce action, adherence, and participation with as little thought as possible. Footnote: to this is connected, for example, the phenomena of privatization and elasticity of reasoning, as well as the divergence between opinion and action, which we have studied earlier. According to propaganda, it is useless, even harmful for man to think. Thinking prevents him from acting, with the required righteousness and simplicity. Action must come directly from the depths of the unconscious. It must release tension, become a reflex. This presumes that thought unfolds on an entirely unreal level, that it never engages in political decisions. And this is in fact so. No political thought that is at all coherent or distinct can possibly be applied. What man thinks either is totally without effect or must remain unsaid. This is the basic condition of the political organization of the modern world, and propaganda is the instrument to attain this effect. An example that shows the radical devaluation of thought is the transformation of words in propaganda. Their language, the instrument of the mind, becomes pure sound, a symbol directly evoking feelings and reflexes. This is one of the most serious dissociations that propaganda causes. There is another, the dissociation between the verbal universe, in which propaganda makes us live, and reality. Footnote: I intend to study this important phenomenon in my next work. Propaganda sometimes deliberately separates from man's real world the verbal world that it creates. It then tends to destroy man's conscience. In connection with the problem of dissociation, we must now examine the case of an individual subjected to two intense opposing propagandas, equally close to him. Such a situation can occur in a democracy. It is sometimes said that two competing propagandas cancel each other out. If, however, one regards propaganda not as a debate over ideas or the promulgation of a doctrine, but as a psychological manipulation designed to produce action, one understands that these two propagandas, far from canceling each other out because they are contradictory, have a cumulative effect. A boxer, groggy from a left hook, does not return to normal when he is hit with a right hook. He becomes groggier. Now the modern propagandist likes to speak of his shock effect, and it is indeed a psychological shock that the individual subjected to propaganda suffers, but a second shock from another angle certainly does not revive him. Footnote: the effect of this double shock is so well known that it is utilized as a technique in a single propaganda by the use of either contradictory news or a tranquilizing propaganda designed to appease the public before launching a great shock that will be felt all the more violently. For example, making propaganda for peace before releasing a violent psychological offensive. On the contrary, a second phenomenon is then produced by these contradictory propagandas. The man whose psychological mechanisms have been set in motion to make him take one action is stopped by the second shock, which acts on the same mechanisms to produce another action. The fact that this man will finally vote for anybody at all is not the important point. What counts is that his normal psychological processes are perverted and will continue to be constantly. To defend himself against that, man automatically reacts in one of two ways. A. He takes refuge in inertia, in which case propaganda may provoke his rejection. Footnote: in the same way, escape into private life, exoticism, the ideal, is explained as a means of fleeing the contradictions of modern life. The conflicting propaganda of opposing parties is essentially what leads to political abstention. But this is not the abstention of the free spirit which asserts itself. It is the result of resignation, the external symptom of a series of inhibitions. Such a man has not decided to abstain. Under diverse pressures, subjected to shocks and distortions, he can no longer, even if he wanted to, perform a political act. What is even more serious is that this inhibition not only is political, but also progressively takes over the whole of his being and leads to a general attitude of surrender. As long as political debates were of little importance and election propaganda dealt with water supplies or rural electrification, this escape reflex was not affecting people's entire lives. But propaganda grows in effectiveness as its themes cause more anxiety. Today, when we are concerned with the rise of dictators and the approach of war, the individual cannot avoid feeling himself drawn in. He cannot just shrug his shoulders, but he is rendered passive by propaganda. The same situation can be found when two contradictory propagandas succeed each other in time. the often studied skepticism of German youth after 1945. That famous formula, ohne mich, arose from the countershock of a propaganda opposed to Nazi propaganda. Similarly, after the Hungarian Revolution of October 1956, youth threw itself into nihilism, into indifference and personal concerns. These examples demonstrate not the effectiveness of propaganda, but, on the contrary, its power to profoundly disturb psychic life. B. The other defensive reflex is flight into involvement. Political involvement is widespread today because man can no longer bear to remain aloof in an arena of aggressive competition between propagandas. No longer capable of resisting these opposing pulls, which reach the deepest levels of his personality, the individual becomes involved. He joins a party to which he then ties himself as totally and deeply as propaganda had intended. From then on, his problem will be solved. He escapes the opposing clash of propagandas. Now all that his side says is true and right. All that comes from elsewhere is false and wrong. Thus one propaganda arms him against the other propagandas. This dualism is not entirely contradictory. It can be complementary. To illustrate, in 1959, the Conseil Français des Mouvements de Jeunesse observed that youths were distrustful of all political action, but were at the same time inclined to extreme solutions. Creation of the need for propaganda. A final psychological effect of propaganda is the appearance of the need for propaganda. The individual subjected to propaganda can no longer do without it. This is a form of snowballing. The more propaganda there is, the more the public wants. The same is true of advertising, which has been said to feed on its own success. It was believed, for example, that advertising on television would supplant newspaper advertising. But it was found, on the contrary, that television actually increased the total volume of advertising business. The need for a growing volume of propaganda involves two apparently contradictory phenomena: mithriditization and sensibilization. Translator's note: mithriditization is a toxin-antitoxin process, whereby a person is rendered immune to a poison by tolerating gradually increased doses of it. Sensibilization is the increase of sensitivity or susceptibility. Mithriditization. It is known that under the effect of propaganda, the individual gradually closes up. Having suffered too many propaganda shocks, he becomes accustomed and insensitive to them. He no longer looks at posters. To him they are just splashes of color. He no longer hears a radio speech. It is nothing but sound, a background noise for his activity. He no longer reads the newspaper, but merely skims distractedly over it. One may therefore be tempted to say, "You see how the excess of propaganda no longer has a hold on this man? He reacts with indifference. He escapes it. He is mithriditized against propaganda." Nevertheless, this same individual continues to turn on his radio and buy his newspaper. He is mithriditized, yes, but to what? Only to the objective and intellectual content of propaganda. True, he has become indifferent to the theme of propaganda, the idea, the argument, to everything that could form his opinion. He no longer needs to read the newspaper or listen to the speech because he knows their ideological content in advance, and that it would change none of his attitudes. But though it is true that after a certain time, the individual becomes indifferent to the propaganda content, that does not mean that he has become insensitive to propaganda, and that he turns from it, that he is immune. It means exactly the opposite, for not only does he keep buying his newspaper, but he also continues to follow the trend and obey the rules. He continues to obey the catchwords of propaganda, though he no longer listens to it. His reflexes still function. That is, he has not become independent through mithriditization. He is deeply imbued with the symbols of propaganda. He is entirely dominated and manipulated. He no longer needs to see and read the poster. The simple splash of color is enough to awaken the desired reflexes in him. In reality, though, he is mithridatized to ideological content. He is sensitized to propaganda itself. Sensibilization. The more the individual is captured by propaganda, the more sensitive he is, not to its content, but to the impetus it gives him, to the excitement it makes him feel. The smallest excitement, the feeblest stimulus, activates his conditioned reflexes, awakens the myth, and produces the action that the myth demands. Up to this point, an enormous amount of manipulation, a substantial dose of cleverly coordinated stimuli was required to achieve this in him. The motivating drives of his psyche had to be reached, the doors of his unconsciousness had to be forced open, his attitudes and habits had to be broken, and new behavior determined. This meant the use of methods and techniques at once subtle and crushing. But once the individual has been filled with and reshaped by propaganda, action by so many methods is no longer necessary. The smallest dose now suffices. It is enough to refresh, to give a booster shot, to repaint, and the individual obeys in striking fashion. Like certain drunks who become intoxicated on one glass of wine. The individual no longer offers any resistance to propaganda. Moreover, he has ceased to believe in it consciously. He no longer attaches importance to what it says, to its proclaimed objectives, but he acts according to the proper stimuli. Here we find again the dissociation between action and thought of which we spoke earlier. The individual is arrested and crystallized with regard to his thinking. It is in this domain of opinion that mithridatization takes place, but in the domain of action he is actually mobilized. He responds to the changing propaganda inputs. He acts with vigor and certainty, indeed with precipitation. He is a ready activist, but his action is purely irrational. That is the effect of his sensibilization to propaganda. An individual who has arrived at this point has a constant and irresistible need for propaganda. He cannot bear to have it stop. We can readily understand why this is so when we think of his condition. A. He lived in anxiety, and propaganda gave him certainty. Now his anxiety doubles at the very instant when propaganda stops. All the more so because, in this terrible silence that suddenly surrounds him, he who permitted himself to be led no longer knows where to go. And all around him he hears violent clamor of other propagandists seeking to influence him and seduce him, and which increase his confusion. B. Propaganda removed him from his subhuman situation and gave him a feeling of self-importance. It permitted him to assert himself and satisfied his need for active participation. When it stops, he finds himself more powerless than before, with a feeling of impotence all the more intense because he had come to believe in the effectiveness of his actions. He is suddenly plunged into apathy and has no personal way of getting out of it. He acquires a conviction of his unworthiness much more violent than he has felt before because, for a while, he has believed in his worth. Finally, propaganda gave him justification. The individual needs to have this justification constantly renewed. He needs it in some form at every step, for every action, as a guarantee that he is on the right path. When propaganda ceases, he loses his justification. He no longer has confidence in himself. He feels guilty because, under the influence of propaganda, he performed deeds that he now dreads or for which he is remorseful. Thus he has even more need for justification, and he plunges into despair when propaganda ceases to provide him with the certainty of his justice and his motives. When propaganda ceases in a group where it has had powerful effect, what do we see? A social disintegration of the group, and a corresponding internal disintegration of the individuals within it. They completely withdraw into themselves and reject all participation in social or political life, through uncertainty, through fear, through discouragement. They begin to feel that everything is useless, that there is no need to have opinions or participate in political life. They are now wholly disinterested in all that was the center of their lives. As far as they are concerned, everything will go on henceforth without me. The group as such loses its value in the eyes of the individual, and its disintegration follows from this attitude of its members. Egocentricity is the product of the cessation of propaganda, in such fashion that it appears irremediable. Not only egocentric withdrawal, but also genuine nervous or mental troubles, such as schizophrenia, paranoia, and guilt complexes, are sometimes found in those who have been dominated by a propaganda that has ceased. Such individuals must then compensate for the absence of propaganda with psychiatric treatment. These effects could be seen in countries where propaganda suddenly stopped, as in Hitler's Germany in 1945, or in the United States in 1946, to take two very different examples. The reaction just described corresponds well to the alienation effect by propaganda. Man is diminished. He can no longer live alone, decide for himself, or alone assume the burden of his life. He needs a guardian, a director of conscience, and feels ill when he does not have them. Footnote: sometimes he is even aware of this. Riesman gives the remarkable example of individuals who complain that their psychological services are not active enough, that they have not been manipulated in such a manner as to enjoy the inconveniences in their lives. Thus, a need for propaganda arises which education can no longer change. From the moment the individual is caught, he needs his ration of pseudo-intellectual nourishment, of nervous and emotional stimulation, of catchwords, and of social integration. Propaganda must therefore be unceasing. This leads us back to a question we raised earlier, the durability of propaganda effects. Through the creation of a need for propaganda and the required psychic transformations, propaganda has profound and relatively durable effects. But the specific content of propaganda, the substance that at any given time serves to satisfy this need and to reduce tensions, obviously has only a temporary and momentary effect, and must therefore be refreshed and renewed all the time. Particularly as the satisfactions that propaganda gives are always in the immediate present. For this reason, propaganda is not very durable. But this statement must be qualified. We have said that propaganda cannot run counter to an epoc's deep-seated trends and collective presuppositions, but when propaganda acts in the direction and support of these, its effect becomes very durable on both the intellectual and the emotional level. Nowadays, propaganda hostile to the state, opposed to progress, would have no chance whatever of succeeding. But if it supports the state, it will penetrate deeply into man's consciousness. The need for propaganda then tends to make this penetration permanent. The duration, the permanence of propaganda thus leads to the genuine durability of its effects. When these effects are constantly reproduced and their stimulus is endlessly renewed, they obviously affect the individual in depth. He learns to act and react in a particular way. He has not, however, undergone a permanent or total modification of his personality. Propaganda is concerned with the most pressing and at the same time the most elementary actuality. It proposes immediate action of the most ordinary kind. Footnote: otherwise it is no longer propaganda. It becomes academic, without effect. It is less a matter of general ideas than of familiarizing the worker with the practical decisions of the party. It thus plunges the individual into the immediate present, taking from him all mastery of his life and all sense of the duration or continuity of any action or thought. Thus the propagandee becomes a man without a past and without a future, a man who receives from propaganda his portion of thought and action for the day. His discontinuous personality must be given continuity from the outside, and this makes the need for propaganda very strong. When the propagandee ceases to receive his propaganda, he experiences the feeling of being cut off from his own past and of facing a completely unpredictable future, of being separated from the world he lives in. Because propaganda has been his only channel for perceiving the world, he has the feeling of being delivered, tied hand and foot to an unknown destiny. Thus, from the moment propaganda begins, with its machine and its organization, one can no longer stop it. It can only grow and perfect itself, for its discontinuation would ask too great a sacrifice of the propagandee, a too thorough remaking of himself. This is more than he is ready to accept. The ambiguity of psychological effects. One of the deceptive qualities of an inquiry such as we will attempt under this heading is the great uncertainty to which we are ultimately led. For we realize that propaganda can and does produce contradictory psychological results. This has been made clear, but should be emphasized here again. We shall therefore examine 4 examples of these contradictory effects, aside from the fact already studied that propaganda satisfies certain needs while arousing others. Propaganda can simultaneously create some tensions and ease others. We have shown how it responds to the need of the individual in our society, who lives in an unhealthy state of anxiety, how it consoles the individual and helps him to solve his conflicts. But it must not be forgotten that it also creates anxiety and provokes tensions. Particularly after a propaganda of fear or terror, the listener is left in a state of emotional tension which cannot be resolved by kind words or suggestions. Only action can resolve the conflict into which he was thrown. In the same way, purely critical and negative propaganda seeks to stiffen the individual against his environment. It plays on and stimulates instinctive feelings of aggression and frustration. But even here the effect can be one of 2. Either the individual will become more aggressive toward the symbols of authority in his group or culture, or he will be crushed by anxiety and reduced to passivity because he cannot stand discord and opposition. The propagandist must try to find the optimum degree of tension and anxiety. This rule was expressly stated, among others, by Goebbels. Therefore, one cannot say that tension is an accidental psychological effect of propaganda. The propagandist knows well what he is doing when he works in this way. As Goebbels indicated, anxiety is a double-edged sword. Too much tension can produce panic, demoralization, disorderly and impulsive action. Too little tension does not push people to act. They remain complacent and seek to adapt themselves passively. It is therefore necessary to reinforce anxiety in some cases, for example concerning the effects of a military defeat, in others to reduce tensions that become too strong for people to handle by themselves, for example the fear of air raids. The ambivalence of propaganda, of creating tension in some cases and reducing it in others, explains itself largely, it seems to us, by the distinction between agitation propaganda and integration propaganda. The first, which aims at rapid, violent action, must arouse feelings of frustration, conflict, and aggression, which lead individuals to action. The latter, which seeks man's conformity with his group, including participation in action, will aim at the reduction of tensions, adjustment to the environment, and acceptance of the symbols of authority. Moreover, the 2 factors can overlap. For example, a revolutionary political party, such as the Communist or Nazi Party, will employ propaganda of tension with respect to things outside the party, propaganda of acceptance with respect to the party itself. This explains the attitude of universal acceptance of all that is said or done in the party, and the opposite attitude of universal challenge and rejection of everything outside it. Connected with this is the second contradiction by which propaganda creates self-justification and a good conscience, and at the same time guilt feelings and a bad conscience. We have seen the strength of propaganda develops when it furnishes the individual a feeling of security and righteousness. But propaganda also stimulates guilt feelings. In fact, to develop such feelings is its principal objective when it addresses a hostile group. Propaganda seeks to deprive the enemy of confidence in the justice of his own cause, his country, his army, and his group, for the man who feels guilty loses his effectiveness and his desire to fight. To convince a man that those on his side, if not he himself, commit immoral and unjust acts is to bring on the disintegration of the group to which he belongs. This type of propaganda can be made against the government, the army, the country's war aims, even the values defended by an individual's party or his nation. But it can also be made with respect to mere efficiency, to convince the individual of the inadequacy of the means employed by his group, or the uncertainty of its victory, or the inability of its leaders, has the same effect. In addition, propaganda can create a bad conscience in this way, strange as that may seem, probably because of its connection with the primitive belief that God makes good triumph over evil, that the best man wins, that might makes right, that what is not effective is neither true nor just. Of course, the psychological effect sought varies according to the audience propaganda aims at. In any event, propaganda creates a good conscience among its partisans and a bad conscience among its enemies. The latter effect will be particularly strong in a country or group already beset by doubt. A propaganda of bad conscience succeeded admirably in France in 1939, and even more so at the beginning of 1957 in connection with the Algerian conflict, when it created a general feeling of guilt, sustained by campaigns on torture, colonialism, and the injustice of the French cause. This is characteristically French. This feeling, created by propaganda, actually partially legitimate, was the essential cause of the victory of the FLN, a purely psychological victory, confirming the tenets and conclusions of Mao. A third contradiction. In certain cases, propaganda is an agent of attachment to the group, of cohesion. In other cases, it is an agent of disruption and dissolution. It can transform the symbols of a group into absolute truth, inflate faith to the bursting point, lead to a communal state, and induce the individual to completely confuse his personal destiny with that of his group. This often occurs with war propaganda, demanding national unity. But propaganda can also destroy the group, break it up, for example, by stimulating contradictions between feelings of justice and of loyalty, by destroying confidence in the accustomed sources of information, by modifying standards of judgment, by exaggerating each crisis and conflict, or by setting groups against each other. Moreover, it is possible to provide successive stages for the individual. While he is still a solid member of a group, propaganda can introduce a factor of ambiguity, of doubt, of suspicion. But the individual finds it very difficult to remain long in such a situation. Ambiguity is painful to him, and he seeks to escape it. But he cannot escape it by returning to his previous certainties and total blind allegiance to his former group. This is impossible because the doubt introduced can no longer be assuaged, while the individual remains in the original context of values and truths. It is then, by going over to the enemy group, by compliance with what provoked the ambiguity, that man escapes that ambiguity. He then will enter into an absolute allegiance to the truth of the enemy group. His compliance will be all the more radical, his fusion with it all the more irrational because it is a flight from yesterday's truth and because it will have to protect him against any return to, memory of, or nostalgia for the former allegiance. There is no greater enemy of Christianity or communism than he who was once an absolute believer. We shall stress one last type of contradiction. According to circumstances, propaganda creates either politicization or what American sociologists call privatization. First of all, propaganda must lead the individual to participate in political activities and devote himself to political problems. It can be effective only if in man it reveals the citizen, And if the citizen has the conviction that his destiny, his truth, and his legitimacy are linked to political activity, even more that he can fulfill himself only in and through the state, and that the answer to his destiny lies only in politics. At that moment, man is a victim perfectly prepared to submit to every propaganda foray. But the success of propaganda also requires that the individual progressively lose interest in his personal and family affairs. To sacrifice his wife and children to a political decision becomes the ideal of the political hero, and that sacrifice will, of course, be justified as being for the common good, for one's country, or some such symbol. Personal problems then seem paltry, egotistical, mediocre. Propaganda must always fight against privatization, the feeling that leads man to consider his private affairs as most important and produces skepticism toward the activities of the state. The Ohne mich ideology, such as was rife in Germany after 1945, a conviction that all is useless, that to vote means nothing, that it's not worthwhile to die for Danzig. Propaganda has absolutely no effect on those who live in such indifference or skepticism. One of the great differences between propaganda before and after 1940 was that in Western countries the latter had to face skeptical and privatized individuals. A modern state can function only if the citizens give it their support, and that support can be obtained only if privatization is erased, if propaganda succeeds in politicizing all questions, in arousing individual passions for political problems, in convincing men that activity in politics is their duty. The churches often participate in campaigns, without understanding that they are propaganda, designed to demonstrate that participation in civic affairs is fundamentally a religious duty. At the same time, and just as strongly, propaganda is an agent of privatization. It produces this effect sometimes without intending to, sometimes deliberately. This reaction of privatization occurs in the phenomenon of withdrawal and skepticism when two opposing propagandas work on the same group with almost equal force. Then the privatization effect is involuntary. But in many cases, propaganda deliberately seeks to produce privatization. For example, a propaganda of terror seeks to create a depressing effect on the opponent and leaves him to adopt a fatalistic attitude. Footnote: terrorist action of the OAS in 1962 was of this type. He must be made to believe that nothing helps, that the opposing party or army is so strong that no resistance is possible. In this connection, the appeal to the value of private life is used. The feeling is aroused that one risks a death which has no meaning, a decisive argument of privatization propaganda. Such arguments are useful for paralyzing an enemy, making him give up the struggle and withdraw into egoism. They are equally valid in political or military conflict. One aspect of privatization propaganda by the state seems to us even more important, when it creates a situation in which the state has a free hand because the citizenry is totally uninterested in political matters. One of the most remarkable weapons of the authoritarian state is propaganda that neutralizes and paralyzes its opponents, or all of public opinion, by reiterating a simple set of truths, such as that the exercise of political power is very complex and must therefore be left to professional politicians, that participation in political controversy is dangerous. So, what good does it serve? Why should individuals involve themselves where power is exercised in the name of all and in the public interest? Individuals receive their comfort, well-being, and security from the state. It alone can plan ahead and organize. Such propaganda is especially easy in an authoritarian system because privatization is a spontaneous reaction of the individual when there is disharmony between him and the leader of the group. The individual protects himself by privatization. His skepticism toward the state is then justified in his own eyes by the actions of the state. But it is propaganda which sustains his attitude of privatization and skepticism. leaving to the government complete freedom to act as it thinks proper. The reasonable appeal of such propaganda will be heeded quite readily, because in general man does not like to assume responsibilities. It is enough to remember the sigh of relief that went through all of France in 1852, when the empire was created, and again in 1958 when a semi-authoritarian state gave Frenchmen the feeling that they would no longer have to make decisions for themselves, that these would now be made for them by others. Thus the state, in various ways, by terror in Hitler's Germany, by political education in the Soviet Union, neutralizes the masses, forces them into passivity, throws them back on their private life and personal happiness, actually according them some necessary satisfactions on this level, in order to leave a free hand to those who are in power, to the active, to the militant. This method offers very great advantages for the state. Chapter 5. The Socio-political Effects. 1. Propaganda and Ideology. The traditional relationship. A relationship between propaganda and ideology has always existed. The pattern of that relationship became more or less established toward the end of the 19th century. I will not give here an original or specific definition of ideology, but will merely say that society rests on certain beliefs and no social group can exist without such beliefs. To the extent that members of a group attribute intellectual validity to these beliefs, one may speak of an ideology. One might also consider a different process by which ideology is formed. Ideologies emerge where doctrines are degraded and vulgarized, and when an element of belief enters into them. However that may be, it has long been known that some ideologies are compatible with passive behavior, but most of them are active. That is, they push men into action. Moreover, to the extent that members of a group believe their ideology to represent the truth, they almost always assume an aggressive posture and try to impose that ideology elsewhere. In such cases, ideology becomes bent on conquest. The drive toward conquest may arise within a society as a conflict between groups, for example, the proletarian ideology versus others within a nation. Or it can aim at targets outside, as a nationalist ideology will. The expansion of an ideology can take various forms. It can accompany the expansion of a group and impose itself on collectivities being embraced by the group, as with the Republican ideology of 1793 or the Communist ideology of 1945, which accompanied the armies. Or an ideology such as that of labor in a bourgeois society may expand by its own momentum on a purely psychological plane. In this case, the ideology assumes a non-imperialist attitude. Meanwhile, it penetrates the group that represents such an attitude. In this fashion, the ideology of labor helped bring about the bourgeois orientation of all Western society in the 19th century. Finally, an ideology can expand by certain other means, without force and without setting an entire group in motion. At that point we find propaganda. Propaganda appears spontaneously or in organized fashion as a means of spreading an ideology beyond the borders of a group, or of fortifying it within a group. Evidently, in such cases, propaganda is directly inspired by ideology in both form and content. It is equally evident that what counts here is to spread the content of that ideology. Propaganda does not lead a life of its own. It emerges only sporadically, when an ideology tries to expand. Propaganda organizes itself in conformity with that ideology, so that in the course of history we find very different forms of propaganda, depending on what ideological content was to be promulgated. Also, propaganda is strictly limited to its objective, and its working processes are relatively simple in that it does not try to take possession of the individual or dominate him by devious means, but simply to transmit certain beliefs and ideas. That is the current relationship between ideology and propaganda. The classic pattern still in existence in the 19th century, and considered valid today by many observers, no longer prevails. The situation has undergone profound changes. Lenin and Hitler found a world in which the process of ideological expansion was more or less set, but their intervention in this domain would be the same as their intervention in all others. What actually was Lenin's, and thereafter Hitler's, great innovation? It was to understand that the modern world is essentially a world of means, that what is most important is to utilize all the means at man's disposal, and that ends and means have been completely transformed by the profusion of means. The fact that man in the 19th century was still searching for ends led him to neglect most of the available means. Lenin's stroke of genius was to see that, in reality, in our 20th century, the ends had come to be secondary to the means, or in many cases, of no importance at all. What mattered was primarily to set all available instruments in motion and to push them to their limits. Moreover, Lenin was carried along by the conviction that such extreme utilization of all means would, a priori, lead to the establishment of socialist society. The end thus became a postulate that was easily forgotten. That attitude agreed exactly with the aspirations of the average man and with his firm belief in progress. That is why Lenin designed a strategy and a tactic on the political plane. There as elsewhere, he permitted the means to assume first place, but that led him on one hand to modify Marx's doctrine, and on the other to give the doctrine itself a level of importance secondary to action. Tactics and the development of means then became the principal objects even of political science. With Hitler one finds precisely the same tendency, but with two differences. First of all, a total lack of restraint. Lenin envisaged the application of progressive, limited, adjusted means. Hitler wanted to apply them all, and without delay. Second, the end, the aim, the doctrine, which Lenin merely had demoted to second place, disappeared altogether in Hitler's case. The vague millennium that he promised cannot be regarded as an aim, nor can his anti-Semitism be considered a doctrine. Instead, we pass here to the stage of pure action. Action for action's sake. This completely transformed the relations between ideology and propaganda. Ideology was of interest to Lenin and Hitler only where it could serve an action or some plan or tactic. Where it could not be used, it did not exist, or it was used for propaganda. Propaganda then became the major fact. With respect to it, ideologies became mere epiphenomena. On the other hand, ideological content came to be of much less importance than had been thought possible. In most cases, propaganda can change or modify this content as long as it respects such formal and customary aspects of the ideology as its images and vocabulary. Hitler modified the National Socialist ideology several times according to the requirements of propaganda. Thus Hitler and Lenin established an entirely new relationship between ideology and propaganda. But one must not think that Hitler's defeat put an end to that. Actually, it has become more widespread. There is no question that the demonstration was compelling from the point of view of effectiveness. Moreover, the trend launched by Lenin and Hitler touched on all prevailing ideologies, all of which now exist in connection with propaganda. That is, live by propaganda, whether one likes it or not. It is no longer possible to turn back. Only adjustments can be made. The new relationship. These new propaganda methods have completely changed the relationship between propaganda and ideology, and as a result, the role and value of ideologies in the present world have changed. Propaganda's task is less and less to propagate ideologies. It now obeys its own laws and becomes autonomous. Propaganda no longer obeys an ideology. Footnote: Ideology plays a certain role in propaganda. It can prevent propaganda from developing when the governmental centers themselves are the seat of an ideology. We shall see later how democratic ideology accelerates the expansion of propaganda. On the other hand, it has been shown how the belief in certain utopias, goodwill of the people, harmonization of international interests, and so on, is also a negative factor here, just as the ideology of democratic elites is less suitable than that of an aristocracy as the basis for a propaganda plan. Conversely, when the belief of the elites is progressive, it will lead to a powerful propaganda. Thus, ideology partly determines whether a climate is favorable or unfavorable to the creation and use of propaganda, but it no longer is the decisive factor. The propagandist is not and cannot be a believer. Moreover, he cannot believe in the ideology he must use in his propaganda. He is merely a man at the service of a party, a state, or some other organization, and his task is to ensure the efficiency of that organization. He no more needs to share the official ideology than the prefect of a French department needs to share the political doctrines of the national government. If the propagandist has any political conviction, he must put it aside in order to be able to use some popular mass ideology. He cannot even share that ideology, for he must use it as an object and manipulate it without the respect that he would have for it if he believed in it. He quickly acquires contempt for these popular images and beliefs. In his work he must change the propaganda themes so frequently that he cannot possibly attach himself to any formal, sentimental, political, or other aspect of the ideology. More and more the propagandist is a technician, using a keyboard of material media and psychological techniques, and in the midst of all that, ideology is only one of the incidental and interchangeable cogs. It has often been stated that the propagandist eventually comes to despise doctrines and men. Laswell, Albig. This must be put into context with the fact, analyzed above, that the organization served by propaganda is not basically interested in disseminating a doctrine, spreading an ideology, or creating an orthodoxy. It seeks instead to unite within itself as many individuals as possible, to mobilize them, and to transform them into active militants in the service of an orthopraxy. Some will object that the great movements that have used propaganda, such as communism or Nazism, did have a doctrine and did create an ideology. I reply that that was not their principal object. Ideology and doctrine were merely accessories used by propaganda to mobilize individuals. The aim was the power of the party or state supported by the masses. Proceeding from there, the problem is no longer whether or not a political ideology is valid. The propagandist cannot ask himself that question. For him it is senseless to debate whether the Marxist view of history has more validity than any other, or whether the racist doctrine is true. That is of no importance in the framework of propaganda. The only problem is that of effectiveness, of utility. The point is not to ask oneself whether some economic or intellectual doctrine is valid, but only whether it can furnish effective catchwords capable of mobilizing the masses here and now. Therefore, when faced with an ideology that exists among the masses and commands a certain amount of belief, the propagandist must ask himself two questions. First, is this existing ideology an obstacle to the action to be taken? Does it lead the masses to disobey the state? Does it make them passive? This last question is essential, for example, for propagandists who operate in milieux influenced by Buddhism. In many cases, such an ideology will indeed be an obstacle to blind action, if only to the extent that it sparks some intellectual activity, no matter how feeble, or provides criteria, no matter how insecure, for judgment or action. In this case, the propagandist must be careful not to run head-on into a prevailing ideology. All he can do is integrate it into his system, use some parts of it, deflect it, and so on. Footnote: this is why one ideology cannot serve as a weapon against another ideology. Propaganda will never proclaim the superiority of an ideology over that of the enemy, for in doing so it would immediately fail. Against an opposing ideology one can only counter with a waiting attitude, an attitude of hope, and with questions as to what the future will bring. By thus asking an ideological adversary concrete questions pertaining to the future, the propagandist follows Marx's method of progressing from language to life. Second, he must ask himself whether the ideology, such as it is, can be used for his propaganda, whether it has psychologically predisposed an individual to submit to propaganda's impulsions. In an Arab country colonized by whites, in view of the Islamic ideology that has developed hatred for Christians, a perfect predisposition to nationalist Arab and anti-colonialist propaganda will exist. The propagandist will use that ideology directly, regardless of its content. He can become an ardent protagonist of Islam without believing in the least in its religious doctrine. Similarly, a communist propagandist can disseminate a nationalist or a democratic ideology because it is useful, effective, and profitable, and because he finds it already formed and part of public opinion, even if he himself is anti-nationalist and anti-democratic. The fact that he reinforces a democratic belief in the public is of no importance. One now knows that such beliefs are no obstacle to the establishment of a dictatorship. By utilizing the democratic ideology that communism supports, the Communist Party obtains the consent of the masses to its action, which then puts the communist organization in control. Propaganda thus brings about the transition from democratic beliefs to a new form of democracy. Public opinion is so uncertain and unclear as to the content of its ideologies that it follows the one that says the magic words, not realizing the contradictions between the proclamation of a catchword and the action that follows it. Once the machine is in control, there can be no objection to it by those who adhered to the previously prevailing ideology, which is always officially adopted and proclaimed by the new organization in power. People live, therefore, in the mental confusion that propaganda purposely seeks to create. In the face of existing usable ideologies, the propagandist can take one of two paths. He can either stimulate them or mythologize them. In fact, ideologies lend themselves well to both methods. On the one hand, an ideology can be expressed in a catchword, a slogan. It can be reduced to a simple idea, deeply anchored in the popular consciousness. And public opinion is used to reacting automatically to the expressions of a former accepted ideology. Words such as democracy, country, and social justice can now set off the desired reflexes. They have been reduced to stimuli capable of obtaining reflexes in public opinion, which can turn from adoration to hatred without transition. They evoke past actions and aspirations. To be sure, if a formula is to be able to stimulate, it must correspond to existing conditioned reflexes that were forged gradually in the course of history by adherence to an ideology. The propagandist limits himself to what is already present. From there on, he can use any ideological content at all, no matter where or when. Differences in application will be determined according to psychological, historical, and economic criteria to ensure the best utilization of ideology in the realm of action. I have said that ideology is a complex system capable of evoking one aspect while leaving out another. The propagandist's ability will consist precisely in making these choices. On the other hand, the propagandist can proceed by transforming ideology into myth. Some ideologies can indeed serve as a springboard for the creation of myths by the propagandist. Such transformation rarely takes place spontaneously. Generally, ideology is quite vague, has little power to move men to action, and cannot control the individual's entire consciousness. But it furnishes the elements of context and belief. It weds itself to myth by the complicated mixture of ideas and sentiments, by grafting the irrational onto political and economic elements. Ideology differs radically from myth in that it has no basic roots, no relation to humanity's great primitive myths. I've already said that it would be impossible to create a complete new myth through propaganda. However, the existence of an ideology within a group is the best possible foundation for the elaboration of a myth. In many cases, a precise operation and a more pressing and incisive formulation will suffice. That the message must be formulated for use by the mass media automatically contributes to this. The fact that the widespread belief is now expressed in 1/3 the number of words and shouted through millions of loudspeakers gives it new force and urgency. The coloration supplied by psychological techniques, the power of efficiency demonstrated by the integration in an action, the overall nature attributed to the construction of an intellectual universe in which ideology is the keystone, all that can be accomplished by the propagandist. In such fashion, socialist ideology was transformed into myth by Leninist propaganda, patriotic ideology became national myth, and the ideology of happiness was transformed into myth at the end of the 19th century. In this fashion, too, the myth of progress was constructed from a group of propagandas based on bourgeois ideology. Finally, the propagandist can use ideology for purposes of justification. I have shown on several occasions that justification is an essential function of propaganda. The existence of a generally accepted ideology is a remarkable instrument for providing a good conscience. When the propagandist refers to collective beliefs, the man whom he induces to act in accord with those beliefs will experience a feeling of almost unshakable self-justification. To act in conformity with collective beliefs provides security and a guarantee that one acts properly. Propaganda reveals this consonance to the individual, renders the collective belief perceptible, conscious, and personal for him. It gives him a good conscience by making him aware of the collectivity of beliefs. Propaganda rationalizes the justification that man discovers in the prevailing ideology and gives him the power to express himself. This holds true, for example, for the ideology of peace utilized by the Communist Party. As soon as this ideology is used, everything, even hatred, is justified by it. For a long time, man's actions, just as certain of his reactions, have been partially inspired by ideology. The masses may act because of a spontaneous belief, a succinct idea accepted by all, or in pursuit of an objective more or less vaguely outlined by an ideology. Democratic ideology sparked such behavior. But the relationship of ideology to propaganda has completely changed this. In a group in which modern propaganda is being made, man no longer acts in accord with a spontaneous ideology, but only through impulses that come to him from such propaganda. Only the ignorant can still believe that ideas, doctrines, beliefs can make man act without the utilization of psychosociological methods. Ideology not used by propaganda is ineffective and not taken seriously. The humanist ideology no longer provokes a response. In the face of modern propaganda, intellectuals have been completely disarmed and can no longer evoke the values of humanism. Torture of political enemies is implicitly accepted by public opinion, which expresses its dismay only in words, but not in action. With regard to the war in Algeria, it is well known that the most ardent defenders of P.H. Simon, a young lieutenant who exposed the practice of torture during that war, defended him only verbally, and when they could afford to. Once they were in combat, plunged into action, such ideas were relegated to a secondary level, and the FLN and military propaganda, which on both sides accused the enemy of torture and thus legitimized its own actions, took over again. The same is true for Christian ideology, which no longer inspires action. Christians are caught in a psychosociological mechanism that conditions them to certain practices, despite their attachment to other ideas. Those ideas remain pure ideology, because they are not being taken over by propaganda. In this fashion, such an ideology loses its reality and becomes an abstraction, it loses all effectiveness in relation to other ideologies being used by propaganda. Moreover, in this relationship between ideology and action, we emphasize that nowadays action creates ideology, not vice versa, as the idealists who relate to past situations still would like to believe. Through action, one learns to believe in some truth, and even to formulate it. Today, ideology progressively builds itself around actions sanctioned by propaganda. For example, in order to justify certain actions in Algeria, an entire complex ideology was created. Thus, in various ways, all the result of propaganda, ideology is increasingly losing its importance in the modern world. It is devalued whether propaganda uses it or not. In the latter case, because it reveals its ineffectiveness and cannot prevail against the competition. In the former, because, when used, it is broken up. Some aspects of it are used and others pushed aside. The same holds true for ideology as for doctrine. When propaganda uses it, it destroys it. The transformation of the Marxist doctrine by propaganda, first Lenin's and then Stalin's, is well known. Works such as those by P. Chambre, de Lefebvre, and Lukács explain this evisceration of doctrine by propaganda very well. All that is believed, known, and accepted is what propaganda has promulgated. It is the same for ideology, which is merely a popular and sentimental derivation of doctrine. One can no longer establish anything at all on genuine ideologies and social groups. One can no longer hope to find in such ideologies a solid point of support for redressing man or society. Ideology has become part of the system of propaganda, and depends on it. Footnote: this can have decisive consequences, for one must not forget that this is the road by which a change in culture, in the American sense of the word, can take place. That is, a true change of civilization, which was so far maintained by the stability of ideologies and chain thinking. 2. Effects on the structure of public opinion. I shall not examine the entire problem of the relationship between propaganda and opinion. However, the effects of propaganda on the psychic life of the individual, which I attempted to sketch in the preceding chapter, obviously have collective consequences, mass effects, if only because the mass is composed of individuals, and because propaganda designed to act on the mass at the same time changes individuals who are part of that mass. People become influenced and warped. This leads necessarily to modifications in public opinion, but what we consider much more important than mere changes in the content of public opinion, for example, whether a favorable opinion of Negroes turns into an unfavorable opinion, is its actual structure. Footnote: this coincides with a well-known fact that a relationship exists between the structure of opinion and the size and organization of groups. Propaganda simultaneously modifies the structure of opinion and of the group where such opinion is formed. Modification of the constituent elements of public opinion. Footnote: on this subject I will not repeat what Jean Stutzel has already demonstrated in Esquisse d'une théorie des opinions, Paris, Presse Universitaire de France, 1943, but I am basing my text on his work. To begin with, certain factors of change are easy to understand. It has often been said that public opinion forms itself by exchanges of opinion on a controversial question and shapes itself by the interaction of these different viewpoints. But an examination of the effects of propaganda must radically destroy such a view of the formation of public opinion. On the one hand, as I have already shown, the questions that propaganda takes upon itself cease to be controversial. Truths are pronounced that do not bear discussion. They are believed or not believed, and that is all. At the same time, interpersonal communications cease. In a propagandized milieu, Communications no longer take place in interpersonal patterns, but in patterns set by the propaganda organization. There is action, but no interaction. As I have shown, the propagandee and the non-propagandee cannot discuss. No psychologically acceptable communication or exchange is possible between them. Finally, in large societies in which propaganda is at work, opinion can no longer form itself except via the centralized media of information. No opinion is of any consequence unless it is first communicated to the masses by the vast media of dissemination and propaganda, and if it is not assimilated on a massive scale. Here we are facing structural changes. To understand to what extent propaganda can modify the structure of public opinion, it will suffice to look at the laws on the formation of public opinion indicated by Leonard W. Doob, who rejects the term laws. Footnote: Public Opinion and Propaganda, New York, Henry Holt and Company, 1948, Chapter 5. One can easily see that propaganda plays precisely the role that Doob assigns to public opinion, to reduce frustration, anxiety, and so on, and that propaganda directly creates public opinion by eventually creating conformity and externalizing inner opinions. But I will proceed along another route. The first effect I will try to analyze is what is vaguely called crystallization of public opinion. Surely Stutzel is right when he says, on the basis of American analyses, that the process is not so simple as it seems. Frequently, it is said that a few scattered individual opinions suddenly, by a mysterious operation, unite and form public opinion. It is then said that one of the elements in this process is propaganda. Stutzel has shown that things do not happen that way. Public opinion does not derive from individual opinions. Here we are faced with two heterogeneous problems. One cannot speak of a crystallization of individual opinions. Rather a vague, inconsistent, unformulated latent opinion, which one might call raw opinion, is transformed by propaganda through a true process of crystallization into explicit opinion. What does this imply? From here on we will be in the presence of organized opinion having a certain structure or skeleton. There is no progression at all from a state of private opinion to a state of public opinion, but only from one state of public opinion to another state of that same public opinion. A changing and versatile opinion becomes fixed, is given strict orientation. Propaganda specifies precisely the objectives of that opinion and delineates their exact outlines. In that way, propaganda also affects the individual, reducing his field of thought and angle of vision by the creation of stereotypes. What were only vague inclinations until the intervention of propaganda now take the form of ideas. This is all the more remarkable because propaganda, as we have seen, acts much more through emotional shock than through reasoned conviction. It nevertheless produces by that shock an ideological elaboration that gives great precision and stability to the ensuing opinion. But this hardening of the opinion is neither total nor coherent. That is why I speak of a skeleton. Footnote: This makes even more sense if one keeps in mind that the process of propaganda consists in creating microgroups, nuclei highly organized and endowed with great strength of conviction. These are precisely destined to crystallize opinion, help it to formulate, and thus to play the role of skeleton. This was Lenin's theory. Crystallization takes place at certain points. Propaganda does not produce generalized, undifferentiated ideas, but very specific opinions which cannot be applied just anywhere. And the degree of effectiveness of a propaganda depends precisely on its choice of crystallization points. If one can harden opinion on a certain key point, one can control an entire sector of opinion from there. This hardening of opinion soon makes it impervious to all contrary reasoning, proof, and fact. McDougall makes this point. Propaganda that plays on opinion influences that opinion without offering proof. Latent opinion subjected to such propaganda, if it is well made, will absorb everything, believe everything, without discrimination. This will cause opinion to pass to the stage of crystallization, and from that moment on, opinion will no longer accept anything that is different. I already have shown that even a proved fact can do nothing against crystallized opinion. Such organization of opinion leads always to a certain unification. Opinion will begin to eliminate its own contradictions and establish itself as a function of identical catchwords that will inevitably have a unifying effect. Besides, at that moment individual opinions also change, for the hardening of public opinion destroys their originality. Details and nuances disappear. The more active the propaganda, the more monolithic and less individualized public opinion will be. A good example of this process is the formation of class consciousness by Marxist propaganda. After the creation of class consciousness by the promulgation of information, of which I have spoken above, came the transformation of this class consciousness by propaganda into a system, a criterion of judgment, a belief, a stereotype. Propaganda led to the elimination of all deviant ideas and finally rendered labor's opinion impenetrable to all that did not conform to the initial pattern. Present-day class consciousness is a typical product of propaganda. This unifying character leads us to a second propaganda effect on public opinion. By the process of simplification, propaganda makes it take shape more rapidly. Without simplification, no public opinion can exist anyway. The more complex problems, judgments, and criteria are, the more diffuse opinion will be. Nuances and gradations prevent public opinion from forming. The more complicated it is, the longer it takes to assume solid shape, but in the case of such diffusion, propaganda intervenes with a force of simplification. Attitudes are reduced to two: positive and negative. In plain view, propaganda will simply place anyone with more differentiated opinions into one group or the other. For example, a man not altogether favorably inclined toward communism is simply thrown into the fascist clique by propaganda, even if he tries to think in terms of social justice, and even if he rejects capitalism. Without being an ally of bourgeois imperialism, he becomes one in the eyes of all. Problems are made simple, Goebbels wrote, by simplifying the thoughts of the masses and reducing them to primitive patterns. Propaganda was able to present the complex process of political and economic life in the simplest terms. We have taken matters previously unavailable only to experts and a small number of specialists, and have carried them into the street and hammered them into the brain of the little man. Footnote: Wesen und Gestalt des Nationalsozialismus, Berlin, Juncker und Dunhaupt, 1935. Answers to problems are clear-cut, white and black. Under such conditions, public opinion forms rapidly, breaks loose, and expresses itself with force. It then carries along on its irresistible course all differentiated and average opinions that have appeared too late for inclusion in the process of crystallizing opinion. We already have seen how, from the psychological point of view, propaganda reinforces and even creates stereotypes and prejudices. But prejudice is not, and cannot be, part of a solely individual psychology. It is the individual in relation to others who has prejudices, and their crystallization leads to a transformation of the structure of public opinion. Of course, prejudices arise spontaneously, but propaganda uses them for the formation of public opinion, which in turn becomes simplified, unreal, rigid, and infantile. Public opinion shaped by propaganda loses all authenticity. A final propaganda effect we want to trace in this connection is the separation very judiciously demonstrated by Stutzel between individual and public opinion. The distinction between stereotyped opinions and profound attitudes leads us back to the distinction between public and private opinion. Stereotypes are the categories of public opinion. Profound attitudes, on the other hand, exist where people live by the laws of private opinions. Between the two there is a natural difference, and the two types of opinion can coexist without interchange or mutual influence. We are thus thinking in two ways, as members of a social body and as individuals. In the former case, one may say that we are abandoning ourselves to a thought that is not ours, and there is no reason why diverse opinions of that kind should be coherent or unified in a system. That is the task of propaganda. But we also have our private views. The effect of propaganda is to separate the two types of opinion still more. Ordinarily, some interplay between the two sectors continues, but this is being short-circuited. Relations are interrupted when propaganda takes over public opinion. At that moment, public opinion assumes a rigidity and a density that make the expression of individual opinion impossible, and moreover, close it in on all sides. Private opinion clearly becomes devalued where public opinion is organized by propaganda. The more progress we make, the less private opinion can express itself through the mass media. The development of the press and radio has considerably reduced the number of people who can express their ideas and opinions publicly. Far from permitting private opinion to express itself, these media exclusively serve public opinion, which is no longer fed by private opinion at all. Individual opinion is without value or importance in a milieu, and even in the individual himself, as public opinion assumes greater authority and exercises more power. From there on, private opinion can no longer absorb the various elements of public opinion in order to rethink them and integrate them. Propaganda makes public opinion impossible to be assimilated by the individual. He can only follow impersonally the current into which he is thrown. And the more public opinion becomes massive and expresses itself in a normal curve, the more individual opinions become fragmented. On the collective plane they express themselves in such a dispersed way that their intrinsic uncertainty is revealed. In this fashion, man's psychological process is separated into two unrelated elements. From opinion to action. I have said on several occasions that propaganda aims less at modifying personal opinions than at leading people into action. This is clearly its most striking result. When propaganda intervenes in public opinion, it transforms the public into an acting crowd, or, more precisely, into a participating crowd. Often propaganda translates itself only into verbal action. This will be examined later. But what matters is that the crowd pass from the state of being mere spectators filled with opinions to the state of participants. Even if a moviegoer is taken with a film, he remains passive. He has a personal opinion of the picture he sees. He will soon participate in public opinion about it, but that remains external. The spectator at a bullfight is in a somewhat different situation. His participation in the killing ritual is sometimes passive, but sometimes active, when he storms into the ring. Propaganda goes much further and demands an acceptance that is not that of a spectator. It demands his support as a minimum, his active participation as a maximum. Footnote: on the subject of passive adherence, a last and remarkable example is contained in a pamphlet by the OAS, February 10, 1962, which states that we do not ask officers to join our ranks, but merely to show no zeal when applying government directions. Propaganda evidently plays its part where normal, spontaneous development of opinion would not have led to such action, but would only have translated itself into private, non-collective attitudes. Only very rarely does opinion by itself lead to action. The great feat of propaganda is to cause the progression from thought to action artificially. It has often been said that propaganda does not create attitudes but merely uses them. Taking the term in the specific sense of social psychology, I must agree, but the fact is not so simple. It is evident that propaganda itself does not modify attitudes. But when propaganda leads to action, it modifies, first of all, the response that would otherwise be a direct result of the fundamental attitude. The individual expressing his attitude would not act, but under the influence of propaganda, he does act. One cannot overlook at this moment a certain warping of his attitudes, which, if often repeated, will change his behavior pattern. Moreover, when the individual is engaged in action that has been set in motion by propaganda, he cannot escape counterblows, an orientation different from that preparation for action which will be an attitude. For this attitude is also determined by the action in which he is engaged and by the social context. The continuous and automatic action into which propaganda plunges the individual undoubtedly also creates attitudes that determine further actions. How does this progression from opinion to action through the channel of propaganda take place? Dubh is one of the few who have tried to describe it. Attitudes affect external behavior if their force is so great as to be irreducible except by action. This force, which may be weak or strong in the beginning, accumulates when the individual feels that action is necessary, when he is shown the action in which he might engage, when he thinks such action will be profitable or rewarded. In short, the achievement of a prepared response is only the last of a series of preliminary stages which, though necessary for the final action to take place, do not guarantee that it will. Seen in this perspective, action is the result of a certain number of coordinated influences created by propaganda. Footnote: one must offer the individual a specific, clear, simple task to be undertaken at a given moment. From the moment propaganda succeeds in personalizing its appeal, the individual who feels concerned is placed in a situation that demands a decision. Mao has achieved this completely with his horizontal propaganda. Propaganda can make the individual feel the urgency, the necessity of some action, its unique character. And at the same time, propaganda shows him what to do. The individual who burns with desire for action but does not know what to do is a common type in our society. He wants to act for the sake of justice, peace, progress, but does not know how. If propaganda can show him this how, it has won the game. Action will surely follow. The individual also must be convinced of the success of his action or of the possible reward or satisfaction he will get from it. Man will act when he feels that a certain result needs to be obtained and that the need is urgent. Advertising demonstrates it to him in the commercial domain. Propaganda demonstrates it in politics. Finally, man will be helped in this progression to action by example, by similar action all around him. But such similar action would not come to his attention except through the intermediary of propaganda. This is undoubtedly the true pattern in many aspects. But one element overlooked here is essential in my view, the element of the mass, crowd, or group. Footnote: this pattern might be completed at several points. For example, the prestige of the person who gives out the information pushes the listener toward action. Man subjected to propaganda would never act if he were alone. Dubh makes an analysis of man by himself, though the mechanisms that he reveals can work only with collective man. An individual can feel the urgency of an action only if it promises to be effective because it is being carried out by many. He cannot engage in action except with others. This means that if propaganda is to lead to action, it must also have a collective influence. That influence is composed of two main factors. 1. Propaganda creates a strong integration of the group, and at the same time activates the preoccupations of that group. The mass media provoke an intense participation in the life of a group and in collective activities. They provide a strong feeling of community. In our society, the individual communicates with the group only through the mass media of information. The indispensable psychological contact among members of the group is produced only by these media. For in the mass society, individuals have a tendency to withdraw from each other more and more. Their relationship is only artificial. It is only the product of the information media. Spontaneous relationships change character when they become organized, systematized, deliberate. At this point, personal relations tend to create unanimity in the literal sense, and such unanimity always takes on a force of expansion. When the group acquires a certain uniformity, it inevitably experiences the need for proceeding to action. At that moment, the psychological contact, the communication are creating not merely a feeling of communion, but a communal truth. If such truth dealt with eternal verities, it would not push the group into action. But at the same time as the mass media integrate the group, they place it in relation to the present. After all, the content of press and radio can be nothing but news of the moment. But this goes much further when the media are purposely used for propaganda. Stetzel has aptly said that the stereotypes of propaganda immediately appear to have the significance of actuality. It is an actuality made aggressive and fertile, an actuality that is present. A group that is psychologically unanimous and finds itself face to face with such planned actuality feels concerned to the highest degree. What is this actuality? It is precisely the world in which the group itself and its fate are in doubt, and in which the group has the possibility of acting. When propaganda integrates a group into an actuality, it necessarily leads it to act in that actuality. The group cannot remain passive and be content merely to have an opinion regarding that actuality. To understand this mechanism, one must remember that this group has no other frame of reference by which it could take a different position. In other words, it has only one point of view toward that actuality. The group, therefore, cannot consider it sub specie aeternitatis, because its frame of reference is furnished by the very propaganda that unites it in the actuality in the first place. And the group cannot judge its own position. It can only act. At that moment, to participate in any group whatever is to submit to actuality, to become a man without past or future, to have no concern other than action, no belief other than that promulgated by propaganda concerning the present. 2. The other aspect of the progression to action is the great power that propaganda gives to opinion. This opinion is no longer a belief, at times unsure of itself, spreading slowly by word of mouth and difficult for opinion surveys to pinpoint. It is projected outside itself, meets itself, and hears itself on the screen and the airwaves, invested with power, grandeur, magnificence. Such opinion learns to believe in itself, certain now that it is truth, because it has seen itself revealed and promulgated on all sides by powerful media. Propaganda reveals such public opinion in need of self-expression. One can then say, without exaggeration, that propaganda replaces the leader of the group. This is not the banal assertion that propaganda is the instrument of the leader in the group, or helps to make a leader. It means that in a group without a leader, but subjected to propaganda, the sociological and psychological effects are the same as if there were a leader. Propaganda is a substitute for him. If we remember the innumerable roles played by the group leader, we can summarize them as Kimball Young does. Footnote: Social Psychology, New York, F.S. Crofts, 1947, Chapter 10. The leader of a group is the one who first defines a course of action. He is, at the same time, the man who verbalizes and crystallizes the feelings of the mass. Ultimately, a group subjected to propaganda would not need a leader, but would behave as though it had one. The substitution helps explain the real diminution of the role of local leaders and the abstract character of a national leader. Even in a leadership or Führerprinzip system, the chief is never more than a reflection. He is not the real leader of the group. The Gauleiter, like a people's commissar, is only a surrogate, an administrator. These are not group chiefs. The only real leader is the one who does not belong to the group. which is, sociologically speaking, entirely abnormal, but who substitutes for the true leader by propaganda and exists through it, whence comes the possibility of having a chief present when he is absent. Merely an effigy, integrated into the circuit of propagandas, suffices. The portraits of Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Roosevelt play an abstract but sufficient role, for the effects that can be expected from the leader's presence are obtained instead by propaganda. The leader is the one who leads his group to action. This is the second element of the progression from opinion to direct action. 3. Propaganda and grouping. I've selected this rather vague heading because I cannot undertake a complete study of the propaganda effects on the aggregate of all groups and societies. For that I would need a complete theoretical and experimental sociology. Besides, with regard to the propaganda effect, one must distinguish between the groups that make it and the groups that are subjected to it. Often the two elements are closely related. This study will examine 3 examples: political parties, the world of labor, and the churches. The partitioning of groups. All propaganda has to set off its group from all the other groups. Here we find again the fallacious character of the intellectual communication media, press, radio, which, far from uniting people and bringing them closer together, divide them all the more. When I talked about public opinion, I stressed that everybody is susceptible to the propaganda of his group. He listens to it and convinces himself of it. He is satisfied with it. But those who belong to another milieu ignore it. According to an IFOP survey, number 1, 1954, everybody is satisfied with his own propaganda. Similarly, Lazarsfeld, in his survey of radio broadcasts, cites the case of programs designed to acquaint the American public with the value of each of the ethnic minority groups in the American population. Footnote: The effects of radio on public opinion in Print, Radio, and Film in a Democracy. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1942. The point was to demonstrate the contributions each group was making, with the purpose of promoting mutual understanding and tolerance. The survey revealed that each broadcast was listened to by the ethnic group in question. For example, the Irish tuned in the program about the Irish, but rarely by anybody else. In the same way, the communist press is read by communist voters, the Protestant press by Protestants. What happens? Those who read the press of their group and listen to the radio of their group are constantly reinforced in their allegiance. They learn more and more that their group is right, that its actions are justified. Thus their beliefs are strengthened. At the same time, such propaganda contains elements of criticism and refutation of other groups, which will never be read or heard by a member of another group. That the communists attacked Bidault's policies with solid arguments had no effect on Bidault's party, for the supporters of Bidault did not read L'Humanité. That the bourgeois paper Le Figaro will contain valid criticism of and genuine facts about the dictatorship in the Soviet Union will never reach a communist. But this criticism of one's neighbor, which is not heard by that neighbor, is known to those inside the group that expresses it. The anti-communist will be constantly more convinced of the evilness of the communist, and vice versa. As a result, people ignore each other more and more. They cease altogether to be open to an exchange of reason, arguments, points of view. This double foray on the part of propaganda, proving the excellence of one's own group and the evilness of the others, produces an increasingly stringent partitioning of our society. This partitioning takes place on different levels: a unionist partitioning, a religious partitioning, a partitioning of political parties or classes. Beyond that, a partitioning of nations, and at the summit, a partitioning of blocks of nations. But this diversity of levels and objectives in no way changes the basic law, according to which the more propaganda there is, the more partitioning there is. For propaganda suppresses conversation. The man opposite is no longer an interlocutor but an enemy. And to the extent that he rejects that role, the other becomes an unknown whose words can no longer be understood. Thus we see before our eyes how a world of closed minds establishes itself, a world in which everybody talks to himself, everybody constantly reviews his own certainty about himself and the wrongs done him by the others, a world in which nobody listens to anybody else, everybody talks and nobody listens. And the more one talks, the more one isolates oneself, because the more one accuses others and justifies oneself. One must not think, incidentally, that such partitioning is in conflict with the formation of public opinion. Although propaganda partitions society, it affects opinion and transcends the groups in which it operates. In the first place, it maintains its effectiveness toward the mass of undecided who do not yet belong to a group. Then, too, it is possible to affect those who belong to a group of a different sort. For example, communist propaganda that will not affect militant socialists might affect Protestants. American propaganda that will not affect a Frenchman in his capacity as a Frenchman might influence him with regard to capitalism or the liberal system. This is particularly important because there is a difference of level between the groups. For example, a nationalist propaganda results in building a barrier against other nations. However, domestically, it respects the isolation of inferior groups, but still affects them by making them join a common collective movement. This is a process comparable to that occurring in the Middle Ages, when Christian ideology expanded in the society but in no way affected the aristocracy or the religious orders. A national propaganda is perfectly effective inside a nation and changes public opinion, whereas party propaganda or religious propaganda is effective on another plane, each having the power to modify public opinion on a certain level and to produce a sociological partitioning on another. But only a superior group can affect other groups. That is why, with respect to the two current power blocks, East and West, where neither side is superior, propaganda can only have the effect of increasingly separating them. A well-organized propaganda will work with all these different elements. This explains the duality of some propagandas. For example, in the USSR, on one side, in the papers with large circulation, or on the radio, one finds only ecstatic praise of the regime or vague criticism of it, designed to satisfy the public but without basis in reality. On the other side, we find extremely violent, specific, and profound criticism in specialized periodicals, for example in medical journals or magazines on city planning. If one really wants to know and understand the shortcomings of the Soviet regime, one can find a mine of precise and impartial information in these magazines. How can such duality be tolerated? It can be explained only by partitioning. One must tell the public about the grandeur of the regime and the excellence of the USSR. The public must be made to understand this even in the face of contrary personal experience, either to dissociate the individual or to convince him that his personal experience is without importance, without any connection to Soviet reality as a whole. A disappointing personal experience is only an accident without meaning. Such propaganda, directed to the masses, therefore can only be positive. Conversely, the violently critical propaganda addressed to technicians in specialized periodicals aims at showing the party's vigilance, its knowledge of detail, its centralized control, its demand for communist perfection. It is aimed at the mass of technicians, broken up into groups of specialists. Such propaganda asserts that the regime is excellent, that all services are working very well, except the service in question, medical for the doctors, and so on. How is such duality possible? Precisely by virtue of the partitioning of society, which is to such a large extent propaganda's work. Because one knows that the doctor will not read a magazine on city planning, and because one knows that the public at large will not read any of the specialized journals, and because one knows that the Ukrainians will not read Georgian newspapers, one can, according to necessity, make contradictory assertions in any and all of them. Obviously, this procedure further increases separation, for everyone stops speaking the language of the others. No means of communication remains. Different facts are given to different people. The bases of judgment are diverse. The orientations are opposites. There is no longer a meeting point within the confines of the same propaganda, for this propaganda scientifically, not spontaneously, as in the case studied earlier, develops dividing lines, establishes psychological separations between groups, and does all this under a common collective cloak of unreality and verbal fiction. Effects on political parties. What happens when a political party stops acting more or less haphazardly, starts to make systematic propaganda, and instead of trying to win votes at election time begins to mobilize public opinion in a more permanent fashion? Actually, in the democratic nations, practically no party has tried this. But we can see the emergence of parties grafting themselves onto old ones or replacing them, and these new parties have such aims, which their predecessors did not have. A transformation is taking place in the political parties of the United States. For about a dozen years now, they have been making systematic propaganda, but it is still too early to tell what transformations it may entail in the parties themselves. Therefore, we will study instead those parties that make propaganda, as distinguished from those that do not, and consider that their structure derives partially from their need to make propaganda. A party that makes propaganda must, first of all, have the means to express it strongly. It is necessary that the party presents itself as a community in which everybody has a set function, and that its members at the bottom be rigorously organized and strictly obedient. If one wants to reach public opinion constantly, one must proceed with the help of sections and cells. The system of committees which express themselves weakly leads only to sporadic and fragmentary action. In addition, propaganda demands vertical liaison among the party's organizations. This vertical liaison permits both homogeneity of propaganda and speed of application. And we have seen that speed of action or reaction is essential to propaganda. Conversely, in view of the effect of propaganda in creating isolated social and local groups, any horizontal liaison inside the party would be disastrous. Those at the base of the party would not understand why one propaganda is made in one place, another elsewhere. On the contrary, the partitioning by propaganda must correspond to a partitioning within the party, and the only liaison system must be vertical. More important still is a system of executive cadres. This produces from the beginning a schism between the cadres and the voters or sympathizers and corresponds precisely to the separation into subjects and objects. Propaganda makes its agent a subject who makes the decisions and uses those systems that must obtain certain results, but the agent looks upon the mass of potential voters or sympathizers as objects. He manipulates them, works on them, tests them, changes them psychologically or politically. They no longer have any personal importance, especially when one realizes that good propaganda must be objective and anonymous, and the masses are considered as merely an instrument for attaining some objective. They are treated as such. This is one of the elements of the profound contempt that those making real propaganda have for all those on the outside, even, and often particularly, for their sympathizers. Propaganda accentuates this separation between manipulators and sympathizers, even as it tends to personalize power within the party. The inclination of the masses to admire personal power cannot be shunned by good propaganda. It can only be followed and exploited. To disregard it is to throw away an easy and active propaganda element. Propaganda therefore intensifies this inclination by creating the image of a leader and investing it with attributes of omnipresence and omniscience, and by supporting with active evidence what public consciousness only sensed and anticipated. Any party that avoids this personalization of power loses a probably decisive card. We have seen this in the American election of 1952 with Eisenhower. In most cases, this personalized power is closely tied to the organization of propaganda itself. In connection with certain parties, Duverger speaks of a second power, an obscure power that sometimes dominates the direction of the party. This second power sometimes consists of influential men on a paper whose distribution assures the party's strength. This fact needs to be generalized. In modern parties, the second power is likely to consist of the core of propagandists. The same holds true for the state itself. The propaganda instruments tend to assume a preponderant position, not without occasional serious conflicts, for they are at one and the same time the hub of the entire party and its raison d'etre. These are the principal effects of the adoption of modern propaganda on the structure of a political party. With regard to the relative effects on the interplay of parties in the national fabric, the decisive element is the high cost of propaganda. Propaganda is becoming more and more expensive, partly because of the volume needed, partly because of the instruments required. All parties may stick to traditional low-level propaganda, posters, newspapers, and go to the government for the more expensive media, radio, TV. Such is the case in France. Under such circumstances, there is a state of equilibrium, but a precarious one. The situation is, in effect, unstable. If one party resorts to propaganda, the whole edifice tumbles. Our first such hypothesis. A single party takes big propaganda action while the others cannot regroup or put into operation the necessary big apparatus because they lack money, people, organization. From then on, we see such a party rise like a rocket, as Hitler's party did in Germany in 1932, or the communist parties in France and Italy in 1945. This is clearly a menace to democracy. We are face to face with an overwhelmingly strong party that will capture the government. This party continues to grow stronger as it becomes richer and assumes more solid propaganda foundations. It definitely jeopardizes the democratic system, even if it has no dictatorial ambitions, for the other parties, incapable of regaining the mass of those 75%, more or less undecided, are increasingly unable to use big propaganda. Such a development may, of course, be changed by external influences. This happened when the progress of the communist parties in France and Italy came to an end after 1948, with a regression of their propaganda, which was by no means attributable to their past mistakes. A second hypothesis, the opposition parties find a reply to big propaganda. But this can only be through a regrouping of forces which is hard to attain because internal squabbles are stronger than the need for a common counter-propaganda, as in France between 1949 and 1958. Or by an appeal to the government which may then put communication means and money at the disposal of the party to oppose some totalitarian propaganda. This was the case in Belgium in connection with Rexist counter-propaganda. The third hypothesis. A party or a block of parties almost as powerful as the would-be runaway party starts propaganda before it is pushed to the wall. This is the case in the United States and might be in France if the regrouping of the right should become stabilized. In that situation, one would necessarily have, for financial reasons, a democracy reduced to two parties, it being inconceivable that a larger number of parties would have sufficient means to make such propaganda. This would lead to a bipartite structure, not for reasons of doctrine or tradition, but for technical propaganda reasons. This implies the exclusion of new parties in the future. Not only are secondary parties progressively eliminated, but it becomes impossible to organize new political groups with any chance at all of making them heard. In the midst of the concerted power of the forces at work, it becomes increasingly difficult to establish a new program. On the other hand, such a group would need, from the beginning, a great deal of money, many members, and great power. Under such conditions, a new party could only be born as Athena emerging fully grown from Zeus's forehead. A political organism would have had to collect money for a long time in advance. To have bought propaganda instruments and united its members before it made its appearance as a party capable of resisting the pressures of those who possess the media. Not just the mere organization of a new party is becoming increasingly difficult, so is expression of a new political idea or doctrine. Ideas no longer exist except through the media of information. When the latter are in the hands of the existing parties, no truly revolutionary or new doctrine has any chance of expressing itself, that is, of existing. Yet innovation was one of the principal characteristics of democracy. Now, because nobody wants it any longer, it tends to disappear. One can say that propaganda almost inevitably leads to a two-party system. Not only would it be very difficult for several parties to be rich enough to support such expensive campaigns of propaganda, but also propaganda tends to schematize public opinion. Where there is propaganda, we find fewer and fewer nuances and refinements of detail or doctrine. Rather, opinions are more incisive. There is only black and white, yes and no. Such a state of public opinion leads directly to a two-party system and the disappearance of a multi-party system. The effects of propaganda can also be clearly seen in view of what Duverger calls the party with the majority mandate and the party without that mandate. The party with the majority mandate, which ordinarily should command an absolute majority in Parliament, is normally the one that has been created by propaganda. Propaganda's principal trumps then slip out of the hands of the other party. All the latter can do then is to make demagogic propaganda, that is, a false propaganda that is purely artificial, considering what we have said about the relationship between propaganda and reality. In other words, the party out of power must pick an artificial issue. In that case, we find ourselves faced with two completely contradictory propagandas. On one side is a propaganda powerful in media and techniques, but limited in its ends and modes of expression. A propaganda strictly integrated into a given social group, conformist and statist. On the other is a propaganda weak in regard to media and techniques, but excessive in its ends and expressions, a propaganda aimed against the existing order, against the state, against prevailing group standards. But one must never forget that the party with the majority mandate, which adjusts its propaganda to that mandate and even uses the mandate as a propaganda aim, is nevertheless also the creation of propaganda, which hands it that mandate in a given setting and for a long period of time. Finally, a last word on the financial problems and their implications. It is improbable that contributions alone would enable a party to pay for the increasingly expensive propaganda media. The parties are therefore forced to look for aid either to capitalists, and thus indenture themselves to a financial oligarchy, or to a government, national or foreign. In the second case, the state comes close to appropriating the instruments. The state then lends them to those who ask for them, which is very democratic and thus permits secondary parties to live, but this leads to an unstable situation, as I said earlier, and the state is then increasingly forced to exercise censorship over what is being said by means of these instruments. This censorship will be increasingly rigorous as the state itself is forced to make more propaganda. This leads us to examine the hypothesis of a state that ceases to be neutral in the ideological domain and assumes a doctrine or ideology of its own. At that moment, propaganda by the state is imposed on all parties. To be sure, we are still dealing with propaganda. We have seen in the past decades with regard to all state religions that power must first be used to shape public opinion, without which they could not operate. Thus, at the beginnings of the Nazi state, or of popular democracies, a certain competition continued between the propaganda of the state and that of the parties out of power. But in such competition, the state necessarily emerges victorious. It increasingly denies the use of the mass media of communication to the opposition parties. It works on public opinion until the moment arrives when it can simply suppress opposition parties without fear. but the state can work on public opinion only through the intermediary of a party. This is another effect of propaganda. One could conceive of a state that would suppress all parties and live by itself. That was the classic pattern of dictatorship. However, that is no longer possible. Once public opinion has been aroused and alerted to political problems, it must be taken into consideration. The propaganda mechanism of the state cannot function as an administrative unit. It cannot have reality or efficiency except through the media of the state party. It is impossible to imagine that a modern state could command acceptance without working through a party establishing contact between those who govern and public opinion. The party's fundamental role is to make propaganda for the government, that is, the propaganda that the government wishes to be made. In one sense, incidentally, we find here the image of a party in its purest state, for ultimately every party is a propaganda machine. But this is much more hidden in other systems in which there still can be nuances and discussions. In dictatorships, the party no longer serves any ideological or political function, no longer expresses social interests, and so on. It is an organ designed to tame and train public opinion, and exists solely because of the state's need. As soon as that need diminishes, the role and prestige of the party also diminish. This happened in Nazi Germany in 1938. Footnote, after the concentration of all powers in the Führer's hands, and in the Soviet Union after the purges of 1936. But as soon as propaganda again becomes important, the party resumes its role. Propaganda very clearly gives direction to the life of political parties, imposes certain forms and rules on them, sends them down certain paths, and ends up by deciding their life or death until the regime expands to the point at which propaganda and party are totally fused. In illuminating the role of propaganda from this angle, I was not trying to say that propaganda is the only factor in the evolution of parties. It certainly combines with other elements of which one can say, however, that they either are of less importance than propaganda or are tied in with it. Effects on the world of labor. We now come face to face with one of the modern world's most critical problems, the world of labor, that is, the condition of the worker, created by technological developments, used in the beginning by capitalism and used now by socialism. Socialism has claimed that the worker's condition was the fruit of capitalism and of the exploitation of workers by finance capital. This does, to some extent, explain both the depressed condition of the worker and, undoubtedly, the class struggle and certain of its elements. But it is not the major factor. Labor conditions result from the relation between man and machine, and are a consequence of technological developments taken in the broad sense. Urbanization, massification, streamlining, the disappearance of the notion of work, mechanization, and so on. All these are much more responsible for labor conditions than that the means of production are privately owned. This last fact leads to proletarization according to Marxist theory, but proletarization is only one aspect of the problem. Once socialism has taken the means of production out of private hands, juridically speaking, the working class, abstractly speaking, is no longer the proletariat, but it remains in the grip of the same concrete problems. Undoubtedly, the problem of poverty can be solved, but nothing indicates that it can be more easily solved under socialism than under capitalism. Few workers, except farmers, in the United States live in poverty, but one cannot say that the labor problem has been solved even there. If we look at the situation of labor in socialist countries, we see that the worker still is subordinate to the machine, that he has little personal life, that he is engulfed in the mass, and that he is prey to the problems connected with mechanical work, artificially measured days, boredom, detachment from his work, false culture, ignorance of environment, divorce from nature, artificial life, and so on. But we also see that the problem of profits has not been solved, and that the worker still is not properly paid. The only difference is that the profit is made by the state and not by private individuals. In addition, we see that in socialist countries most local legislation, though as advanced as in capitalist countries from the point of view of security, family allocations, vacations, and all sorts of financial rewards, has retrogressed with regard to unionism, the right to strike, and work discipline. We see, finally, that the worker in no way participates fundamentally in the life of his factory. In socialist countries, the Works Council may make suggestions only with regard to secondary questions. With regard to principal questions, it merely ratifies the decisions of a 5-year plan. Furthermore, collective ownership of the means of production is pure fiction. The workers own nothing, and are, with regard to the machines, in the same situation as workers under capitalism. Whether it be the state or the entire collective, which must necessarily be represented by some organization, the proprietor has nothing to do with the workers in the factory. This notion of collective ownership corresponds on the economic plane to the old idea of the sovereignty of the people on the political plane. And we know how much harm that idea, that fiction, that abstraction has done to democracy and the power of the people. I cannot pursue this point here, but I can assert that the situation of labor has not really changed as the result of socialism. Nevertheless, we must acknowledge that the attitude of the workers is different. Except in rare cases, the working class has given its support to the regimes in communist countries. It is no longer a class in opposition, but is really in accord with the regimes, and the concrete situation seems to be that there no longer is an attitude of rebellion. The workers put their hearts in their work, abandon themselves to their work, no longer wish to engage in slowdowns or strikes. This is so no matter how much the anti-communists deny it. Something undoubtedly has changed with regard to the labor situation in communist countries, for the workers have not been integrated by force. What has changed, first of all, is the social climate. The worker is no longer excluded from society. The feeling of being excluded from society is felt very strongly by the worker in a capitalist society. He is a pariah, an outsider. The society obeys certain criteria and has certain basic structures, but the worker is not included in them. The problem of private property is only a symbol of that exclusion, which in turn produces the proletariat. But in socialist society, the worker is at the center of a world that is being built. He is in an honored position. The society is ennobled by the working class. This is said constantly and demonstrated in various cultural, political, and economic ways. This climate has changed the worker's reaction. He is now convinced of his importance. He is also convinced that society is not against him but for him, that this society is his achievement, and that he is being granted or will be granted the place he deserves because of the importance of his work. He is thus filled with the positive conviction that lets him forget or neglect the external reality of his situation. The worker in the socialist world no longer looks at this situation in the same way as before. He is now filled with hope. It is his hope that the coming world will be a just world, or more precisely a world in which the worker certainly will occupy first place. It is also his conviction and hope that every piece of work, every day of work put in by him has a purpose, to build socialist society. Whereas in capitalist countries, work serves only to produce a wage and profits only the capitalist. There the worker experiences frustration. Under socialism, he experiences a feeling of fulfillment. The changes that have taken place in labor's situation are not actual changes, but only those of a different perspective, conception of life, conviction, and hope. This is indeed socialism's only genuine innovation, but the transformation is effective. The workers work more and better, put more heart in their work, and accept strict discipline with conviction. Footnote: in 1960, at a conference in Moscow, Leonid Ilyachov, chief of Agitprop, stated that ideological education must aim at increasing productivity, the norms of the workers, and personal sacrifices. I have already said that the principal function of propaganda in the USSR is to help fulfill the 5-year plan, to speed up work, that is, to increase the workers' effort. This reminds me of what M.G. Friedman has said on the importance of the psychological factor in working conditions and productivity. He believes that the psychological necessities can be satisfied only by the socialist perspective. Only in socialism can the worker, rid of his complexes and resentments, attain the psychological freedom that permits him to dedicate himself to his work. But nothing indicates that this is the only solution. Even the facts of public relations in the United States tend to show that psychological means not only change the general climate considerably, but also change the inner persuasion of each worker and integrate him more into his enterprise. But this alteration has not yet reached full bloom, and we must wait to see whether a profound transformation of the working class by public relations is possible. This long detour leads us to say that the labor problem results to some extent from the factual situation and to some extent from psychological factors. If we want to be honest, we must admit that for the factual situation, no solution is available in any of the social, political, or economic theories. Of course, one can make the worker happy and give him security. A mixture of palliatives already known and partly utilized can modify the consequences of his situation, but not really the situation itself. One must recognize, without trying to make a mystery out of the working class, that no solution exists for its concrete problems. There is, however, a psychological solution. The modification that was attained by socialist psychology can be attained by other means, other forms of integration, other convictions, other hopes. Footnote: according to the cynical formula reported by Vance Packard, make them work and like it. From the moment one knows that, unfortunately, socialism has only psychological answers, one is forced to state that what is involved here is a simple matter of propaganda. The working class, fooled by the bourgeoisie, is fooled by communism in other ways. And just as communism has taught bourgeois governments the use of propaganda on the political plane, it is now teaching them to use it on the social plane and on the problems of labor. Nowadays we see complete disregard for the problem of labor and a screen put around whatever problems cannot be solved. As in all propaganda, the point is to make man endure, with the help of psychological narcotics, what he could not endure naturally, or to give him, artificially, reasons to continue his work and to do it well. This is a task of propaganda, and there is no doubt that if it is done well, it will make possible the integration of the working class and make it accept its condition happily. In one way or another, propaganda is called upon to solve the labor problem, to the extent that the problem becomes a political factor and can be treated as such in the mechanism of the modern world. Only those who do not know the capabilities of modern propaganda can doubt the possibility of such a solution. Of course, to make such integration propaganda of the labor class successful, several conditions must obtain. First of all, the material conditions of labor must improve. I've constantly stressed the link between propaganda and true reforms, but that does not suffice in the least. On the contrary, the improvement of material conditions of the worker can become a springboard for better revolutionary agitation, as history shows. A certain development of technical education and information is needed. The more the worker becomes a technician, the more he becomes a conformist. At the same time, if he is provided with a broader base of information, he will become more susceptible to propaganda, according to the mechanism analyzed earlier. Finally, some unity of psychological action is needed. As long as the worker is enclosed in such organizations as parties or unions which subject him to a propaganda opposed to his integration in the society, the partitioning, which we discussed earlier, takes place. One of the most important factors in this connection is that in socialist countries, the unions have become organizations in harmony with the society and make the same propaganda. The same holds true in the United States. The unions, though they defend their members, are also organs of the society and in no way question the American way of life. Consequently, the propaganda made by the unions is important for the integration of the workers, but such propaganda by itself transforms the unions. Like the political parties, the unions have felt the need to make propaganda. One may say that, on the one hand, most of the propaganda effects already studied with regard to political parties also obtain for unions. But there are other particular effects here, which derive from the fact that unions are by nature organs of combat or defense, which represent more or less, but undeniably, foreign elements in a society. Whether the society is capitalist or not, a union has its own battle to fight. This is inherent in the structure and rationale of unions. But from the moment that the union wants to engage in propaganda, it runs head-on into the necessity of using the mass media of communication. Of course, union propaganda has a character of its own. It is much more human, costs less, uses the devotion of union members, their close human contact, and so on. But it cannot help using the great media of modern propaganda, particularly the newspaper and the poster, as the problem no longer is merely one of getting people to attend meetings, but one of promulgating policy positions and of setting up a true labor mentality. This presumes a certain intellectual agility that the labor militants do not possess. From the moment the union begins to use newspapers and posters, it runs into money problems. And the more propaganda tries to reach individuals, the more it must use the important media, and the more expensive it will be. The financial problems do not recede. When the union becomes larger, the expenses for propaganda grow more rapidly than revenues, except in the United States. This leads the union either to acquire its own instruments of propaganda or to seek financial assistance of a more or less dubious and constraining nature. Footnote: one can give the example of the American unions, which are the most powerful in the world and which have become progressively modified by the very propaganda that helped them attain their power. There are a few union publications with editions of several 100,000 copies. They also use film and TV. Over 200 transmissions from unions are broadcast each day in the United States. In Chicago, a radio station belongs to a union. Here, the considerable expenses are paid by contributions, but this rests on an accord between the unions and the employers. The employers have agreed to employ only union labor. It is obligatory, and to collect these contributions by deducting them from the employees' wages. This means that all this enormous propaganda cannot endanger the economic powers in the United States. When the union hits upon a successful propaganda, it reaches public opinion. It wins this opinion over to the cause of labor, alerts it to problems of social injustice, and mobilizes people pro or con. Whether one wants it or not, this is the basic objective of propaganda. This mobilized public opinion will then translate the propaganda effect in one of two ways. First of all, union membership will grow. Propaganda obviously leads to increase in the number of members. But here we see a well-known mass effect. The more the union grows, the less revolutionary, the less active, the less militant it becomes. Mass lends more weight to its demands, but those demands become less decisive and radical. The mass union becomes peaceful and bureaucratic. Its moves become less and less spontaneous. A gap opens between its members and its general staff. That is the first result of alerting public opinion through propaganda. The second result derives from the fact that sooner or later the government will be affected by this development. It will then tend to legitimize and legalize such labor action in some way. This is also an effect of propaganda. But when the government legalizes a union, a relationship arises between union and government which is not one of conflict. Its legalization leads the Union to adapt itself more or less to its lawful status and to conduct its social struggle on the legal plane. What matters then is to obtain new legal concessions from the state. But that is a long way from the original objectives of a union. Thus, propaganda leads a union to become a have, rather than a have-not organization, to present itself as a constituent member of society, to play the social game. This is true integration into society, and as a result the union is no longer in opposition. Its opposition is purely apparent and fictitious. Whether, from then on, it becomes part of capitalist society, as in the United States, or of socialist society, as in the USSR, matters not in the least. The results are identical. The Union cannot win public opinion without adapting itself to it, without accepting the essential promises of the society in which it seeks a public, an audience, and supporters. Here we find again the conforming effect that I have already analyzed, and which derives from propaganda. Effects on the churches. Obviously, church members are caught in the net of propaganda and react pretty much like everyone else. As a result, an almost complete dissociation takes place between their Christianity and their behavior. Their Christianity remains a spiritual and purely internal thing, but their behavior is dictated by various appurtenances and particularly by propaganda. Of course, a certain gap has always existed between ideals and action, but today this gap has become total, general, and deliberate. This widening of the gap, particularly its systematic widening, is the fruit of propaganda in the political or economic domain, and of advertising in the private domain. Because Christians are flooded with various propagandas, they absolutely cannot see what they might do that would be effective and at the same time be an expression of their Christianity. Therefore, with different motivations and often with scruples, they limit themselves to one or another course presented to them by propaganda. They too take the panorama of the various propagandas for living political reality and do not see where they can insert their Christianity in that fictitious panorama. Thus, like all the others, they are stumped, and this fact removes all weight from their belief. At the same time, because of its psychological effects, propaganda makes the propagation of Christianity increasingly difficult. The psychological structures built by propaganda are not propitious to Christian beliefs. This also applies on the social plane, for propaganda faces the Church with the following dilemma: either not to make propaganda, but then, while the churches slowly and carefully win a man to Christianity, the mass media quickly mobilize the masses and churchmen gain the impression of being out of step, on the fringes of history and without power to change a thing, or to make propaganda. This dilemma is surely one of the most cruel with which the churches are faced at present. For it seems that people manipulated by propaganda become increasingly impervious to spiritual realities, less and less suited for the autonomy of a Christian life. We are seeing a considerable religious transformation, by which the religious element, through the means of the myth, is being absorbed little by propaganda and becoming one of its categories. But we must ask ourselves what happens if the Church gives in and resorts to propaganda. I already have stressed the total character of propaganda. Christians often claim they can separate material devices from propaganda techniques, that is, break the system. For example, they think they can use press and radio without using the psychological principles or techniques that these media demand, or that they can use these media without having to appeal to conditioned reflexes, myths, and so on, or that they can use them from time to time with care and discretion. The only answer one can give to these timid souls is that such restraint would lead to a total lack of effectiveness. If a church wants to use propaganda in order to be effective, just as all the others, it must use the entire system with all its resources. It cannot pick what it likes, for such distinctions would destroy the very effectiveness for which the Church would make propaganda in the first place. Propaganda is a total system that one must accept or reject in its entirety. If the Church accepts it, two important consequences follow. First of all, Christianity disseminated by such means is not Christianity. We have already seen the effect of propaganda on ideology. In fact, what happens as soon as the Church avails itself of propaganda is a reduction of Christianity to the level of all other ideologies or secular religions. This can be seen happening throughout history. Every time a church tried to act through the propaganda devices accepted by an epoch, the truth and authenticity of Christianity were debased. This happened in the 4th, 9th, and 17th centuries. Of course, this does not mean that no more Christians were left as a result. In such moments, when acting through propaganda, Christianity ceases to be an overwhelming power and spiritual adventure and becomes institutionalized in all its expressions and compromised in all its actions. It serves everybody as an ideology with the greatest of ease, and tends to be a hoax. In such times there appear innumerable sweetenings and adaptations which denature Christianity by adjusting it to the milieu. Thus reduced to nothing more than an ideology, Christianity will be treated as such by the propagandist. And in the modern world we can repeat in connection with this particular ideology what we have already said on the subject of ideologies in general. What happens is that the Church will be able to move the masses and convert thousands of people to its ideology, but this ideology will no longer be Christianity. It will be just another doctrine, though it will still contain, sometimes but not always, some of the original principles and the Christian vocabulary. The other consequence affects the Church itself. When it uses propaganda, the Church succeeds just as all other organizations. It reaches the masses, influences collective opinions, leads sociological movements, and even makes many people accept what seems to be Christianity. But in doing that, the Church becomes a false church. It acquires power and influence that are of this world, and through them integrates itself into this world. From the moment the Church exposes itself to the conflict between sociological determinants and a contrary inspiration that comes from God and is directed toward God, from the moment the Church uses propaganda and uses it successfully, it becomes unremittingly a purely sociological organization. It loses the spiritual part, for it now transmits only a false Christianity. It subordinates the essence of its being to sociological determination. It submits to the laws of efficiency in order to become a power in the world. And in fact, it succeeds. It does become such a power. At that moment, it has chosen power above truth. When the Church uses propaganda, it always tries to justify itself in two ways. It says, first of all, that it puts these efficient media in the service of Jesus Christ. But if one reflects for a moment, one realizes that this means nothing. What is in the service of Jesus Christ receives its character and effectiveness from Jesus Christ. The media that possess in themselves all their effectiveness and contain in themselves their own presuppositions and ends cannot be put in the service of Jesus Christ. They obey their own rules, and this cannot be changed in the slightest either by the content of their transmissions or by theological reasoning, despite what simplistic reasoning can make some people believe. In fact, a statement by the Church that it is placing the media at the service of Christ is not a logical or ethical explanation, but a pious formula without content. One tries to escape from this trap by saying that one cannot see why the Church should be prevented from using such an instrument of dissemination or power, so long as it does not put its confidence in such instruments, for one recalls from the Bible that confidence in anything other than God is condemned. But here it is enough to ask oneself, if one really does not believe in these instruments and really does not put one's confidence in them, why use them? If one uses them, one has confidence in their value and effectiveness. To deny this is hypocrisy. Of course, in connection with all this, we are thinking of real propaganda, not of some limited use of press or radio to transmit a mass or service. At the end of this brief analysis, we can conclude that propaganda is one of the most powerful factors of de-Christianization in the world, through the psychological modifications that it affects, through the ideological morass with which it has flooded the consciousness of the masses, through the reduction of Christianity to the level of an ideology, through the never-ending temptation held out to the Church. All this is the creation of a mental universe foreign to Christianity. And this de-Christianization through the effects of one instrument, propaganda, is much greater than through all the anti-Christian doctrines. 4. Propaganda and democracy. Democracy's need of propaganda. On one fact, there can be no debate: the need of democracy in its present situation to make propaganda. Footnote: perceptive authors agree that without propaganda, a democratic state is disarmed at home and abroad, the latter as a result of the famous challenge that sets the democracies and the totalitarian states against each other. But one must not overlook the many setbacks that democracy has suffered for lack of propaganda. Maurice Maigret shows in L'Action psychologique, Paris, A. Fayard, 1959, that the crisis in which the French army found itself from 1950 on was in large part caused by an absence of psychological action on the part of the government, and he demonstrates that the famous plan was less than a great success for the same reasons. Finally, we must remember that if the democratic state is denied the right to make propaganda, such propaganda appears in the form of public relations at the expense of the state, and is all the more dangerous because camouflaged. We must understand, besides, that private propaganda, even more than governmental propaganda, is importantly linked to democracy. Historically, from the moment a democratic regime establishes itself, propaganda establishes itself alongside it under various forms. This is inevitable, as democracy depends on public opinion and competition between political parties. In order to come to power, parties make propaganda to gain voters. Let us remember that the advent of the masses through the development of the democracies has provoked the use of propaganda, and that this is precisely one of the arguments of defense of the democratic state. That it appeals to the people who are mobilized by propaganda, that it defends itself against private interests or anti-democratic parties. It is a remarkable fact worthy of attention that modern propaganda should have begun in the democratic states. During World War I, we saw the combined use of the mass media for the first time, the application of publicity and advertising methods to political affairs, the search for the most effective psychological methods. But in those days, German propaganda was mediocre. The French, English, and American democracies launched big propaganda. Similarly, the Leninist movement, undeniably democratic at the start, developed and perfected all propaganda methods. Contrary to some belief, the authoritarian regimes were not the first to resort to this type of action, though they eventually employed it beyond all limits. This statement should make us think about the relationship between democracy and propaganda. For it is evident that a conflict exists between the principles of democracy, particularly its concept of the individual, and the processes of propaganda. The notion of rational man, capable of thinking and living according to reason, of controlling his passions and living according to scientific patterns, of choosing freely between good and evil, all this seems opposed to the secret influences, the mobilizations of myths, the swift appeals to the irrational so characteristic of propaganda. But this development within the democratic framework can be understood clearly if we look at it not from the level of principles, but from that of actual situations. If, so far, we have concluded that inside a democracy propaganda is normal and indispensable, even intrinsic in the regime, that there are one or more propagandas at work, nothing seems to make propaganda obligatory in external relations. There the situation is entirely different. There the democratic state will want to present itself as the carrier of its entire public opinion, and the democratic nation will want to present itself as a coherent whole. But that creates some difficulty because such desire does not correspond to a true and exact picture of democracy. Moreover, this implies an endemic, permanent state of war. But whereas it is easy to show that permanent wars established themselves at the same time as democratic regimes, it is even easier to demonstrate that these regimes express a strong desire for peace and do not systematically prepare for war. By this I mean that the economic and sociological conditions of the democracies possibly provoke general conflicts, but that the regime, such as it is not organically tied to war. It is led there, volens nolens, and it adjusts poorly to the situation of the Cold War, which is essentially psychological. Another circumstance imprisons democracy in the ways of propaganda, the persistence of some traits of the democratic ideology. The conviction of the invincible force of truth is tied to the notion of progress and is a part of this ideology. Democracies have been fed on the notion that truth may be hidden for a while, but will triumph in the end. The truth in itself carries an explosive force, a power of fermentation that will necessarily lead to the end of lies and the shining apparition of the true. This truth was the implicit core of the democratic doctrine. One must stress furthermore that this was in itself a truth of an ideological kind that ended by making history because it imposed itself on history. This attitude contained the seeds of, but was at the same time, and still is, the exact opposite of the current Marxist attitude that history is truth. Proof through history is nowadays regarded as the proof. He in whose favor history decides was right. But what is to be right when one speaks of history? It is to win, to survive. That is, to be the strongest. This would mean that the strongest and most efficient nowadays is the possessor of the truth. Truth thus has no content of its own, but exists only as history produces it. Truth receives reality through history. One can easily see the relationship between the two attitudes and how one can pass easily from one to the other. For if truth possesses an invincible power that makes it triumph through itself alone, it becomes logical, by a simple but dangerous step, that triumph is truth. But, and this is frightening, the consequences of the two attitudes are radically different. To think that democracy must triumph because it is the truth leads man to be democratic and to believe that when the democratic regime is opposed to regimes of oppression, its superiority will be clear at first sight to the infallible judgment of man and history. The choice is thus certain. What amazement is displayed again and again by Democrats, particularly Anglo-Saxon Democrats, when they see that a man selects something else, and that history is indecisive. In such cases they decide to use information. Because democratic reality was not known, people have made a bad choice, they say, and even there we find the same conviction of the power of truth. But it is not borne out by facts. We will not establish a general law here, to be sure, but we will say that it is not a general law that truth triumphs automatically, though it may in certain periods of history or with respect to certain verities. We cannot generalize here at all. History shows that plain truth can be so thoroughly snuffed out that it disappears, and that in certain periods the lie is all-powerful. Even when truth triumphs, does it triumph through itself because it is truth? After all, the eternal verities defended by Antigone would, in the eyes of history, have yielded to Creon even if Sophocles had not exited. But in our time, the conviction of democracy and its claim to inform people collide with the fact that propaganda follows an entirely different mechanism, performs a function entirely different from that of information, and that nowadays facts do not assume reality in the people's eyes unless they are established by propaganda. Propaganda, in fact, creates truth in the sense that it creates in men subject to propaganda all the signs and indications of true believers. For modern man, propaganda is really creating truth. This means that truth is powerless without propaganda. And in view of the challenge that democracies face, it is of supreme importance that they abandon their confidence in truth as such and assimilate themselves to the methods of propaganda. Unless they do so, considering the present tendencies of civilization, the democratic nations will lose the war conducted in this area. Democratic propaganda. Convinced of the necessity for using the means of propaganda, students of that question have found themselves facing the following problem. Totalitarian states have used propaganda to the limit, domestically in order to create conformity, manipulate public opinion, and adjust it to the decisions of the government. Externally, to conduct the Cold War, undermine the public opinion of nations considered enemies, and turn them into willing victims. But if these instruments were used principally by authoritarian states, and if democracies, whose structure seemed made for their use, did not use them, can they now be used by democracies? By that I mean that the propaganda of the authoritarian state has certain special traits, which seem inseparable from that state. Must democratic propaganda have other traits? Is it possible to make democratic propaganda? Let us quickly dismiss the idea that a simple difference of content would mean a difference in character. From the moment that propaganda is used to promulgate democratic ideas, it is good. If it is bad, it is only because of its authoritarian content. Such a position is terribly idealistic and neglects the principal condition of the modern world, the primacy of means over ends. But one may say, and this is a matter worthy of reflection, that democracy itself is not a good propaganda object. Practically all propaganda efforts to promulgate democracy have failed. In fact, one would have to modify the entire concept of democracy considerably to make it a good propaganda object, which at present it is not. Also, in passing, I will mention the following thought. From the moment that democracy uses this instrument, propaganda becomes democratic. This thought is not often expressed quite so simply and aggressively, but it is an implicit notion found in most American writers. Nothing can touch democracy. On the contrary, it impresses its character on everything it touches. This prejudice is important for understanding the American democratic mythology and the tentative adoption of this principle by other popular democracies. Such positions are so superficial and so remote from the actual situation that they do not need to be discussed. Besides, they usually come from journalists or commentators and not from men who have seriously studied the problem of propaganda and its effects. Even the majority of the latter, however, retain the conviction that one can set up a propaganda system that expresses the democratic character and does not alter the working of democracy. That is the double demand that one must make of propaganda in a democratic regime. It is argued that the first condition would be met by the absence of a monopoly in a democracy of the means of propaganda and by the free interplay of various propagandas. True, compared with the state monopoly and the unity of propaganda in totalitarian states, one finds a great diversity of press and radio in democratic countries. But this fact must not be stressed too much. Although there is no state or legal monopoly, there is, nevertheless, indeed a private monopoly. Even when there are many newspaper publishers, concentration as a result of newspaper chains is well established, and the monopolization of news agencies, of distribution and so on is well known. In the field of radio or of motion pictures, the same situation prevails. Obviously, not everybody can own propaganda media. In the United States, most radio and motion picture corporations are very large. The others are secondary and unable to compete, and centralization still goes on. The trend everywhere is in the direction of a very few, very powerful companies controlling all the propaganda media. Are they still private? In any event, as we have already seen, the state must make its propaganda, if only under the aspect of disseminating news. Assuming that information is an indispensable element of democracy, it is necessary that the information promulgated by the state be credible. Without credibility, it will fail. But what happens when a powerful private propaganda organization denies facts and falsifies information? Who can tell where truth lies? On whom can the citizen rely to judge the debate? It is on this level that the dialogue really takes place. The problem, then, is whether the state will support a private competitor who controls media equal or superior to its own, but makes different propaganda. It may even be entirely legitimate for the state to suppress or annex such a competitor. Some will say freedom of expression is democracy. To prevent propaganda is to violate democracy. Certainly. But it must be remembered that the freedom of expression of one or two powerful companies that do not express the thoughts of the individual or small groups, but of capitalist interests or an entire public, does not exactly correspond to what was called freedom of expression a century ago. One must remember further that the freedom of expression of one who makes a speech to a limited audience is not the same as that of the speaker who has all the radio sets in the country at his disposal. All the more as the science of propaganda gives to these instruments a shock effect that the non-initiated cannot equal. I refer in this connection to the excellent study by Rivero, who demonstrates the immense difference between the 19th and 20th centuries in this respect. Footnote: Technique de formation de l'opinion publique in L'Opinion publique, 1957. In the 19th century, the problem of opinion formation through the expression of thought was essentially a problem of contacts between the state and the individual, and a problem of acquisition of a freedom. But today, thanks to the mass media, the individual finds himself outside the battle. The debate is between the state and powerful groups. Freedom to express ideas is no longer at stake in this debate. What we have is mastery and domination by the state, or by some powerful groups, over the whole of the technical media of opinion formation. The individual has no access to them. He is no longer a participant in this battle for the free expression of ideas. He is the stake. What matters for him is which voice he will be permitted to hear, and which words will have the power to obsess him. It is in the light of this perfect analysis that one must ask oneself what freedom of expression still means in a democracy. But even if the state held all the instruments of propaganda, and this becomes increasingly probable for political, economic, and financial reasons, particularly so far as TV is concerned, in France, what characterizes democracy is that it permits the expression of different propagandas. This is true, but it is impossible to permit the expression of all opinion. Immoral and aberrant opinions are justifiably subject to censorship. Purely personal opinions and, even more, certain political tendencies are necessarily excluded. No freedom for the enemies of freedom is the watchword then. Thus the democracies create for themselves a problem of limitation and degree. Who then will exclude certain propaganda instruments? For the fascists, the communists are the enemies of truth. For the communists, the enemies of freedom are the bourgeois, the fascists, the cosmopolitans. And for the democracy, obviously, all enemies of democracy. Matters are even more serious. In time of war, everybody agrees that news must be limited and controlled, and that all propaganda not in the national interest must be prohibited. From that fact grows a unified propaganda. The problem that now arises is this. We have talked of the Cold War. But it seems that the democracies have not yet learned that the Cold War is no longer an exceptional state, a state analogous to hot war, which is transitory, but is becoming a permanent and endemic state. There are many reasons for that. I will name only one: propaganda itself. Propaganda directed to territories outside one's borders is a weapon of war. This does not depend on the will of those who use it or on a doctrine, but is a result of the medium itself. Propaganda has such an ability to effect psychological transformations and such an impact on the very core of man that it inevitably has military force when used by a government and directed to the outside. There is no simple use of propaganda. A propaganda conflict is hardly less serious than an armed conflict. It is inevitable, therefore, that in a Cold War, the same attitude exists as in the case of hot war. One feels the need to unify propaganda. Here democracies are caught in a vicious circle from which they seem unable to escape. The other principal aspect of democratic propaganda is that it is subject to certain values. It is not unfettered, but fettered. It is an instrument not of passion but of reason. Footnote: propaganda as such is limited in the democracies by law, by the separation of powers, and so on. See, for example, Trends in 20th Century Propaganda by Ernst Kriss and Nathan Leitis, who contrast the appeal to the superego and to the irrational by authoritarian propaganda with democratic propaganda, which is directed at the ego. Therefore, democratic propaganda must be essentially truthful. It must speak only the truth and base itself only on facts. This can be observed in American propaganda. It is undeniable that American information and propaganda are truthful, but that does not seem to me characteristic of democracy. The formula with which Americans explain their attitude is, "The truth pays." That is, propaganda based on truth is more effective than any other. Besides, Hitler's famous statement on the lie is not a typical trait of propaganda. There is an unmistakable evolution here. Lies and falsifications are used less and less. We have already said that. The use of precise facts is becoming increasingly common. Conversely, the use of nuances and a certain suppleness reveals an attitude peculiar to democracy. At bottom there is a certain respect for the human being, unconscious perhaps and becoming steadily weaker, but nevertheless still there. Even the most Machiavellian of Democrats respects the conscience of his listener, and does not treat him with haste or contempt. The tradition of respecting the individual has not yet been eliminated, and this leads to all sorts of consequences. First, it limits propaganda. The democratic state uses propaganda only if driven by circumstances, for example, traditionally after wars. But whereas private and domestic propaganda is persistent in its effects, governmental and external propaganda evaporate easily. Besides, such propaganda is not total, does not seek to envelop all of human life, to control every form of behavior, to attach itself ultimately to one's person. A third trait of democratic propaganda is that it looks at both sides of the coin. The democratic attitude is frequently close to that of a university. There is no absolute truth, and it is acknowledged that the opponent has some good faith, some justice, some reason on his side. It is a question of nuances. There is no strict rule, except in time of war, about good on one side and bad on the other. Finally, the democratic propagandist or democratic state will often have a bad conscience about using propaganda. The old democratic conscience still gets in the way and burdens him. He has the vague feeling that he is engaged in something illegitimate. Thus, for the propagandist in a democracy to throw himself fully into his task, it is necessary that he believe, that is, that he formulate his own convictions when he makes propaganda. Lasswell has named still another difference between democratic and totalitarian propaganda, pertaining to the technique of propaganda itself, and distinguishing between contrasted incitement and positive incitement. The first consists of a stimulus unleashed by the experimenter or the authorities in order to produce in the masses an effect in which those in power do not participate. This, according to Laswell, is the customary method of despotism. Conversely, the positive incitement, symbolizing the extended brotherly hand, is a stimulus that springs from what the powers that be really feel, in which they want to make the masses participate. It is a communal action. This analysis is roughly accurate. All this represents the situation in which democracies find themselves in the face of propaganda, and indicates the differences between democratic and authoritarian propaganda methods. But I must now render a very serious judgment on such activity, democratic propaganda. All that I have described adds up to ineffectual propaganda, precisely to the extent that the propagandist retains his respect for the individual. He denies himself the very penetration that is the ultimate aim of all propaganda, that of provoking action without prior thought. By respecting nuances, he neglects the major law of propaganda. Every assertion must be trenchant and total. To the extent that he remains partial, he fails to use the mystique. But that mystique is indispensable for well-made propaganda. To the extent that a democratic propagandist has a bad conscience, he cannot do good work, nor can he when he believes in his own propaganda. As concerns Laswell's distinction, the technique of propaganda demands one form or the other, depending on circumstances. In any event, propaganda always creates a schism between the government and the mass. That same schism I have described in the book, The Technological Society, and that is provoked by all the techniques, whose practitioners constitute a sort of aristocracy of technicians and who modify the structures of the state. According to Laswell's analysis, propaganda based on contrasted incitation expresses a despotism. I would rather say that it expresses an aristocracy. But the famous massive democracy corresponds to that, is that. Ultimately, even if one tries to maintain confidence and communion between the government and the governed, all propaganda ends up as a means by which the prevailing powers manipulate the masses. The true propagandist must be as cold, lucid, and rigorous as a surgeon. There are subjects and objects. A propagandist who believes in what he says and lets himself become a victim of his own game will have the same weakness as a surgeon who operates on a loved one, or a judge who presides at a trial of a member of his own family. To use the instrument of propaganda nowadays, one must have a scientific approach, the lack of which was the weakness that became apparent in Nazi propaganda in its last few years. Clearly, after 1943, one could see from its content that Goebbels had begun to believe it himself. Thus, some of democracy's fundamental aspects paralyze the conduct of propaganda. There is, therefore, no democratic propaganda. Propaganda made by the democracies is ineffective, paralyzed, mediocre. We can say the same when there is a diversity of propagandas. When various propagandas are permitted to express themselves, they become ineffective with respect to their immediate objective. This ineffectiveness with regard to the citizens of a democracy needs more analysis. Let us merely emphasize here that our propaganda is outclassed by that of totalitarian states. This means that ours does not do its job. But in view of the challenge we face, it is imperative that ours be effective. One must therefore abandon the traits that are characteristic of democracy but paralyzing for propaganda. The combination of effective propaganda and respect for the individual seems impossible. There is a last element which I shall mention briefly. Jacques Driancourt has demonstrated that propaganda is totalitarian in its essence, not because it is the handmaiden of the totalitarian state, but because it has a tendency to absorb everything. This finding is the best part of his work. Footnote: La Propagande, Nouvelle Force Politique, Paris, A. Collin, 1950. It means that when one takes that route, one cannot stop halfway. One must use all instruments and all methods that make propaganda effective. One must expect, and developments over the past dozen years show it, that the democracies will abandon their precautions and their nuances and throw themselves wholeheartedly into effective propaganda action. But such action will no longer have a special democratic character. We must now examine the effects that the making of propaganda has on democracy. To measure that, we must distinguish between external and domestic propaganda. We must not retain the illusion that propaganda is merely a neutral instrument that one can use without being affected. It is comparable to radium, and what happens to the radiologists is well known. Effects of international propaganda. In the domain of external politics and the propaganda that is directed toward the outside, there is practically no more private propaganda or any diversity of propagandas. Even parties indentured to a foreign government and thus making propaganda different from that of their own national government direct their propaganda to the interior. But what character does this unique form of propaganda directed to the outside take? And what repercussions has it on a democracy that conducts it? Can it be that it really exists in the domain of information? We have abundant proof nowadays that straight information addressed to a foreign country is entirely useless. Footnote: we are talking here primarily of propaganda directed at the communist countries. Where the problem is to overcome national antipathies, which exist even between friendly nations, allegiance to a different government, to a different psychological and historical world, and finally to an opposite propaganda, it is fruitless to expect anything from straight information. The bare fact, the truth, can accomplish nothing against such barriers. Facts are not believed. Other than in exceptional cases, military occupation and so on, people believe their own government over a foreign government. The latter's facts are not believed. In fact, propaganda can penetrate the consciousness of the masses of a foreign country only through the myth. It cannot operate with simple arguments pro and con. It does not address itself to already existing feelings, but must create an image to act as a motive force. This image must have an emotional character that leads to the allegiance of the entire being without thought. That is, it must be a myth. But then democracy takes a path that needs watching. First of all, it begins to play a game that drives man from the conscious and rational into the arms of irrational and obscure forces. But we already know that in this game the believer is not the master, and that forces thus unleashed are rarely brought under control again. To put it differently, mythical democratic propaganda in no way prepares its listeners for democracy, but strengthens their totalitarian tendencies, providing at best a different direction for those tendencies. We will have to come back to this, but above all we must ask ourselves what myth the democracies should use. From experience, we have seen that the democracies have used the myths of peace, of freedom, of justice, and so on. All that has now been used, and is all the more unacceptable because everybody uses these words. But the myth used by propaganda must be specific. The myth of blood and soil was remarkable. What specific myths are left for democracy? Either subjects that cannot possibly form the content of a myth, such as well-being or the right to vote or democracy itself. Contrary to what one may think, the myth of democracy is far from exhausted and can still furnish good propaganda material. The fact that communist authoritarian regimes also have chosen democracy as the springboard of propaganda tends to prove its propagandistic value. And to the extent that democracy is presented, constructed, and organized as a myth, it can be a good subject of propaganda. Propaganda appeals to belief. It rebuilds the drive toward the lost paradise and uses man's fundamental fear. Only from this aspect does democratic propaganda have some chance of penetration into non-democratic foreign countries. But one must then consider the consequences. The first consequence is that any operation that transforms democracy into a myth transforms the democratic ideal. Democracy was not meant to be a myth. The question arose early in 1791 in France. And we know what, shortly after, Jacobinism made of French democracy. We must understand this. Jacobinism saved the country. It claimed to have saved the Republic, but it is clear that it only saved the Jacobin regime by destroying all that was democratic. We cannot analyze here at length the influence of the myth on the abolition of democracy during 1793 to 95. Let us merely say that democracy cannot be an object of faith, of belief. It is expression of opinions. There is a fundamental difference between regimes based on opinion and regimes based on belief. To make a myth of democracy is to present the opposite of democracy. One must clearly realize that the use of ancient myths and the creation of new ones is a regression toward primitive mentality, regardless of material progress. The evocation of mystical feelings is a rejection of democratic feelings. Considerable problems arise in the United States because of such diverse myths as, for example, the Ku Klux Klan, the American Legion, or Father Divine. These are anti-democratic, but they are localized, only partial and private. The matter becomes infinitely more serious when the myth becomes public, generalized, and official, when what is an anti-mystique becomes a mystique. Of course, we have said that such democratic propaganda is created for external use. People already subjected to totalitarian propaganda can be reached only by the myth, and even that does not change their behavior or mentality. It simply enters into the existing mold and creates new beliefs there. But looking at things this way implies two consequences. First, we accept the fact that such external democratic propaganda should be a weapon, that we are dealing here with psychological warfare, and that we adjust ourselves to the enemy's train of thought, and that, proceeding from there, the people that we subject to our propaganda are not those whom we want to see become democratic, but whom we want to defeat. If we actually work on such a nation with the help of the myth, we confirm it in a state of mind, in a behavior, and in a concept of life that is anti-democratic. We do not prepare it to become a democratic nation, for on the one hand we reinforce or continue the methods of its own authoritarian government, and on the other we cannot give the people, by such means, the desire to adhere to something else in another way. We are simply asking for the same kind of acceptance of something else, of another form of government. Is this sufficient to make people switch allegiance? That is the democratic propaganda problem in Germany and Japan. In the second place, such methods imply that we consider democracy an abstraction, for if we think that to cast different ideas in the mold of propaganda is sufficient to change the nature of propaganda, we make a mere theory or idea of democracy. Propaganda, whatever its content, tends to create a particular psychology and a determined behavior. Superficially, there can be differences, but they are illusory. To say, for example, that fascist propaganda, whose subject was the state, and Nazi propaganda, whose subject was the race, were different from each other because of their difference in content, is to become a victim of unreal and academic distinctions. But the democratic idea, when promulgated by means that lead to non-democratic behavior, only hardens the totalitarian man in his mold. This does not take into account that this democratic veneer and the myth of democracy as a propaganda subject are very fragile. It is, in fact, one of propaganda's essential laws that its objects always adjust themselves to its forms. In this, as in so many other domains of the modern world, the means impose their own laws. To put it differently, the objects of propaganda tend to become totalitarian because propaganda itself is totalitarian. This is exactly what I said when I spoke of the necessity to turn democracy into a myth. Thus, such propaganda can be effective as a weapon of war, but we must realize when using it that we simultaneously destroy the possibility of building true democracy. I have said that such propaganda was for external use, that the myth was directed to the outside, but it is not certain that one can impose such a limitation. When a government builds up the democratic image in this fashion, it cannot isolate the external and internal domains from each other. Therefore, the people of the country making such propaganda must also become convinced of the excellence of this image. They must not merely know it, but also follow it. This incidentally sets a limit to the degree to which propaganda can lie. A democratic government cannot present to the outside world a radically inexact and mendacious picture of its policies, as can a totalitarian government. But one must qualify this thought in two ways. On the one hand, a democratic nation is itself more or less in the grip of propaganda, and goes along with the idealistic image of its government because of national pride. On the other, even authoritarian governments are aware that in propaganda the truth pays, as I have said. This explains the final form of propaganda adopted by Goebbels in 1944. From there on, the myth created for external use becomes known at home and has repercussions there. Even if one does not try to influence people by making propaganda abroad, they will react indirectly. Therefore, the repercussions on a democratic population of the myth developed by its government for external use must be analyzed. These repercussions will lead primarily to the establishment of unanimity. This is a primary and very simple consequence. A myth, an image evoking belief, can stand no dilution, no half measures, no contradictions. One believes it or does not. The democratic myth must display this same form, incisive and coherent. It is of the same nature as other myths. In order for the myth to be effective abroad, it must not be contradicted at home. No other voice must arise at home that would reach the foreign propaganda target and destroy the myth. Can anyone believe that it was possible to make effective propaganda, for example, toward Algeria, when it was immediately contradicted at home? How could the Algerians or any other foreigners take seriously a promise made by General de Gaulle in the name of France when the press immediately declared that one part of France was in disagreement with it? Footnote: this non-coherence, leading to the ineffectuality of the myth, was the cause, among many others, of years of unsuccessful negotiations. This will lead to the elimination of any opposition that would show that the people are not unanimously behind the democracy embodied by the government. Such opposition can completely destroy all effectiveness of democratic propaganda. Besides, such propaganda is made by a government supported by a majority. The minority, though also democratic, will tend to be against such propaganda merely because it comes from the government. We saw this in France after 1945. From there on, though in accord with the idea of democracy, this minority will show itself hostile to the democratic myth. Then the government, if it wants its propaganda to be effective, will be forced to reduce the possibility of the minorities expressing itself, that is, to interfere with one of democracy's essential characteristics. We are already used to this from wartime, as with censorship. Here we are face to face with the fact discussed above. Propaganda is by itself a state of war. It demands the exclusion of opposite trends and minorities, not total and official perhaps, but at least partial and indirect exclusion. If we pursue this train of thought, another factor emerges. For the myth to have real weight, it must rest on popular belief. To put it differently, one cannot simply project a myth to the outside even by the powerful modern material means. Such an image will have no force unless it is already believed. The myth is contagious because beliefs are contagious. It is indispensable, therefore, that democratic people also believe the democratic myth. Conversely, it is not useful that the government itself should follow suit, but the government must be sure that its propaganda abroad is identical with its propaganda at home, and understand that its foreign propaganda will be strong only if it is believed at home. The United States understood this perfectly between 1942 and 1945. And the more the myth will appear to be the expression of belief of the entire nation, the more effective it will be. It thus presumes unanimity. We have seen how all propaganda develops the cult of personality. This is particularly true in a democracy. There one exalts the individual who refuses to be anonymous, rejects the mass, and eschews mechanization. He wants a human regime where men are human beings. He needs a government whose leaders are human beings. And propaganda must show them to him as such. It must create these personalities. To be sure, the object at this level is not idolatry, but idolatry cannot fail to follow if the propaganda is done well. Whether such idolatry is given to a man in uniform, bursting with decorations, or a man in work shirt and cap, or a man wearing a business suit and soft hat, makes no difference. Those are simple adaptations of propaganda to the feelings of the masses. The democratic masses will reject the uniform but idolize the soft hat if it is well presented. There can be no propaganda without a personality, a political chief. Clemenceau, Daladier, de Gaulle, Churchill, Roosevelt, MacArthur are obvious examples, and even more Khrushchev, who, after having denounced the cult of personality, slipped into the same role, differently, but with the same ease and obeying the same necessity. The nation's unanimity is necessary. This unanimity is embodied in one personality, in whom everyone finds himself, in whom everyone hopes and projects himself, and for whom everything is possible and permissible. This need for unanimity is accepted by some of those who have studied the problem of propaganda in democracy. It has been claimed that this unanimity indicates the transition from an old form of democracy to a new one, massive and progressive democracy. In other words, a democracy of allegiance, a system in which all will share the same conviction. This would not be a centrifugal conviction, that is, one expressing itself in diverse forms and admitting the possibility of extreme divergences. It would be a centripetal conviction, with which everything would be measured by the same yardstick. Democracy would express itself in a single voice, going further than just forms, all the way to rites and liturgies. It would, on the other hand, be a democracy of participation, in which the citizen would be wholly engaged. His complete life, his movements would be integrated into a given social system. And one of the authors gives as an example the Nuremberg Party Congress. What a strange example of democracy! It is true that only such a unanimous and unitary society can produce propaganda that can be effectively carried beyond the borders. But we must ask ourselves whether such a society is still democratic. What is this democracy that no longer includes minorities and opposition? As long as democracy is merely the interplay of parties, there can be opposition. But when we hear of a massive democracy, with grandiose ceremonies in which the people participate at the prompting of the state, that signifies, first of all, a confusion between the government and the state, and indicates further that anyone who does not participate is not merely in opposition, but excludes himself from the national community expressing itself in this participation. It is a truly extraordinary transformation of the democratic structure, because there can no longer be any respect for the minority opposition to the state, an opposition that, lacking the means of propaganda, or at least any means that can compete with those of the state, can no longer make its voice heard. The minority is heard even less because the effects of the myth, inflated by propaganda, are always the same and always anti-democratic. Anyone who participates in such a socio-political body and is imbued with the truth of the myth necessarily becomes sectarian. Repeated so many times, being driven in so many different forms into the propagandee's subconscious, this truth, transmitted by propaganda, becomes for every participant an absolute truth, which cannot be discussed without lies and distortion. Democratic peoples are not exempt from what is vaguely called psychoses. But such propaganda, if it is effective, predisposes people to, or even causes, these psychoses. If the people do not believe in the myth, it cannot serve to combat totalitarian propaganda. But if the people do believe in it, they are victims of these myths, which, though democratic on the surface, have all the traits of all other myths, particularly the impossibility in the eyes of believers of being questioned. But this tends to eliminate all opposing truth, which is immediately called error. Once democracy becomes the object of propaganda, it also becomes as totalitarian, authoritarian, and exclusive as dictatorship. The enthusiasm and exaltation of a people who cling to a myth necessarily lead to intransigence and sectarianism. The myth of democracy arose, for example, during the period of the Convention. There we had forms of massive democracy, with great ceremonies and efforts at unanimity. But was that still democracy? Are there not also changes in the mores of the United States when everything is called un-American that is not strict conformism? This term, un-American, so imprecise for the French, is in the United States precise to the extent that it is a result of the belief in the myth. To provoke such belief and launch a people on the road to such exaltation, without which propaganda cannot exist, really means to give a people feelings and reflexes incompatible with life in a democracy. This is really the ultimate problem. Democracy is not just a certain form of political organization or simply an ideology. It is, first of all, a certain view of life and a form of behavior. If democracy were only a form of political organization, there would be no problem. Propaganda could adjust to it. This is the institutional argument. Propaganda is democratic because there is no unitary state centralized by propaganda. If, then, we were merely in the presence of an ideology, there would be no problem. Propaganda can transmit any ideology, subject to the qualifications made above, and therefore also the democratic ideology, for example. But if democracy is a way of life, composed of tolerance, respect, degree, choice, diversity, and so on, all propaganda that acts on behavior and feelings and transforms them in depth turns man into someone who can no longer support democracy because he no longer follows democratic behavior. Yet propaganda cannot create democratic behavior by the promulgation of a myth, which is the only way of making propaganda on the outside, but which modifies the behavior of the people at home. We shall find the same problem in examining certain effects of domestic propaganda. Effects of internal propaganda. I have tried to show elsewhere that propaganda has also become a necessity for the internal life of a democracy. Nowadays, the state is forced to define an official truth. This is a change of extreme seriousness, even when the state is not motivated to do this for reasons of action or prestige. It is led to it when fulfilling its function of disseminating information. We have seen how the growth of information inevitably leads to the need for propaganda. This is truer in a democratic system than in any other. The public will accept news if it is arranged in a comprehensible system, and if it does not speak only to the intelligence but to the heart. This means precisely that the public wants propaganda, and if the state does not wish to leave it to a party which will then provide explanations for everything, that is the truth, it must itself make propaganda. Thus, the democratic state, even if it does not want to, becomes a propagandist state because of the need to dispense information. This entails a profound constitutional and ideological transformation. It is, in effect, a state that must proclaim an official, general, and explicit truth. The state can then no longer be objective or liberal, but is forced to bring to the overinformed people a corpus intelligentiae. It can no longer tolerate competition, because a state that assumes this function no longer has the right to err. If it did, it would become the laughingstock of the citizenry, and its information would lose its effect, together with its propaganda. For the information it dispenses is believed only to the extent that its propaganda is believed. This state-proclaimed truth must be all-embracing. The facts which are the subjects of information are becoming more and more complex, are covering larger segments of life. Thus the system into which they are arranged must cover all of life. This system must become a complete answer to all questions occurring in the citizen's conscience. It must therefore be general and all-valid. It cannot be a philosophy or a metaphysical system, for such systems appeal to the intelligence of a minority. To describe the system, we must go back to an ancient primitive notion, the ideological myth. In fact, a propaganda that corresponds to the body of information in a democratic state and aims at alleviating the troubles of its citizens must offer them an ideological myth. This would not be necessary if the citizens were to work only 3 or 4 hours a day and devote 4 hours daily to personal reflection and cultural pursuits, if all citizens had a similar cultural level. If the society were in a state of equilibrium and not under the shadow of tomorrow's menace, and if the moral education of the citizens enabled them to master their passions and their egotism. But as these 4 conditions are not fulfilled, and as the volume of information grows very rapidly, we are forced to seek explanations hic et nunc, and publicly parade them in accordance with popular demand. But the creation of the ideological myth leads to an obligation on the part of democracy to become religious. It can no longer be secular, but must create its religion. Besides, the creation of a religion is one of the indispensable elements of effective propaganda. The content of this religion is of little importance. What matters is to satisfy the religious feelings of the masses. These feelings are used to integrate the masses into the national collective. We must not delude ourselves. When one speaks to us of massive democracy and democratic participation, these are only veiled terms that mean religion. Patience and unanimity have always been characteristics of religious societies and only of religious societies. Thus we return by another route to the problem of intolerance and the suppression of minorities. Footnote: let us recall another effect of such propaganda on democracy. An aristocratic category of men arises which has no common bond with democracy. The propagandist is a technician and a member of an aristocracy of technicians that establishes itself above the instructions of a democracy and acts outside its norms. Besides, the employment of propaganda leads the propagandist to cynicism, disbelief in values, non-submission to the law of numbers, doubts on the value of opinions, and contempt for the propagandee and the elected representatives. He knows how public opinion is fashioned. The propagandist cannot subject himself to popular judgment and democracy. Finally, the propagandist is privy to all state secrets and acts at the same time to shape opinions. He really has a position of fundamental direction. The combination of these 3 elements makes the propagandist an aristocrat. It cannot be otherwise. Every democracy that launches propaganda creates in and by such propaganda its own enemy, an aristocracy that may destroy it. On the other hand, democracy is more and more conceived as a simple external political structure, rather than as a complete concept of society, of behavior, of man. This concept, this way of life, is tied to political democracy. Certain qualities on the part of the citizens are needed if democracy is to exist. It is easy to see that democracy wants to preserve this treasure that is its reason for and its way of existing. The government must maintain this way of life, without which democracy would no longer be possible. It thus becomes understandable and consistent that American prisoners, repatriated from Korea, were put in quarantine and subjected to mental and psychological treatment to detoxicate them of communism. They had to be given an American brainwashing, corresponding to the Chinese brainwashing, to make them fit to live once again according to the American way of life. But what is left of a man after that? We understand that democracy wants to control the mental and psychological state of the people who serve it, according to the notion of the security risk. Public servants cannot be permitted criminal or immoral conduct, alcoholism, dope addiction, or the like. They would be so far removed from the virtues a democratic citizen must exhibit that this exercise of control and the massive education by propaganda for a life congruous with democracy are easy to understand. The civic virtues created by the mass media will guarantee the maintenance of democracy. But what remains of liberty? I want to touch upon one other fact. I have tried to show in my book, The Technological Society, that modern technical instruments have their own weight and by themselves change political structures. Here I will ask only one question. What will be the effect on democracy of the use of TV for propaganda? One can see the first effects. TV brings us close to direct democracy. Congressmen and cabinet members become known. Their faces and utterances come to be recognized. They are brought closer to the voter. TV permits political contact to extend beyond election campaigns and informs the voters directly on a daily basis. More than that, TV could become a means of control over public servants. In his capacity as TV viewer, the voter could verify what use his representatives make of the mandate with which he has entrusted them. Certain experiments conducted in the United States showed that when sessions of Congress were televised, they were much more dignified, serious, and efficient. Knowing that they were being observed, the congressmen took greater pains to fulfill their function. But one must not hope for too much in this respect. There is little chance that governing bodies will accept this control. Footnote: John Albig states correctly that this personification by TV corrodes and inhibits personal analytical reflection, standardizes personal images, and transmits a false reality. A televised session of Congress or the Cabinet is not a true session, cannot be a true session. In such a televised session, the public sees the responsible government in action, but only as a political show performed by humanized stars who play a role. This seems an excellent description. In reality, statesmen fully understand how to use it for their propaganda. And that is all. In fact, TV probably helped Eisenhower to win over Stevenson, the conservatives to win over Labor. Footnote: This has been challenged by Angus Campbell in Television and the Election. Campbell, on the other hand, gives important indications of TV's decisive influence on elections. The problem is first one of money, second of technical skill. But the use of TV as a democratic propaganda instrument entails the risk of a profound modification of democracy's style. What can democracy use for TV propaganda? Democracy is not well adapted to that. So far, the technical instruments are in accord with democratic activities. Democracy speaks, and its entire being is expressed in words. This is not meant ironically. I believe that speech, in the most powerful and rhetorical sense, is one of the highest expressions of man. The instruments of propaganda, particularly press and radio, are made for words. Conversely, democratic propaganda made by motion pictures is weak. Democracy is not a visual form of government. The ceremony of the flame under the Arc de Triomphe, one of the most successful pictures, has little propaganda impact even though it is spectacular. Actually, when democracy wants to use the film for propaganda, it can think of nothing but military parades, which cannot be presented too often. Propaganda needs both repetition and diversity. So far, democracy's inability to use motion pictures for its propaganda has not seemed serious, the films being a secondary arm. But it seems that TV is destined to become a principal arm, for it can totally mobilize the individual without demanding the slightest effort from him. TV reaches him at home, like radio, in his own setting, his private life. It asks no decision, no a priori participation, no move from him, such as going to a meeting, but it holds him completely and leaves him no possibility of engaging in other activities, whereas radio leaves a good part of the individual unoccupied. Moreover, TV has the shock effect of the picture, which is much greater than that of sound. But in order to use this remarkable arm, one must have something to show. A government official giving a speech is not a spectacle. Democracies have nothing to show that can compare with what is available to a dictatorship. If they do not want to be left behind in this domain, which would be extremely dangerous, they must find propaganda spectacles to televise. But nothing is better than massive ceremonies, popular marches, the Hitler Youth and the Komsomols, or an entire population enthusiastically assembled to build new ships or a new university, as in Yugoslavia. The exigencies of TV will lead democracy to engage in such hardly democratic demonstrations. We are now reaching the most important problem. Earlier I examined the psychological transformations that the individual undergoes when subjected to an intense and continuous propaganda. We have also seen that the existence of two contradictory propagandas is no solution at all, as it in no way leads to a democratic situation. The individual is not independent in the presence of two combatants, between whom he must choose. He is not a spectator, comparing two posters, or a supreme arbiter when he decides in favor of the more honest and convincing one. To look at things this way is childish idealism. The individual is seized, manipulated, attacked from every side. The combatants of two propaganda systems do not fight each other, but try to capture him. As a result, the individual suffers the most profound psychological influences and distortions. Man modified in this fashion demands simple solutions, catchwords, certainties, continuity, commitment, a clear and simple division of the world into good and evil, efficiency and unity of thought. He cannot bear ambiguity. He cannot bear that the opponent should in any way whatever represent what is right or good. An additional effect of contradictory propagandas is that the individual will escape either into passivity or into total and unthinking support of one of the two sides. It is striking to see how this current, which is the point of departure of totalitarian parties, is beginning to take hold in the United States. These two different reactions, passivity or total commitment, are completely anti-democratic. But they are the consequence of some democratic types of propaganda. Here is the hub of the problem. Propaganda ruins not only democratic ideas, but also democratic behavior, the foundation of democracy, the very quality without which it cannot exist. The question is not to reject propaganda in the name of freedom of public opinion, which as we well know is never virginal, or in the name of freedom of individual opinion, which is formed of everything and nothing, but to reject it in the name of a very profound reality, the possibility of choice and differentiation, which is the fundamental characteristic of the individual in the democratic society. Whatever the doctrine promulgated by propaganda, its psychosociological results are the same. To be sure, some doctrines are more coherent subject matter for propaganda than others and lead to a more efficient and insistent propaganda. Other doctrines, Republican and Democratic, are rather paralyzing and less suitable. But the only result is the progressive weakening of the doctrine by propaganda. Conversely, what gives propaganda its destructive character is not the singleness of some propagated doctrine. It is the instrument of propaganda itself. Although it acts differently according to whether it promulgates a closed system or a diversity of opinions, it has profound and destructive effects. What am I saying, then? That propaganda can promulgate a democratic doctrine? Absolutely. That it can be used by a government elected by majority vote? Absolutely. But this gives us no guarantee that we are still dealing with democracy. With the help of propaganda, one can disseminate democratic ideas as a credo and within the framework of a myth. With propaganda, one can lead citizens to the voting booth, where they seemingly elect their representatives. But if democracy corresponds to a certain type of human being, to a certain individual behavior, then propaganda destroys the point of departure of the life of a democracy, destroys its very foundations. It creates a man who is suited to a totalitarian society, who is not at ease except when integrated in the mass, who rejects critical judgments, choices, and differentiations because he clings to clear certainties. He is a man assimilated into uniform groups and wants it that way. With the help of propaganda, one can do almost anything, but certainly not create the behavior of a free man, or to a lesser degree, a democratic man. A man who lives in a democratic society and who is subjected to propaganda is being drained of the democratic content itself, of the style of democratic life, understanding of others, respect for minorities, re-examination of his own opinions, absence of dogmatism. The means employed to spread democratic ideas make the citizen, psychologically, a totalitarian man. The only difference between him and a Nazi is that he is a totalitarian man with democratic convictions. But those convictions do not change his behavior in the least. Such contradiction is in no way felt by the individual for whom democracy has become a myth and a set of democratic imperatives, merely stimuli that activate conditioned reflexes. The word democracy, having become a simple incitation, no longer has anything to do with democratic behavior, and the citizen can repeat indefinitely the sacred formulas of democracy while acting like a stormtrooper. All democracy that is maintained or propagated through propaganda eventually scores this success, which is its own negation with regard to the individual and the truth. But can things really be that way? I said above that, generally, those who tend to deny propaganda's efficacy unconsciously hold a concept of the inalienable value of the individual. Those who accept its efficacy hold a materialistic concept. So far as I am concerned, I would much prefer to be able to assert that man is invulnerable, that few dangers exist for him in present-day society, that propaganda can do nothing to him. Unfortunately, the experiences of the last half-century are not encouraging in this respect. Moreover, it seems to me that the belief in propaganda's harmlessness and the spreading of this belief are ultimately detrimental to man. For man is reassured in the face of attacks. He believes in his invulnerability and in the ineffectiveness of the attack, and his will to resist is greatly diminished. Why lose one's time and waste one's efforts defending oneself against propaganda if propaganda is merely child's play and empty talk by ridiculous tyrants? Why exert one's mind, one's personality, one's strength of character if the tigers are paper tigers? If the methods are so absurd and obvious that even the biggest fool can manage to escape them? Why make discerning choices if propaganda, using only what is already there and leading me along roads I would have traveled without it, can in no way modify my actions? If the propagandee takes that attitude, he is in the most favorable position to obey without knowing it, to drift into the routine of propaganda while claiming to be supremely superior. The only truly serious attitude, serious because the danger of man's destruction by propaganda is serious, serious because no other attitude is truly responsible, and serious is to show people the extreme effectiveness of the weapon used against them, to rouse them to defend themselves by making them aware of their frailty and their vulnerability, instead of soothing them with the worst illusion, that of a security that neither man's nature nor the techniques of propaganda permit him to possess. It is merely convenient to realize that the side of freedom and truth for man has not yet lost, but that it may well lose, and that in this game propaganda is undoubtedly the most formidable power, acting in only one direction, toward the destruction of truth and freedom, no matter what the good intentions or the good will may be of those who manipulate it. Appendix 1. Effectiveness of Propaganda. Approaching the problem of gauging propaganda results, we must carefully distinguish between effectiveness and involuntary effects. On the one hand, the propagandist aims at certain objectives. He wants to modify the content of an opinion, change majority views, or destroy the morale of an enemy. With regard to such aims, we can speak of effectiveness. Either the propagandist attains his objective, or he does not. This is what people usually study under the subject heading Propaganda Effects. But this is a misconception. For other effects are much deeper and more important, even though not willed. I have tried to analyze these in chapters 4 and 5. In this appendix, I will limit myself to examining direct effectiveness. 1. Difficulties of measuring effectiveness. As soon as we pose the problem of effectiveness, we approach the question of effects and the measurement of such effects. In this annex, I will take the word in its ordinary sense, as it is generally used by students of propaganda, that is, as desired effects sought by the propagandist. Can the propagandist change an opinion, or can't he? This is what some people try to measure, because, in line with contemporary scientific prejudices, only what can be expressed in figures is certain. Difficulty of the subject. Let us begin by stating that propaganda sets itself a great diversity of objectives, and that it is often difficult to distinguish among them. The propagandist may seek to sustain the morale of his troops, to reinforce their courage, to excite them, to get them to sacrifice their lives. The existence of other propagandas and the difficulty of measurement will combine here to make it impossible to know and register the point of departure, that is, the degree of enthusiasm, and so on, before and after the propaganda operation. It must be particularly stressed that, aside from the difficulty of finding reliable testing methods, the individuals in question were not untouched by propaganda in general before a particular operation was launched. For instance, mobilized troops have already been propagandized to some extent. We cannot find a zero point from which to begin, not only because none of us has remained immune to propaganda, but also because supporters of a cause have become supporters through propaganda. From there on, mere modifications in consequence of a propaganda campaign are of little significance. A propagandist might also aim at neutralizing an enemy by destroying his morale. But to measure the effectiveness of such propaganda would require measuring the difference between two propagandas, for the enemy also is subjected to positive propaganda by his own side. And it is never possible to evaluate the effects of two propagandas at the same time. No nation or organization can undertake such an analysis at the time of the propaganda operation. There can only be retrospective inquiries, and we shall see later how insignificant they are. The propagandist can aim at some external, formal, and temporary adherence, as in an election campaign, by trying to get undecided voters to vote for a certain candidate. At this point, we generally encounter the traditional argument that because 2 or 3 conflicting propagandas cancel each other out, the voter is free to make his own choice. In the event of a referendum, there are as many arguments for as against, advanced everywhere. Therefore, it is maintained no opinions are changed. This is only partially correct, and one cannot reach decisive conclusions as to propaganda effectiveness in general by noting the success or failure of an election campaign. The shift of some votes is never significant. In fact, one cannot really talk about propaganda in connection with an election campaign. A campaign is the simplest, most imperfect form of modern propaganda. The objective is insufficient, the methods are incomplete, the duration is brief, Pre-propaganda is absent, and the campaign propagandist never has all the media at his disposal. Thus, the one case in which the measurement of effects is comparatively easy, shift of votes, is also by far the least significant. The propagandist may also aim at many other objectives, such as the destruction of microgroups, labor unions, associations, and other groups. He may seek some determined action, strike, boycott, pogrom, from a group more or less directly under his influence. He may seek to influence some public opinion, aiming not at immediate actions, but only at changing a climate or evoking an atmosphere of sympathy or antipathy. He may, finally, if he is a commercial propagandist, simply try to get people to buy some product. I have pointed out the extreme diversity of possible objectives in order to show that propaganda's effectiveness cannot be measured on the basis of results obtained in one of these domains. If I look at propaganda made within a large group and find that it has failed to push the group towards some proposed action, a strike, for example, I will be tempted to conclude that it was ineffective. But if I find that this same propaganda campaign has broken up some of an adversary's microgroups, or has created some strong resentment and restrained aggressiveness on the part of a group of militants, I must conclude that, from this point of view, propaganda has succeeded and can serve as a basis for future action. If I see that few votes were won and that the undecided were not reached by the campaign, I will tend to regard it as a failure. But the same propaganda may have galvanized the militant group, reinforced the party, given it a chance to experiment with new methods, or led to the solidarity of certain microgroups, equally important results. Therefore, given the diversity of effects sought by the propagandist, one can draw absolutely no conclusions about the effectiveness of his propaganda with regard to any of his objectives. Moreover, even if one could isolate one from among the many and prove that the propagandist aimed only at that particular one, for example, to obtain votes in a referendum, it is absolutely impossible to transfer such findings to other domains of propaganda. To do so would be to be hasty and to misunderstand basic differences. It has been well recognized, for example, that certain advertising methods are ineffective in political propaganda. Getting a man to adhere to a political movement and getting him to buy a car are not the same problem. Nor is it the same problem to get people to vote a certain way or to promote heroism in combat. It has also been clearly demonstrated that propaganda directed toward other countries cannot be the same as propaganda made at home. The techniques of exercising influence will be different, as will the methods of measuring effectiveness. Footnote: It should be added that it is impossible to measure the effectiveness of black propaganda, propaganda through unconventional channels or rumors. Also, to measure propaganda, it would be necessary to demand criteria of obvious effectiveness. Daniel Lerner has tried this without much success. Finally, a direct correlation would have to be established between the effects and the means, which is practically impossible. Aside from the complexity of the problem itself, the extreme difficulty of defining the facts themselves must also be taken into account. Even on the simplest level, most easily translated into figures, one cannot determine with any degree of accuracy how many people are being reached by a propaganda campaign. We know of the efforts made by some American services after 1944 to determine how many German soldiers had read American leaflets, but their number remained completely uncertain. We also know Laswell's effort to determine how many persons were reached by communist propaganda in Chicago. Despite his use of a very complicated method, the results are completely unreliable. Footnote: Harold D. Laswell and Dorothy Blumenstock, World Revolutionary Propaganda, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1939, Chapter 11. This also is true for Rossi's figures regarding communist propaganda in France. But if we do not even know how many people are subjected to propaganda, on the simplest level by counting a single medium, leaflets or meetings or the circulation figures of a newspaper, we certainly cannot estimate the quantitative effect of propaganda, because we cannot learn the percentages of people reached as compared with the total population, or the percentage of people affected as compared with the total number reached. Therefore, we can have no solid basis for evaluation. When we leave this most elementary sphere of attempts at evaluation, we encounter even greater difficulties. The question becomes complicated from 4 points of view. First of all, propaganda tends to affect people in depth and not just with respect to certain circumscribed actions. How, then, can we measure an entire situation, particularly if the effects are latent? A second difficulty is the delay, not always of the same duration, between the moment when the propagandist acts and the one when certain effects begin to show. Dubé maintains that we see here a period of indetermination. Obviously, the propagandist's task is to reduce this period of indetermination as much as possible, but he cannot eliminate it, and the student of propaganda effects must take it into account. He must answer this question: at what point can one say that propaganda has failed? That is, at what point has opinion emerged from the period of indetermination to take a direction different from that suggested by propaganda? This question is hard to answer. A third problem concerns the payoff. Propaganda becomes increasingly expensive. Therefore, the question inevitably arises: do the results justify the costs? Are the returns worth the game? Do constantly rising costs produce increased results? What is the optimal level? These 3 questions concerning the returns of propaganda efforts demand an answer, but we are far from being able to answer them. Footnote: the question of returns is also asked in the USSR, but under a different aspect. The cost of propaganda there is established in terms of the contribution that the propaganda media can make to the effective administration of the country by the party. As a result, the problem of money is of less importance. The fourth difficulty derives from the propagandist's need to predict effects. Effects must be gauged beforehand, because propaganda must be directed and adjusted if maximum results are to be obtained. But we are barely able to see past effects, about which nothing can be done any longer. This is all the more serious because propaganda consists of holding the masses in hand in order to steer them in various directions. When we find, on the basis of past effects, that some propaganda is failing, that means that it has already failed, that the masses, failing to respond, have escaped it, and propaganda can no longer recapture them. This happened with communist propaganda in France between 1949 and 1952. The masses ceased to obey, and the party's self-criticism came too late. The same holds true for the psychological action in Algeria. Its failure became apparent only in 1960. The difficulty of evaluating propaganda effect is increased by the social interactions in which propaganda unfolds. Dubé has taken devilish pleasure in enumerating them. His definition of these interactions: all propagandists are influenced by the public opinion they seek to influence. Interest provokes propaganda, but propaganda provokes an interest. Propaganda provokes habitual responses, which are reinforced or modified by the simple fact of being evoked by propaganda. The individual perceives only that propaganda that his personality lets him perceive, but his personality is changed by that propaganda. The propagandist is influenced by public opinion and by preceding propaganda action. Propaganda is influenced by the propagandist, by public opinion, and by the perception an individual has of propaganda. But the perception itself is influenced by propaganda, public opinion, and the personality of the man who perceives it. Such interactions, which make it impossible to isolate a single propaganda effect in its pure state, can easily be multiplied. Continuing in the same direction, we must understand that it is impossible to dissociate propaganda effects from other factors, as I pointed out in Chapter 1. We cannot name every factor working upon an individual. It would be wrong even to attempt this, for propaganda is not an isolated phenomenon with clearly delineated boundaries. It is completely integrated and immersed in a social entity. It is related to the general sociological structure, and to try to dissociate it and reduce it to its pure state would be to strip it of its true nature. Let us consider a final difficulty. It is practically impossible to study propaganda effects exactly where they are made, in the society in which they develop. The sociologist or psychologist absolutely cannot work in the living contemporary environment of an intense propaganda, because this environment is much too polarized and activated for an analysis to be possible. Just as it is not possible to make public opinion surveys or complicated psychological observations during a battle, so one cannot make them in this kind of psychological war, which all propaganda is. It was completely impossible to research propaganda effectiveness in fascist and Nazi societies. Such research would have been suspect, and the results could not have been published. Such efforts would have collided not only with the resistance of the authorities, but also with that of the interested parties, who either would not be affected by the propaganda and therefore hostile to the regime, without daring to say so in the course of a sociological investigation, or would be partisans of the regime. This is the situation in all countries where true propaganda is being made, such as China, the USSR, Algeria, and so on. The researcher is therefore forced to limit himself to an analysis in real-life situations, in which there is no real propaganda or only limited or sporadic propaganda in connection with an election campaign, a referendum, or a minority party trying to gain members. One could still try to measure effects a posteriori, but such measurement is necessarily inexact. Footnote: for example, as long as one cannot interrogate Nazis in Germany, one will interrogate prisoners. Finally, one can conduct tests, and this will be discussed next in detail. Inadequacy of methods. In the face of total propaganda, it is clear that tests are useless. The reality can never be duplicated. You cannot stop a man in the heat of a meeting to ask him what he thinks. You cannot measure with any precision the effects of a film because you cannot dissociate it from current newspaper articles and radio broadcasts on the same subject. Finally, in a country steeped in propaganda, you cannot take a key group of supporters and measure the effects on other groups of their bearing witness to the cause. Both groups already are shaped by earlier propaganda, and the difference between the two means nothing. Considering propaganda as it really is in its totality, tests are impossible. Footnote: in Le dynamisme des groupes, Revue d'Action Populaire, 1958, Bedin stresses very convincingly the problem of psychic continuity. The use of experimental groups assumes ahistoric groups, without a past and without context. From the reactions of such groups, can one really draw conclusions that apply to real groups that have a past and are tied to the whole range of institutions in their society? The problem itself defies definition. Also, the methods used to analyze the effects generally are inadequate. One method has been used frequently by American researchers, its object being to determine whether some propaganda instruments could change the opinions or prejudices of a group. Students were divided into 2 or 3 groups, with one of them designated a control group untouched by propaganda. The nature of their opinion on some specific questions, such as that of race, was then established. Then the groups to be influenced were subjected to carefully prepared psychological manipulations via pamphlets, films, conferences, and so on. After the period of propaganda, an evaluation of opinion changes by ordinary methods was attempted, with the control group as basis of comparison. The evaluation of opinion took place twice, once immediately after the manipulations, once after some time, in order to establish the persistence of the modifications. These experiments have been described by many American writers. Generally, the conclusion has been that such propaganda had very little effect, that patterns and stereotypes were little changed, and that group opinion remained unchanged. Moreover, the slim results that were obtained disappeared rapidly. I claim that such results mean nothing, because the method is totally inadequate. Its shortcomings are numerous. First, the question under experimentation is the experimenter's choice. It is not a burning, explosive question of immediate concern. I have demonstrated, however, that propaganda can only work in the face of profound immediacy. Second, such propaganda efforts always employ very modest means. Some pamphlets, one or two films. They have no real orchestration and are of short and inadequate duration. Evidently, we cannot expect to eradicate a race prejudice after a few days or weeks of propaganda, no matter how well made. Moreover, such experiments take place in a vacuum, in that the individuals subjected to them are cut off from their normal milieu. The normal conditions under which propaganda works are in no way reproduced. Such propaganda takes place in no sociological context. Then there is no crowd effect, no psychological tension, no interaction of individuals caught in a mass and exciting each other. The experiment is shared by only a few, in a laboratory atmosphere. These conditions are the very opposite of propaganda. There is no participation in a general action, in a general line, in party activities. There is no tie to any organization. There is no call to action nor any chance of engaging in any, but those are essential elements of propaganda. Finally, these laboratory experiments mean nothing because they do not reproduce the true milieu of real propaganda or its methods. They are, at best, attempts at partial influence, and it is completely useless to draw conclusions from them about the efficacy of real propaganda. To believe otherwise reveals considerable ignorance of the phenomenon. On the other hand, attempts at analyzing public opinion have been made. Here the researcher at least deals with real situations. A whole collection of devices has been used for such research, which, however, has been carried out in diffuse and fragmentary fashion. In this way, researchers in the United States have analyzed votes by groups, localities, classes, have systematically analyzed the mail received by a newspaper after a particularly significant article, have made surveys in theaters and movie houses in connection with propaganda films, particularly war films. In the last named instances, various expressions of approval and disapproval were scientifically collected. They have even tried to measure noises in theaters by using special equipment, noise meters, applause meters, but this turned out to be a failure because the spectators soon realized what was going on and modified their reactions. In principle, it is necessary that the analyst be completely hidden and neutral. Finally, certain words and the significance attributed to them before and after a propaganda campaign were analyzed. Of course, such analysis must be carried out in extremely diversified milieu and places. The use of key words is, in fact, very revealing with respect to unconscious absorption of propaganda. In such surveys, the public must be unaware of the research being done. However, when the method of participants is used, the subjects of the experiment know they are under observation. The participating observer must live in a given group, which should be localized and as unaware of him as possible, and he must be progressively assimilated into the group. He learns to know it inside out and becomes integrated into it. His primary task is to observe daily events as an anthropologist observes primitive peoples, and these facts bearing on behavior allow the researcher to classify successive effects of various forms of propaganda. This will lead a complete pattern of individual attitudes and of changes in these attitudes within the social structure. This is probably the best and most precise method. From the limited results it produces, certain conclusions are warranted. But a major obstacle stands in the way. Trained teams of observers are needed, real social scientists, not partisans of a propaganda. These people must be well paid for a long time for, apparently, doing nothing. In reality, only the state can employ this method. Finally, there is a much easier and faster method, such as surveys by Roper or Gallup. This method can be employed frequently and yields reasonably sure, fast results. But it presumes genuine education on the part of the public. The public must not only understand the meaning of these services and lend itself to them, but it must also be without fear. For this reason, the usefulness of surveys to establish propaganda effects is limited. It cannot be used in a totalitarian system because the connection between the propaganda makers and the police is well known in such regimes, and because the public cannot respond properly to the questions asked. Similarly, surveys cannot gauge the effects of terror propaganda because the public will be intimidated. Finally, surveys cannot be used on minorities that feel oppressed, proletarians, Negroes, other racial or religious minorities. Nevertheless, surveys can evaluate what François Bourriquot calls the elasticity of propaganda, which is a sure indication of its effectiveness. Vast propaganda sectors, therefore, cannot be measured with the help of surveys. Moreover, surveys give much better results in connection with instantaneous propaganda, that is, during periods of intense propaganda, elections, or crisis. They reveal much less regarding sociological propaganda, propaganda promulgating a myth, or in periods of calm. In fact, surveys must ask precise questions, offer limited choices, and refer to some localized common experience. Surveys are helpless in periods of calm and with regard to propaganda's broader aims. At best, they can discern certain tendencies or establish whether some word is more or less on the public's mind. But they cannot penetrate the myth whose hold on it the public does not recognize. There, psychoanalytic surveys would be needed, but such research can be conducted only on individuals. Even from another point of view, such opinion surveys, designed to reveal propaganda influences, are very uncertain in their results. They rest on two presuppositions that I consider very debatable. The first is that propaganda's principal aim is to modify public opinion, to replace some current of opinion, to manipulate individual opinions. But that certainly is not accurate. There can be profound propaganda effects that do not manifest themselves outwardly by changes of public opinion on one subject or another. The second presupposition is that surveys reveal the composition of public opinion, and that such composition is the only thing that counts. But in reality, another equally important element needs to be studied: the intensity of opinion. That intensity cannot be established by opinion analysis, despite all weighted indices, the multiplicity of questions, the cross-questions, and so on. It must be remembered that two groups of the same size in a society may be entirely different with regard to the intensity of their opinions and the degree of their integration in society. For example, in 1948, to say that there were 25% communists and 25% anti-communists in France, to take the simplest possible example, means nothing. For on one side there are militants who are ready to throw themselves headlong into action and to sacrifice themselves and, what is even more important, are well organized. Whereas on the other there are unorganized people who have no intention of emerging from their passive individual state. And it must be understood that propaganda operates increasingly on the qualitative level, in the domain of intensities. Any propaganda that had not changed a single vote, but had pushed a revolutionary group to white heat or diminished the conviction and devotion of another group, would have success without an opinion analysis being able to register it. Conversely, such analysis might register opinion changes, for example, among the undecided, which appear in the wake of a one-shot propaganda, but which ultimately surprise the propagandist by failing to last. Finally, I must raise a last question. Opinion surveys concern themselves with public opinion and must address themselves to the entire group whose opinion is to be analyzed. For this reason, surveys operate with representative samples. Yet an aggressive propaganda will not necessarily address itself to all of public opinion. It will take into its sights only a particular subgroup, fraction, or tendency. Because propaganda has precise objectives, it does not concern just anybody. To analyze whether such selective propaganda is effective, it would be necessary to analyze only the target group or the particular tendency that was to be modified. But generally, it will not be known which sector will be attacked by the propagandist, and when it is known, it will be too late. For all these reasons, public opinion survey methods are not really adequate to measure the effectiveness of propaganda. Analyses of individual cases are being made concerning individuals who have been subjected to propaganda. In the wake of World War II, American and British psychologists and sociologists undertook a large job. They made studies of German soldiers who surrendered in 1945 in an attempt to determine whether American propaganda, aimed at persuading them to surrender, had been effective. Schills and Janowitz, Dix, Gerfein, and Janowitz on German PWs. Studies of German civilians in 1946 to determine whether they had been affected by Nazi propaganda, Padover. Studies of captured elite troops in the United States and Canada in 1945, Hicks. Studies of refugees from the USSR to determine the effects of Soviet propaganda, Inkelis. A series of investigations in the American Army, undertaken in 1942–43, to determine whether American soldiers were conscious of war aims, must be included in these research projects. Most of these investigations had negative results. That is, they showed that propaganda had had no decisive effect. But I feel that all these studies suffered from inadequate methods. First of all, concerning Germans interrogated by the British and Americans, what credibility can be accorded to statements by men who are prisoners, vanquished, accused, who have gone through tremendous ordeals, and who are in the presence of their masters, their victors, their eventual judges? To think that these men spoke the truth simply because they were promised anonymity or impunity is childish. Precisely because they had lived under Nazism, and even more because they had accepted it, they could not give the least credence to such guarantees. The Nazi regime had used the same stratagems to uncover and eliminate its enemies. These prisoners necessarily lived in a universe of combat, of lies, of commitment, whereas the researchers placed themselves, and wanted to place the prisoners, in a liberal, unconstrained, frank universe. This misunderstanding vitiated all the findings of these investigations. Without being paradoxical, one might even say that the more these investigations showed that the prisoners had not been affected by propaganda, the more they really proved that the men were still living the lives of propagandees. On the other hand, how can one believe in the sincerity of responses concerning a man's Nazi convictions in Germany after 1945, when Nazism had been outlawed and Nazis were being eliminated from the German administration? With regard to prisoners, how can one fail to see that for a PW of 1 or 2 years, no longer subjected to propaganda, his position vitiates all conclusions one can possibly draw from such inquiries? Footnote: some of these authors are aware of the shortcomings of this method. For example, Gerfein says that German prisoners were not familiar with the methods of surveys, were inhibited by their long subjection in Germany, and so on. Nevertheless, these authors still use these methods and draw conclusions from their findings. Because only 15% express Nazi convictions, 10% express feelings favorable to Nazism, 50% are indifferent, and 25% are hostile, To assume that a mass of individuals subjected for 10 years to Hitler's propaganda retained their critical capacity vis-à-vis the regime is to draw conclusions that are entirely uncertain, despite the enormous labor undertaken. The most serious fault of all these investigations seems to be the following. They preserve the old notion that the effect of propaganda manifests itself in clear, conscious opinions, and that the propagandee will respond in a specific way according to the propagandist's slogans. But this is less and less true. One must understand that just as there is dissociation between private and public opinion, there is dissociation between opinion and action. Propaganda works in that direction. It is not because some individual holds clearly defined Nazi or communist convictions that he will behave for the benefit of the Nazi or communist regime. On the contrary, it is increasingly understood that those who have clear, conscious convictions are potential heretics who discuss action in the light of doctrine. Conversely, because a man cannot clearly express his war aims, does not mean he will comport himself less well on the battlefield if he is properly indoctrinated with propaganda, or fail to exterminate Jews just because he is not an articulate racist, or fail to be a devoted militant because he cannot formulate the doctrine of the class struggle. Footnote: a good example of such opposites is the following. In connection with the trial of a Jewish defendant, Boritsky, many judiciary chroniclers wrote anti-Semitic reports as revealed by Mrs. Hesse, Evidence, 1959. But none of these writers was a racist. On the contrary, they were anti-Nazis, and they strongly protested their friendship for the Jews. Still, their reports were what they were. While writing them and trying to explain the actions of the defendant by his origins, the writers actually adhered to the stereotypes, images, and prejudices of anti-Semitic propaganda, which had remained fully unconscious, but still determined their actions, though on the conscious level they were absolutely not anti-Semites, and when they became aware of what they had done, they insisted they had never meant to say that. What matters to the propagandist is to have a good soldier, a devoted militant, a pogromist. Thus, to declare that 50% of German PWs were indifferent to Nazism because of their negative response to trick questions is to bypass the problem. What is important to know is what they did. Did they participate in Jew hunts and the destruction of ghettos, in executions of civilians, bombardments of cities, torpedoing of hospital ships, and so on? If they did these things, they did so because they had a motivation far stronger than their opinions, one that will not be revealed by a questionnaire of this sort. Similarly, to conclude that propaganda had little effect on the German soldiers and left them on a private, individualized level merely because they were much more interested in the fate of their families than in anything else, seems to me to have little relation to reality. When the average militant is captured, is out of action and protected against propaganda, he will obviously return to his personal problems. This does not mean that he was not under the influence of propaganda when he was plunged into action. On the contrary, as I have shown, the cessation of propaganda leads the propagandee into privatization. With regard to the inquiries of American soldiers, they suffered from the same faults. To conclude that there is a contrast between war propaganda and individual opinion because less than 20% can name the officially promulgated war aims, less than 10% know the basic points of the Atlantic Charter, and more than 50% define their war aims in purely personal terms, is to think very negligently. For the aim of propaganda, obviously, was to obtain the most courageous and efficient soldiers, and not necessarily those inspired by a moral ideal. Propaganda played on the most elementary drives to make a man engage wholeheartedly in combat. In that it was effective, even if it could not express itself in ideological war aims, or it restricted itself to the formulation and dissemination of war aims. Then it was a childish form of propaganda that could not move anybody. and one must not be surprised if individuals formulated their own war aims differently. Moreover, attention must also be paid to the effect in depth that occurs when these war aims, liberty, war against barbarism, etc., are absorbed. This effect can be very active, but will not necessarily be expressed by the propagandee in the same terms as by the newspapers. Differences between propagandistic formulas and their repetition by the propagandee do not mean that he fails to act. It must be concluded that this entire research method cannot measure propaganda effectiveness. Finally, a word on efforts to measure tangible effects: shifting of votes, increased sales in the wake of an advertising campaign, joining a party as a result of a membership drive. This is all very limited. Political parties always make such efforts to evaluate their actions. They try to interpret all indications and to accord propaganda the part that it played. A very good example of this form of analysis has been furnished by Sergei Tse-Tung after studying the 1932 election results in Germany. In that study, the effects of social democratic propaganda in Hesse emerge very clearly. Footnote: The Rape of the Masses, New York, Alliance Book Company, 1940. Then there are the research studies by American political parties to explain the 1952 elections, and particularly the shift of Catholic voters away from the Democrats. This was apparently the result of a variety of propaganda efforts: propaganda on un-American activities, nationalist propaganda, military and even religious propaganda, hopes of seeing an American pope. Eisenhower tied the struggle against communism to religious nationalism. Religion is the counterweight to tyranny. This apparently greatly influenced Catholics. Finally, the Communist Party, after having made propaganda in some district or village, evaluates the results by the number of petitions, collections, signatures, and so on. But no real significance can be attributed to such research operations. The criticism of Tse-Tung's analysis is well known, as is the attribution of entirely other causes than social democratic propaganda to the election defeat in Hesse. Nothing certain emerges from such analyses. Other attempts at measuring effects are being tried by commercial firms in regard to advertising. The object is different, but the methods are related. Commercial firms are interested in immediate results in order to learn whether it is advantageous to advertise, whether advertising produces side benefits, when they should advertise, before or after launching a new product, at what time of the year, how far to go, how not to overshoot the mark. At best, all this can emerge only from analyses of past effects. But we must also ask who is reached by advertising. There are thousands of ways of looking for this: lost leaders, free samples, questionnaires, and so on. But they all disregard the influence of the unconscious, the most important part. This education of reflexes and instilling of habits is propaganda's true effect, and cannot be gauged by direct inquiry, but only by the massive participation it evokes. What counts is to assess the total effect of advertising. In the commercial world, it will be measured in money. The cost of advertising is compared with the returns. Generally, advertising costs are between 5% and 20% of the sales price. If they exceed 20%, one may doubt that the returns justify the added expense, but there are exceptions when such costly campaigns are accompanied by a great improvement in the quality of the product. For example, advertising doubled the sales of the French cigarette Gitane in 1 year, 1938. The problem of return is central in commercial affairs. The state does not always have to count propaganda costs and limit them. Footnote: It is easy to see the disproportion between the enormous sums expended and the returns in the cases of Nazi Germany, the USSR, and also the Americans during the war. The effects of the 3 billion leaflets showered on the German army between June 1944 and March 1945 were obviously not in proportion to the effort made. In fact, the aim frequently exceeds simple questions of money. If the object is to gain 10% more votes in order to marshal unanimity behind some economic program, stimulate energies, eliminate an opponent's psychological resistance, influence foreign public opinion, all this can be well measured. And the importance of the démarche is such that money is spent without being counted. In other situations, the state frequently cannot even try to measure the propaganda returns. For example, in wartime, propaganda directed to an enemy cannot be measured by its repercussions, feedback. In any event, if the psychological shock succeeds, it must remain hidden, for otherwise the propagandees would immediately be arrested by their own police and all propaganda effect would stop. Besides, if a government knows that some foreign propaganda is effective, it will make appropriate counter-propaganda. To sum up this analysis of the inadequacy of the various methods designed to evaluate the effectiveness of propaganda, let us add the following observations. 1. Most sociologists and politicians consider the mathematical method the most exact and efficient. But this method seems to me not just debatable, but wrong. The mathematical methods, statistics, etc., can be applied only within very narrow limits and to problems that generally have to be taken out of context. Most sociological phenomena defy this method. The desire to reduce a situation to precise figures presumes a threefold prior operation. A. The removal of the fact to be quantified from its psychological, religious, sentimental, historic contexts, and its removal from the individual's Weltanschauung as a whole. B. The reduction of all the phenomenon to its simplest state, by elimination of all complexities and subsidiary aspects which may actually be the most important. C. Consideration of the external phenomena only, though they may be merely extensions of more important different factors. But quantification must restrict itself to external aspects, behavior, visible attitudes, and so on. This would be barely acceptable if it were admitted that the results are rather thin and relatively insignificant. But because they are expressed in figures, and because we have a maniacal faith in the exactness of mathematics, it is claimed that such methods produce the truth itself, and that the rest is literature. But it is precisely the rest that is most important, so long as we do not have a total robot image of man. It is the rest that is important, so long as we do not discount man altogether, as do the Kinsey Report and others. What is particularly serious in this connection is that the socio-psychologists who use such mathematical methods are quick to claim that what cannot be reached by their methods does not exist. But I have tried to show that such methods are inadequate for the problems studied here. And I must add that the results attained and the figures arrived at never go beyond what is already obvious and is merely common sense. To prove with figures, after long statistical inquiries, that women are more receptive to emotional propaganda than men is hardly an astounding revelation. Common sense also tells us that man has a certain psychic stability that cannot be altered radically by propaganda. Figures, charts, and ratios add little to that. 2. My second observation is that these so-called scientific methods are extremely partial. All analyses of effectiveness with regard to propaganda that I have seen reveal an unconscious bias. To give just one example, most American studies on the relative effectiveness of Nazi and American propaganda conclude that Nazi propaganda did not have a profound effect on the Germans, that Nazi propaganda in no way whatever reached American opinion, but that American propaganda had certain tactical effects on German soldiers, inducing them to surrender in 1945. But Goebbels also had some rather thorough systematic studies made that invalidate the first two claims. With regard to the third, even the American specialists themselves are in disagreement. Schills and Warburg. The psychologists and sociologists who have held that propaganda had little effect all share certain views based on the choice of values. They are humanists who believe in the resolute character of human nature, the permanence of personality, the irrational but stable foundations of psychic life, and who, unconsciously, refuse to admit that men can be entirely mastered, dominated, conditioned. Or they are convinced Democrats who believe in the democratic presupposition that the citizen must be able to retain autonomy of will and judgment, because without it, elections would mean nothing. Elected representatives would represent nothing, and there could no longer be talk of the sovereignty of the people. It is completely acceptable to have such a view of man, but it is a metaphysical view. It is perfectly acceptable that a man should remain an optimist and idealist, and for that reason declare that propaganda is not very formidable, and make it an act of faith that man will always come out on top. But people should not claim to have reached such conclusions by scientific analysis, statistics, and sociological experiments. Footnote: Let us also remember that the American socio-psychologists are not unanimous in their estimates of effectiveness. In general, one can see the full success of all forms of propaganda of justification. The individual always firmly believes in whatever justifies him. I would also like to suggest a relatively simple experiment. Study Lenin's propaganda principles and apply them to the actions of the Soviet leaders. The results that they seek by propaganda almost always emerge very clearly and are generally obtained. 3. Propaganda's effectiveness, or the absence thereof, cannot be established by such methods. It can be done only by observation of general phenomena, by the best possible use of our general knowledge of man and his socio-political environment, by a mixture of judgments of approximation, and by the best possible use of the clearest of reasons. This cannot lead to figures or to strict certainties, but it yields certain probabilities and, above all, precludes the massive errors into which the exact methods lead us. 2. Ineffectiveness of propaganda. In the following, we will look at 4 problems connected with propaganda's ineffectiveness. On the basis of general considerations about the psychic life of the individual, many psychologists, particularly the Americans, reach the conclusion that propaganda is ineffective. I will select 2 out of many examples. The first concerns the stability of stereotypes. Most observers, Young, Critch and Crutchfield, McDougall, think it practically impossible to change stereotypes by psychological manipulation. I agree quite readily, without investigating whether these stereotypes are spontaneous or produced by propaganda. It should be added that these stereotypes are equally impervious to personal experience and hard facts, and that if propaganda cannot budge them, information can budge them even less. But it cannot be denied that certain stereotypes are the result of propaganda. They acquired the same stability and force as the others. For example, the stereotypes of the communist ideal, proletarian messianism, and the identification of the USSR with peace and revolution — propaganda had little trouble associating these 2 contradictory terms — produced by propaganda, have easily withstood the impact of such shocking facts as the Nazi-Soviet pact, the deportations from the Baltic countries and the Ukraine, 1944-45, and the Hungarian massacre, 1956. Actually, such massive facts do shake opinion for a brief time and momentarily efface stereotypes. But after a few weeks, the fact is relegated to the past. It becomes engulfed in explications. Its obvious significance disappears, and the old stereotype, completely unchanged, resumes its place and vigor. For example, Sartre's personal evolution lasted from October 1956 to January 1957. How can one then conclude from the existence of stereotypes that propaganda is ineffective? On the other hand, the non-relation between opinion and action needs to be considered here once again. For example, in a recent struggle over public schools, I found the following. Some of my friends mouthed the stereotypes of support for public schools: unity of youth, independence of the faculty, intellectual quality, and so on. They expressed their views very clearly, but sent their own children to private schools. This is not unusual, but I have shown that propaganda is principally interested in shaping action and behavior, and with little thought. For this reason, propaganda's comparative inability to modify stereotypes does not permit the conclusion that it is ineffective so long as it is able to obtain, beyond opinions, irrational acts. Nevertheless, I will admit this relative inability. The same holds true for my second example, pre-existing attitudes. The question of attitudes is now considered fundamental. It can be defined in different ways. Kruger states that an attitude is a residue of experience that conditions and controls activity, a mental organization that predisposes an individual to a certain type of activity vis-à-vis people or situations is installed. Young says that attitude is a form of unconscious habit that expresses profound tendencies in a drive toward action. Footnote: we have shown how, from that point on, the individual selects this or that information and rejects this or that stimulus, or how the individual escapes all attacks on his presuppositions. Kretsch and Crutchfield consider attitude a durable organization of the emotive, perceptive, and cognitive motivations related to one aspect of the world. These definitions suffice to show that, on the basis of such considerations, attitude is a personal factor leading to action. Of course, man's personality does not consist of one attitude, but of a complex of integrated and interrelated attitudes. The way in which an individual reacts to a stimulus depends on the entire pattern of his attitudes. Whether the stimulus is a private or public event makes no difference, nor does it make any difference whether the stimulus is accidental or the result of a plan. Consequently, a person in the grip of propaganda will react according to his pre-existing attitudes and to the degree that these attitudes lead him to react. Therefore, propaganda must base itself on existing tendencies to have the greatest effect. If it goes against ingrained attitudes, it cannot have any effect. Footnote: many experiences on which these statements are based are very debatable. For example, Cartwright claims that the enormous propaganda in the United States between 1941 and 1945 to buy defense bonds did not change attitudes. In fact, the reasons given by purchasers remained the same for 4 years, despite the diversity of those reasons. Individual motivations did not change. Actually, this proves that people need simple reasons for their acts. The propaganda reasons were too complicated. If a man has a clear reason for doing something, why should he adopt other complicated and vapid reasons for doing the same thing? McDougall says, for example, that Baptist propaganda does not reach conscious Catholics, and that Western propaganda does not reach convinced communists. Still, there are defections. Some Catholics do become Baptists, and vice versa. The temptation then will be to say that their previous attitudes were only superficial, but that is not serious reasoning. It is like the argument of predestination that will say of a Christian who has committed trespass, "This proves that he did not have proper faith to begin with." Doob goes further. Any response to the stimulus of propaganda depends entirely on the past experiences of the individual. Propaganda limits itself to evoking a response he has already learned. This response was already part of his personality. The propagandist must follow the current of public opinion. In Doob's view, if one were to examine whether propaganda has had an effect, one would have to individually examine those who have obeyed propaganda in order to see whether they already had attitudes pushing them toward action in a given direction. Doob is sure they had. This view has been criticized with good arguments by Myoto, who reasons as follows. 1. How could Goebbels's propaganda keep the Germans in line and fighting to the last minute against all evidence and feelings of fear and their desire for peace? 2. How, on the other hand, can one explain the famous undecided in elections and on all political questions? The undecided do not make their decisions in consonance with pre-existing tendencies, but according to where they are being pushed by propaganda. 3. The importance of pre-existing attitudes may be valid in peacetime when the crowds are not subjected to psychic tensions and social groups are stable. Propaganda must adapt itself to their habits in such times. But inside a society in a state of disintegration, with considerable class changes and high nervous tension, propaganda need not move in traditional patterns. It can interfere brutally and carry the decision beyond all accustomed considerations. 4. Finally, how can one explain the violent twists and turns of propaganda, as, for example, in the case of the Communists or the Nazis? Attitudes have not the time to follow suit, and yet, in most cases, the people follow. It cannot be said that they do this through obedience. In following propaganda, the people believe it. Let us add here a thought by Stürzel. He has evolved a theory that a person can have two opinions on the same subject. His private opinion, which he keeps carefully to himself or expresses only to a very small number of persons, and his public opinion, which he shares with his group. Propaganda uses this coexistence of two opinions. By doing so, it can make an individual take an action completely different from the action that would be sparked by his private opinion. But the expression of public opinion is not necessarily based on pre-existing elements. It springs much more frequently from circumstances, external currents, and so on. Finally, 2 remarks. Obviously, a pre-existing attitude exists in the face of one propaganda act. If one makes one speech or publishes one article, the response to it will obviously be conditioned by people's prior positions. But that is not propaganda. Does anyone believe that pre-established attitudes will resist a real propaganda that surrounds the individual without pause from morning to night, from childhood to old age, in all that he reads, sees, hears, without giving him respite, a moment to pause, think, catch his breath? Under such conditions, pre-existing attitudes will fade quickly. They cannot resist the psychological bombardment of a real propaganda campaign. Even if one thinks that such a description applies only to propaganda in totalitarian countries, we must remember what we have said about sociological propaganda in other countries. Thus, this theory that propaganda is dependent on pre-existing attitudes does not mean much. On that basis, no psychological explanation of propaganda is possible. All that needs to be preserved of this theory is that propaganda must always use existing tendencies, as I have already said. But pre-existing attitudes are only a temporary factor of secondary importance, which needs to be considered only at the inception of a propaganda campaign. Some have claimed to find proof of the ineffectiveness of propaganda elsewhere. Propaganda, they say, generally leads to indifference. When an individual in a democracy is placed between two propagandas, there is no reason for him to decide yes or no, and the propagandas cancel each other out. The example most frequently given is an election campaign. With regard to totalitarian countries where the individual is assailed by excessively heavy propaganda, it is said that he knows that he is being lied to and no longer listens, escaping into political absent-mindedness. He closes up and can no longer be reached. Examples of this are said to be the attitudes of the Soviet people vis-à-vis Stalinist propaganda or Hungarian opinion. According to a 1958 survey, the majority of the respondents were favorable toward Kadar, obviously, but it was also noted that Hungarians are primarily interested in their personal and local problems and very little interested in political and international problems. This, it is claimed, shows propaganda's effectiveness. In the same direction, the observations of Lazarsfeld. In the United States, the FCC demands that every private radio and TV station devote some hours to civic programs. But, says Lazarsfeld, the results are not very encouraging. The listeners and viewers turn off their sets. The difficulty is not to make the horse drink, but to lead it to the water. It even has happened that, out of sheer contrariness, the listener reinforced the prejudices and opinions he was asked to surrender. This well-known effect is called boomerang, and incidentally it often is cited in support of claims of the ineffectiveness of propaganda. But these examples are not very convincing. We have studied the phenomenon of indifference in the case of unilateral propaganda in totalitarian countries and have found that it is not a failure, but a success of propaganda. With regard to the alleged ineffectiveness of two contradictory election propagandas, I will limit myself to 3 remarks, complementary to what has already been said on this subject. 1. Those who assert this independence on the part of the listener faced with opposing publicity campaigns are always intellectuals who look at the phenomenon from a distance. Moreover, they are always men who already have a fixed opinion and refuse to let themselves be influenced. 2. It must be remembered how difficult it is to gauge the effectiveness and intensity of a propaganda. Can we really speak of 2 equal propagandas? It is hard to believe. Incidentally, this does not mean that the more intense and better-made propaganda will win automatically and in short order. Even election propaganda can have long-term effects if it is made systematically. In France, between 1921 and 1936, the Communist Party made progress mainly as a result of election propaganda. And the same was true for the Nazi Party during 1929 to 33. It is therefore almost impossible to claim that just because there are 2 propagandas, they cancel each other out. The common-sense objection is entirely superficial. Let us add that in any case, he who fails to make propaganda will be defeated immediately. This at least shows that propaganda is needed. 3. Let us return to the example of the American public's not being interested in civic programs on the radio. But are such programs propaganda? We know that propaganda's first requisite is to be heard, to excite individuals and make them look or listen. It must therefore be assumed, at the very least, that the techniques employed are not the best. Let us look at the subject of the broadcasts. The opening of a new hospital with a full description of its services. The opening of a new public library with speeches on the value of reading matter. Conferences on alcoholism, friendship between peoples. It was not necessary to make a survey here. Simply by looking at the list, I could have told Mr. Lazarsfeld that 75% of the listeners would turn off the program. Here we have information that may be perfectly honest, but is ineffective. This is, as demonstrated elsewhere, an example of the great weakness on the part of information vis-à-vis propaganda. The latter, not claiming to be educational, hurls people into burning actuality, appeals to everything that excites them, then they do not turn off the program. The health bar that sells fruit juice is evidently less attractive than the bar that sells liquor. Marxism, too, readily takes a critical attitude with regard to the effectiveness of propaganda. I will offer only one example, Mao Tse-Tung, in his report on the internal differences between communist countries made in February 1951, published in June 1957, declared that one cannot force a people to renounce idealism or to believe in Marxism. Propaganda, he said, can force people to become Marxist, but is ineffective in that case. Mao added that one must use democratic methods such as public discussion, criticism, persuasion, appropriate education. That sounds like a program of human and public relations. But one must remember that the aim is, nevertheless, fixed and precise. The people must become Marxist. Mao rejects only certain methods of psychological pressure and the most elementary forms of propaganda. But what is appropriate education? It is to teach children a Marxist catechism, to give them a Marxist conception of the world and history and science. What is public discussion and criticism? Who will conduct the sessions if not a leader who knows where they should lead and who will imperceptibly lead his speakers to that point in the course of the discussion? What is persuasion other than one of propaganda's most current forms? Mao describes only the more modern and personalized forms of propaganda. With regard to the democracies, we know from the experience of group dynamics how false is the assertion that propaganda is ineffective. See White, Sorokin, etc. To put it differently, all that matters is what one means by propaganda. Besides, even if it were impossible for propaganda to get people to believe in Marxism, propaganda was very successful in China in making the people act in accord with the government's wishes. The Great Leaps Forward and the communes are admirable examples of propaganda's efficiency. To support the thesis of propaganda's ineffectiveness, many refer to great historic examples. For example, American sociologists were forced to acknowledge that American propaganda failed when it tried to make the Germans resist their government in 1943-45. In particular, the German civilian population continued to resist despite bombings and food shortages. Industrial production remained at a surprisingly high level despite far-reaching destruction. Morale did not disintegrate in any way. See Warburg. Propaganda specialists thought that morale would break down after the Normandy invasion, but the will to fight persisted. And all this despite strong psychological action. Ergo, propaganda was not effective. But one should perhaps look at the other side of the problem and examine what caused the high German morale, what produced the resistance that led a people to fight until the very end of its material means for at least a year, without hope, when 28 years earlier the same people gave in while its army was in less danger than in 1944. There can be no doubt that it was the result of Nazi education. In other words, propaganda that exalted sacrifice, war, military values, faith in the Führer, the common weal, the superiority and invincibility of the German race. Such propaganda had begun 15 years earlier, that is, had had time to take effect. American propaganda that began to penetrate only in 1943 could not stem the tide. It had no time. The general morale resting on propaganda, and not the survival of cadres and groups as Schill's microscopic analysis would have it, led to the German resistance. For at least 4 months before the end of the war, communications were cut off, the police and the party exercised pressures only very sporadically, the administration no longer functioned. Footnote: This is the conclusion of Gerfein and Janowitz, who showed, for example, that from June 1944 to April 1945, more than 60% of German soldiers still retained their faith in Hitler, and that in February 1945, 40% believed that Germany could still win the war. These authors concluded that it was useless to attack the German soldier on ideological grounds because he was protected by virtue of being a propagandee. But in contrast, there is the explosive study by Schill's, which attempts to show that German propaganda had little effect, and that he found such values as honor, fatherland, and so on existed where small groups, and particularly military groups, had succeeded in surviving. To the extent that an individual is satisfied with his small group, he cannot be attacked, and his resistance to outside force will not spring from propaganda. This interpretation, Schill's, conflicts, in my view, with basic considerations. With regard to small groups, why were there such great differences, some groups dissolving without apparent reason, and so on? There is a basic problem here, the morale of the group. And that morale, precisely, is the result of propaganda. If a newly turned anti-Nazi is judged by his fellows, a transposition of the importance of slogans takes place on the personal level. Ideological unity and morale then constitute the unifying force of the primary group. If, conversely, we see an individual's morale collapse quickly when he is separated from his group, that is, except for other reasons, because propaganda is a mass phenomenon, so that the isolated individual ipso facto ceases to be a propagandee. Thus, Schills is right, but stops halfway. Propaganda is present in a combat group. If the people, and not just the combat groups studied by Schills, resisted, it was not because they were surrounded by official pressure, but because they had been propagandized in depth, and that also rendered them immune to American propaganda. A second and classic example, Hungary. From the moment of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, it was said that communist propaganda had failed. Even though this propaganda had been going on for 10 years, the people had retained their critical sense and had not been convinced. That was the standard argument. The Western bourgeoisie was delighted to welcome those anti-communists, valiant fighters for the free world. How great was the astonishment and the general covering up when it was discovered that these revolutionaries were almost all communists, or at least socialists. And the Hungarian refugees of 1945, almost all adherents of Horthy's regime, refused to have anything to do with the new arrivals on the ground that they represented the extreme left. This is another propaganda success. Within 10 years, a population with a large majority of moderate rightists, an important moderate leftist group, and a small communist minority, 8%, was turned into an almost entirely communist nation. I say almost entirely, because the opponents of the regime who fled were also communists, who, even when beyond the reach of the police state, continued to say so, though they knew that communists were not popular in the countries to which they had gone. They had not revolted against a form of government, or against communism, but against a man, against excessive restrictions, against the presence of the Russians. This means that not just anything can be attained through propaganda, and that only surface propaganda, tactical propaganda, had failed, whereas fundamental propaganda had succeeded. But it obviously is much more important to show that propaganda succeeded in transforming a nation into communists than to show that it could not make them accept certain food restrictions. Another example of the ineffectiveness of propaganda is Algeria. Footnote: this was written in 1959 and is included unchanged. It is true that psychological action directed at the Arabs generally fails. Very few Falags were persuaded by propaganda to lay down their arms and come over to the French side. The few cases in which this occurred do not seem to have been the result of propaganda. Among neutral Arab populations, no great successes can be registered either, nor does pro-French sentiment seem to have increased. On the contrary. Therefore, it is said propaganda was ineffective. But here one must make distinctions. Let us say first that propaganda was quite effective with regard to the French groups. Young soldiers, often hostile to the war in Algeria in the beginning, changed their attitude after a few months there. This was not the exclusive result of psychological action, but it played its part and was related to other things, such as man's inclusion in groups, his participation in a state of mind, all things that I have shown to be closely related to propaganda. With respect to French civilians, propaganda was equally effective, and the events of May 13th cannot be explained without the careful psychological preparations that took place for the events of that day. The failure of propaganda toward the Arabs, aside from the fact that propaganda toward such groups is most difficult, must be attributed mainly to its extreme mediocrity and the shortcomings of its methods. Some meetings, usually conducted by young people without experience, a few pamphlets, some of which were well done, some phonograph records. Who can expect to convince anybody of anything by such means? The failure of propaganda must also be attributed to the complete absence of both a usable ideology and subjects that could cause excitement or enthusiasm. Nothing had been marshaled against the nationalist passion. There was no effective stimulus on any level. How can one claim to judge propaganda under such conditions? What happened in the camps can hardly be mentioned. Footnote. See Brainwashing, Appendix 2. All that can be concluded from this failure is that propaganda cannot be improved or made in just any fashion. Footnote. Here are some other well-known examples of failure of propaganda. Goebbels' propaganda of 1929 against the Young Plan. The 1945 mayoralty elections in Boston. The 1948 presidential elections in the United States. The psychological preparation for the Suez Campaign, 1956. The European defense community in France. But these failures were almost all the result of faulty judgment concerning the territory where propaganda was to be applied, or of the overwhelming power of an opponent. 3. Effectiveness of propaganda. It is impossible, in my view, to establish precise measurements of the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of propaganda. In honesty, one can judge it only in conjunction with very broad facts and very general ideas. I shall give here some criteria of judgment, often very banal and simplistic, which permit the conclusion that propaganda is indeed effective. First, some very general reasons deserve to be considered. The first is that today all politicians and all big businessmen agree that psychological action, propaganda, advertising, human relations, and public relations are indispensable and definitely produce results. Could one say that these men obey a new fashion, are victims of an illusion, or have not really thought about it? In view of the deliberate attempt on the part of some socio-psychologists to demonstrate that political men err when they believe in the effectiveness of propaganda, one might ask, who is the real victim of illusions here? If we think of men motivated entirely by the desire for efficacy, like Lenin, or of businessmen entirely motivated by the desire for higher profits, it would be hard to admit that such people, who are very realistic, allow themselves to be taken in by illusions in this domain. A second argument on the same order is the following. All those who have lived in a strongly propagandized environment and have been subjected to the effects of propaganda, while trying to remain unaffected, all those who have seen propaganda in massive action, are agreed that propaganda is effective. Those who deny it live in countries that are still liberal and not subjected to intense propaganda. Today, hardly any Germans, Russians, or Algerians question the effectiveness of propaganda. Only those who see it from afar, who are not directly subjected to it, who do not witness opinion changes caused by propaganda, who confound the brushfire of a McCarthy with the propaganda of a Goebbels, express doubts. Moreover, and this is characteristic, they do it to the same degree that they fail to see the true propaganda practiced on them. This explains why many American socio-psychologists deny the effectiveness of propaganda, but admit that of public relations and human relations, for these are precisely the form propaganda takes in the United States. There, it is the only truly developed, systematized, and long-lasting form of propaganda. We must now turn to some very general and broad facts that are open to various interpretations. First, how can the following developments be explained without an admission that opinion and behavior changes took place as a result of the use of mass media? 1. The attainment of consciousness on the part of the labor class between 1848 and 1917. Marx is perfectly right when he says that the actual condition of the proletariat is nothing unless the proletariat is aware of that condition, that such awareness is simultaneously the creator of the labor class and the revolutionary will, and that it cannot occur spontaneously or individually. It is the fruit of what the workers are told by certain intellectuals, the result of an education, in reality, of a propaganda. Propaganda, sometimes uncertain and searching for a way, but effective in the long run, has led the working class to where it is now, and has done so by closely mixing action, education, mass meetings, and propaganda in the strict sense of the term, according to the propaganda that I have indicated as typical for propaganda in the broad sense. 2. The spread of the socialist mentality in France between 1900 and 1950. How did this famous shift to the left come about? Why did the number of socialist and later communist votes increase constantly? Why were the socialist reforms of the state and the economy effected without revolution? Who would question today the nationalization of certain enterprises, Social Security, paid vacations, and so on? A distinction must be made between those who vote socialist and those whose number is far greater, who are so imbued with socialism that they no longer even recognize as socialist what were considered to be purely socialist demands 50 years ago. Here again we see a slow penetration by propaganda. 3. The revolutions of 1917 and 1933 are the results of propaganda, in the very words of those who made them. Lenin and Trotsky, Hitler and Goebbels said time and again that the success of their revolutions was the result of propaganda, which made the masses become adherents of a minority. 4. The spread of communism and the communization of the populations in the people's democracies in China are also the result of propaganda. Those populations are progressively transformed into communists by enlisting them in a psychological mass movement, by systematic education, and by involving them in certain actions designed for psychological ends. The problem of truth or of doctrinal persuasion is of no importance in the process. 5. The explosions of nationalism in the Cameroons, Algeria, Indochina, and so on cannot be explained except as results of propaganda. Their people were without historical or racial coherence, a common state, or a national existence. On the other hand, nationalism was a specific phenomenon of the Europe of the 19th century. Contrary to the thesis that nationalism is a necessary historic stage between feudalism and socialism, a purely Marxist assertion not borne out by history. In reality, the colonial peoples saw in nationalism the image, the grandeur, the effectiveness of their victors, and adopted its form and passion to become victors in their turn, which is completely normal. But this reasoning on the part of some intellectuals had no reality, no force, no efficacy until that nationalist passion inflamed hearts, until there was the systematic creation of a national exaltation with regard to a nation that did not exist. This was done through propaganda. I could cite other instances. In all, these facts are of infinitely greater importance in judging the effectiveness of propaganda than any analyses of a voting pattern or of the effects of a pamphlet. To be sure, for all these examples, documentation is needed. For some of them, such documentation exists. In connection with others, research is being done. I cannot trace every element here, but I will say that my assertions are not gratuitous or lightly made. One qualification is essential to prevent misunderstanding. I do not mean to say that these developments were the result of one propaganda only, and even less of propaganda in the narrow sense of psychological manipulation of symbols. Of course, the revolution of 1917, or the emergence of Algerian nationalism, was a confluence of many factors. There were pre-existing conditions, an evolution of events, a spontaneous evolution of opinions, the growth of some organizations and the decline of others, economic phenomena, and so on. But these facts by themselves are incapable of producing such massive human movements as the labor movement of the Nazi Revolution. What is decisive is the propaganda factor, which sets these developments into motion, coordinates them, makes people conscious of them. Obviously, propaganda does not exist by itself, but without it, nothing would happen. It really starts the engine. And once the movement is underway, propaganda keeps it going, directs it, and ensures its success. From a different point of view, one can also see the importance of this fact if one realizes that no enterprise now is possible anywhere without psychological preparation, conditioning, persuasion, and so on. Every event in our society supposes the allegiance or approval of all, and such participation in mind or action can be obtained only by propaganda. The fact that it is utilized in so many different fields shows that our society is in the process of becoming a total society. That is, a society in which no single act can be a matter of indifference. Every act and feeling assumes a political character. No act is purely personal. Not to participate in Hitler's Winterhilfe, winter collection for the poor, not to participate in the national enthusiasm in some new African state, not to take an interest in the problem of school systems in France in 1959, is no longer an individual act, but a breaking of ties with community. And the community cannot function today unless its citizens are sufficiently integrated so that every reform, no matter what kind, is carried out by all and assumes a political character. From there on, propaganda is necessary. At the same time, one must assert that the mechanism works this way and generally achieves its aims because propaganda is effective. Is it necessary to remind the reader here of the phenomenon of advertising? I have said that one cannot draw general conclusions from its workings, but it seems impossible nowadays to deny that it is effective in its own sphere. I need not reiterate the examples found in all the books about cigars smoked by gangsters in films, or about cigarette manufacturers who thought they had conquered the market, stopped advertising, and soon lost their sales. But I must give at least 3 indications. Even the careful reader, alert to exaggerations, must take seriously facts and examples given by Vance Packard, which testified to the public's enormous sensitivity to advertising. Second, every month new products appear for which there is no prior need, but which take their place in the market without much resistance. That is exclusively the result of propaganda. New needs are created from the day a new product appears. After a few months of getting used to a product, its absence will be felt because an effective need will have been created. But the need was created exclusively by advertising. If the product were presented without advertising, nobody would buy it. Third, the reappearance and rapid spread of advertising in the USSR. After the communists had considered advertising to be a capitalist phenomenon, a non-productive expenditure, and so on, and after having abolished it as useless in a socialist country, they have brought it back during the past 10 years. It goes hand in hand with belief in production. We may be certain that when production will have increased further and produced new and more refined products, advertising will show an upsurge similar to that in the United States. Does this not show that advertising is really effective? Let us now examine another field in which propaganda is effective, in private life, and in matters that seem entirely outside its field, but nevertheless show the individual's extraordinary sensitivity to propaganda. Can it be said that propaganda affects an individual taken separately? If we accept Stutzel's division between the rather superficial public opinions of an individual and the profound attitudes that remain with him, we might conclude that propaganda works on the former and not on the latter. This is the generally prevailing and reassuring view. The individual would be reached by propaganda only to the extent that he participates in public opinion, or to the extent that he is massified, and then only in the upper levels of his individual psychology, and only collectively at that. In this way, psychological effects would not transcend the effects of public opinion, and would have no effect on the core of personality. Seeking mass effects, propaganda would determine only collective behavior, and that would show why propaganda has so little effect on private conduct. Typical examples are propaganda against alcoholism or for a higher birth rate. Such propaganda, it is said, does not work because it deals with private matters. The stereotypes of health or national power, publicly accepted by everybody, should lead inevitably to respect for temperance and for large families. But they have not reduced alcoholism or increased the size of families. Ergo, propaganda, even if it succeeds in sparking specific collective actions, is incapable of affecting personality. This is a facile analysis, but it does not seem to correspond to facts. First of all, it is not correct to say that in France the respect for temperance and large families is general. Among the working class and the bourgeoisie, the general judgment that a large family is madness and gentle intoxication agreeable is at least as strong as that respect. What might be called the mentality of the canard enchaîné is surely that of the majority in this connection. And the stereotype of the bon vivant who enjoys his wine, plays around, and is not concerned with having children is certainly more powerful than the stereotype of the water-drinking family man. But the anti-alcoholic propaganda posters in the Paris subways are slowly beginning to reach the individual. There are no actual figures as yet, but the protests by producers of wine and alcohol addressed to the French Parliament are a significant indication. To cause such excitement, effects on liquor consumption must have been felt. The same is true for propaganda in favor of a higher birth rate. One can no longer doubt that propaganda has had a profound effect on births. What really is curious is that there has been a considerable increase in births without a similar change in surface public opinion in favor of large families. It seems hardly debatable today that in Nazi Germany, in Fascist Italy, and in France since 1941, the increase in births resulted from propaganda. In the same way that propaganda can work for a higher birth rate, it can, contrary to what I myself believed until recently, also work for a lower one. The surprising experience in Japan is significant. It is well known that a country begins spontaneously to produce more children after a defeat. Japan, already very prolific before, was no exception to this rule. Beginning in 1945, its birth rate increased rapidly. But it was quickly realized that this would lead to disaster. As a result, propaganda for a lower birth rate was launched in 1945. To be sure, in accord with what I have said many times, the campaign did not have an immediate effect. The propaganda conducted solidly for 4 years managed to show results in 1950. From 34.3 per thousand in 1947, the rate dropped to 29 in 1950, to 20 in 1954, and to 17.2 in 1957, a decline of 50% in 10 years, which had never been seen before. Japan now has one of the world's lowest birth rates. Footnote: Outlook of Studies in Population Problems in Japan, Volume 4, 1959. It is true that since 1959, the birth rate has been increasing again. A striking aspect of this development is that birth control spreads faster in rural areas than in the cities. A final example. Since 1950, at least, there has been concern in France that there were too many students in the arts and in law, too few in science and in technology. But there was no change until it was decided that a propaganda action should be undertaken with the parents to direct their children toward the deficient areas. November 1951. From that moment on, a change took place, even though the propaganda was not particularly coherent, insistent, or continuous. The propaganda launched in 1952 began to take hold in 1956. From 1956 until 1959, a shift of 25% of students in the desired direction took place. It follows that even in his personal conduct, the individual is very sensitive to propaganda in some domains. I think this leads to the conclusion that the same is true of political behavior. In fact, where the purchase of a product is concerned, the individual can rely on personal experience as to his needs, the value of the product, and so on. He can make comparisons before shopping. All this is on the level of his direct experience, a simple process. Footnote: but behavior has been effectively changed on this level. For example, a 32% increase in the consumption of slaughtered beef after a well-coordinated campaign has been recorded. Similar success has been achieved in connection with fruit juices and cod liver oil. Now, if he can be influenced in this domain, though only up to a point, he will not again buy products that turn out to be inferior. He can be influenced all the more on the level of economics or politics outside his range of personal experience, never simple and always hard to compare. Similarly, where his private conduct is concerned, to have children or not, or what to make them study, the individual generally knows what he wants and obeys motivations that are truly personal and concern him closely. So, if he can be influenced even there, will he not be susceptible to being influenced on much more remote and exciting questions that concern him less directly? Finally, to demonstrate further the extreme susceptibility of the individual, we must look at rumors and fashion, two closely linked phenomena. Every rumor that circulates has a certain effect. It is an amazing fact that rumors whose origins are not known have a small audience in the beginning, a large audience after some time. The farther away the source and the greater the number of individuals who have passed it on, the more the objective fact loses importance, and the more the rumor is believed by the multitudes who adhere to it. An individual does not remain unaffected by a rumor that is spontaneously circulated in his milieu by a growing number of persons. Obviously, he pays no attention to it unless he is already personally interested. In fact, no rumor can circulate if the individual is not concerned. He may be concerned or feel he is simply on the basis of the judgment, or what he thinks is the judgment, of his milieu. This is where we find fashion. But it may be objected that the decisive element is a commercial mechanism. A fashion is launched by the producers, and advertising plays the biggest role in the form of an unorganized rumor launched by propagandists. This is true in the majority of cases, even in the case of such absurd fashions as the yo-yo, the hula hoop, or Davy Crockett. But it is not always that way. Sometimes an absurd fashion spreads without advertising from only one point of departure, such as in the astonishing case of the Scooby-Doo. Beginning with an article in a children's magazine, and without any commercial interest being involved, France was submerged within a month by Scooby-Doo, made by children and adults. Evidently, we are face to face with the phenomenon of imitation, pure and simple. But to the extent that this imitation is caused by an article that reaches only a limited number of children, it is an example of the individual's extreme susceptibility, his capacity to be influenced and propagandized. Even if he defies it, even if he stiffens in the presence of true propaganda, he still is extremely vulnerable. These reflections and statements, selected arbitrarily from various fields and based on different methods, lead us to conclude that the effectiveness of propaganda is indeed great and decisive. 4. The limits of propaganda. Propaganda, though effective, obviously does not have unlimited powers. It would be erroneous to conclude that anything at all can be obtained from people by propaganda. I have already pointed out some limitations. Certain psychological or sociological conditions must pre-exist for the mechanism to work. For example, the needs to be satisfied by propaganda must be kept in mind. Obviously, no psychic changes or reversals of opinion can be produced suddenly. I have also said that well-established opinion should not be attacked head-on. However, propaganda consists first of all of a stock-taking of existing limitations. Outside those limits, it is obviously ineffective. But it would be absurd to deny the efficiency of automobiles as a means of transportation merely because they cannot travel on open fields or on the beach. At the same time, the limits of propaganda's field of action are very large. Footnote: It is not a question of propaganda in a panicky group in the grip of excessive terror or in a milieu that flees into fiction to protect and justify itself. Similarly, it makes no sense to insist that propaganda is limited by the structure of the mass media. Finally, in a totally adverse sociological situation, propaganda can do nothing. All this constitutes evidence. In an attempt to trace these limits, we might first remember 4 elements already examined. 1. Pre-existing attitudes. In the beginning, propaganda cannot move except within the framework of these attitudes, which it can modify only very slowly. 2. The general trends and sociological factors of the society in which it acts. The first limitation is relative and can be overcome, but this second is an absolute limit. Propaganda cannot reverse fundamental trends in a society. For example, in the United States, no propaganda that would be against a democracy, formally, and in favor of a monarchy, would be able to take. Nor could any propaganda against socialism be successful in the USSR, nor any propaganda anywhere in the world against technology, progress, happiness, and so on. 3. A third limitation is the necessity for consonance with the facts. A basic fact is always necessary. Propaganda can never be a propaganda of ideas, but must pronounce judgment on certain facts, whether these judgments are accurate or not. Propaganda cannot prevail against facts that are too massive and definite. Goebbels changed his propaganda after Stalingrad because it was impossible to transform that debacle into a victory. His propaganda of success was followed by his propaganda of heroism. Footnote: After Hesse's escape, Goebbels said, "There are situations against which the best propagandist in the world cannot fight." 4. A last limit that abridges the capabilities of all propaganda is time, from 2 points of view. To have any effect, the psychological action must be lasting and continuous. But time imposes a limitation because of the weak durability of the direct effects. In German public opinion, the Nazi doctrine is now disappearing. All propaganda evaporates progressively when it ceases. One, therefore, cannot hope to create a final current of opinion or a type of man. But here again, this limit is growing less restricting. The longer a propaganda has been made, the more durable its effects. The more profound, total, and technically superior it has been, the more it will have changed man. The propagandist's work is never done. After 40 years of remarkable propaganda in the USSR, much remains to be done to capture man completely. Points that were believed to be won and no longer in need of propaganda treatment must be taken up again and given a different treatment. Footnote: Let us remember the violent attacks of 1960 and 61 against poorly made propaganda. Much of the propaganda was considered boring and dogmatic. It had to change to an action method to stimulate higher productivity. It must cease being abstract and relate to facts. I shall now turn to 2 new elements. One limitation upon the effectiveness of propaganda has not yet become clear. Foreign countries. The conditions for the development and effectiveness of propaganda analyzed here were mainly concerned with internal propaganda inside a large group, society, or nation. Propaganda is most effective, most dangerous, and least noticed inside a group. Propaganda addressed to the outside is inevitably ineffective to a large extent. There is the propagandist's psychological ignorance of the attitudes, centers of interest, and presuppositions of his target, and the spontaneous suspicion on the part of the target of all that comes from the outside. Footnote: this is how most of the failures of German propaganda were regarded in neutral and occupied countries. There is the difficulty of establishing continuity, the impossibility of being in real communication, the inevitable delay with regard to immediate events, the impossibility of all the mass media, of making pre-propaganda, of using obsessive propaganda, and so on. Even when a country is occupied by a foreign power, the latter cannot really make effective propaganda. For example, German propaganda toward the occupied countries during World War II. A poster or an article that evokes a response in one country may fail to do so in a neighboring one. Footnote: from which it follows that one cannot export propaganda. Only very elementary operations are possible, very much prey to unforeseeable circumstances, and that really is not modern propaganda. What is remarkable is that such propaganda is actually evoking the greatest interest, and that it should represent the form by which the effectiveness of propaganda as such is being judged. Psychological warfare is of passionate interest to people, though it is the least convincing type of propaganda. I have already discussed this. Too often propaganda has been judged by its effects on a stranger or an enemy. From its effects on the German army, Americans have concluded that propaganda is not effective, moreover with variations of evaluations. I, in turn, am astonished that even one soldier should have surrendered as the result of a leaflet. Similarly, propaganda toward the socialist countries has only very limited value or effect, even if it is heard, which is not certain, so many receiving sets being official. It is giving such propaganda undeserved honor to attribute it to the revolts in East Berlin and Hungary. It is more likely that, once the revolts had broken out, the rebels remembered and took seriously the formulas of that propaganda, and that when those were not followed by action, the rebels felt they had been deceived and rejected the West doubly. This is the famous boomerang effect, which undeniably occurs. At the most, such propaganda can create a certain ambiguity in the thoughts and feelings of the foreigner. It can disturb certain ideas and judgments, show up certain claims of domestic propaganda as false, and create a certain amount of bad conscience. All that is not negligible, but must not be exaggerated or considered as typical with regard to the effects of propaganda. Speer has analyzed perfectly the weakness of propaganda addressed to the outside. Footnote: in Daniel Lerner, editor, Propaganda in War and Crisis, New York, George W. Stewart, 1951. Speer even considered such questions as, who in an opposed nation is really the enemy? Should one aim at the military elite as much as at the political elite? Who in such a nation is a potential or actual ally? Who exercises the real power? What can and should be modified by propaganda, the ideological bases, political structures, social institutions? None of these questions can be given a precise answer. For to answer them, we would need psychological investigations that cannot be carried out in a foreign country, even less in an enemy country. One can be guided only by general ideas and estimates, and one must not think that it is easier to operate with propaganda in a democratic country than in a dictatorship. Obviously, in the former case, the injection of propaganda from the outside is easy, but on the one hand, it may be more readily felt as propaganda, because the domestic governmental propaganda is less evident, less well recognized, and is therefore mistrusted. On the other hand, it responds much less to a need. In a totalitarian country, most people, before they are fully integrated, want to hear what is forbidden, the other line, which, incidentally, is the only support foreign propaganda has. But in a democracy, this need is much less felt, so that even though the reasons are less obvious, it is as difficult to conduct external propaganda against a democracy as against a dictatorship. These limitations on the effectiveness of foreign propaganda also apply when foreigners live in a territory controlled by the propaganda. This held true for the Arabs and the Kabyles in Algeria. There, French propaganda was addressed to a people who remained foreigners. We are really facing here the greatest obstacle to psychological action. It can be fully effective only in the hands of nationals addressing themselves to their fellow citizens. This is undoubtedly the secret of the great force and effectiveness of communist propaganda. The homeland of socialism does not make its propaganda directly to other peoples. That propaganda is made by the communist parties, which are national parties, and which, consequently, are within easy elbow-rubbing distance of those to be seduced. Subjects and methods may then vary greatly from country to country. This does not mean contradiction between various communist parties, but only a certain freedom of action on the level of propaganda, which must be adapted to every nation. Every time a unification of propaganda dogmas was attempted, for example in 1949 to 50, effectiveness was reduced. Thus, even though coming from the outside and doing the work of the USSR, communist propaganda nevertheless is a national propaganda, playing on inclinations and using facts known directly and understood. A last limitation must be considered. Despite all technique, in the final analysis, a certain inability to foresee the response that the individual is called upon to give remains. As the result of a stimulus, a personality may react with various responses, opinions, or actions. The number of possible responses differs from person to person. Obviously, an aesthete's reaction to a poster will differ from a worker's. The response really depends on the entire social context of an individual, on his milieu, his education, his family, his profession. In this domain of immediate and localized response, the theory of pre-existing attitudes applies most clearly. It has been proved, for example, that in the case of a film, those who approached it with the most favorable attitude were most influenced by it. U.S. Army Information Service, 1944. Also, people will be more influenced by the propaganda of their own group, more prone to give it the expected response. To know exactly what response to expect from a given individual, a complete psychological analysis would be necessary. One factor that profoundly modifies responses is culture. A high culture is favorable to propaganda because it makes man more able to understand facts, become interested in problems, form judgments, and learn new attitudes. But this capability is decisive only if the propaganda is really serious. Conversely, culture makes the propagandist's work harder, for it will lead to a wider variety of responses to a stimulus, responses that will often be contradictory. The propagandist is then not certain of his effect. Culture makes men see several solutions, discuss them, feel uncertain of their own convictions, and for those reasons either not act at all or make an unexpected response. Conversely, the man without culture learns responses more slowly and is less easily incited or provoked into giving a response. But when the incitation is felt, such a man will not have a great variety of responses, least of all contradictory ones. The propagandist's work will be different in this case. A weak incitation to begin with, reinforced by a second argument, and excluding a plurality of responses when he speaks to a cultured milieu, but a violent incitation without secondary argumentation in the face of an uncultured public. It must be remembered, however, that culture is only one of the elements that determine the response. The problem for the propagandist is to obtain from among all the responses of which a person is capable, the one directly related to the political objective of his propaganda. This will be the related response, that is, the specific expected response in harmony with both the proposed aim and the instrumental process that was put into motion. This related response can never be obtained automatically if one works on a free public opinion. Too many factors are put into motion to make it possible to predict the results. The situation is different if there has been pre-propaganda. But aside from that case, propaganda can fail when the power of the stimulus is too weak, if the stimulus runs counter to existing opinions, or if the power of other responses is stronger than that of the desired one. The choice of the stimulus, its reach, its power, with relation to the propagandee's sociological and psychological milieu, are the propagandist's work that will make certain responses more or less likely. On the other hand, the propagandist can facilitate the response, either by auxiliary responses or by developing prior responses, called pre-active responses by Doob. An auxiliary response is one evoked with certainty by viewing or hearing something. It may not relate directly to the pursued aim, but will facilitate the hoped-for response. All advertising is based on such auxiliary responses. A well-done ad evokes a favorable overall response, makes one stop in his tracks to examine it. There is an aesthetic response that may be followed by the desired response. Those are auxiliary responses to the one hoped for, the purchase of the advertised product. Similarly, the presentation of certain merchandise by a pretty young girl provokes an aesthetic or erotic response, or one of sublimation or identification. Auxiliary responses to the main decision expected from the viewer. There is no direct connection between the auxiliary response and the related response. The latter does not necessarily follow the former, which merely facilitates it. The auxiliary response may arouse attention, create a favorable climate, erase some other unfavorable feeling, increase the force of a subsequent stimulus, but it will not lead directly to acceptance or to action. It may, however, make the individual more receptive to an unexpected response from the propagandist. The propagandist must look for other means to induce action. In a certain sense, one can say that propaganda is a form of communication demanding the learning of new responses. These responses cannot be learned except after the perception of a propaganda stimulus, and after the evocation of individualized responses related to the objective of propaganda. Doob. In fact, the desired response can take place only after a spontaneous response. Learned responses are attitudes and predispose people to certain actions. Learned responses that become integrated in the sum total of an individual's responses must be taken into account. If these responses were learned through propaganda, they may be called, as by Doob, pre-action responses. This indicates their proximity to and their distance from action. Propaganda can, in fact, modify opinions and obtain responses that will remain without external manifestation for a certain period of time. That is the passive participation discussed earlier. A man may be in agreement with the propagandist and yet not act as the propagandist would have him. In certain cases, the propagandist will be satisfied with such agreement without external manifestation. The paralysis provoked by a propaganda of terror completely achieves the aims of the propagandist. But most often, for example in connection with election propaganda, the individual must be led from this pre-action response to action. The propagandist will, therefore, try to give to this pre-action response the greatest possible power of involvement. The individual who learns a certain response and becomes capable of it feels, as a result of this response, the need to go past it, to pass over to action, which then appears as a consequence of the pre-action response established by propaganda. Such a response will have power if it represents a central drive in the personality. It will be stronger if it is more recent and if reinforced by auxiliary responses. All this allows us to understand the response sought by the propagandist. But this response is never certain whether a vote or allegiance to a party is concerned. To the extent that such response, even if learned, even if supported by all auxiliary responses, even if based on every possible calculation, must be the result of a determined, specific propaganda campaign, it remains unforeseeable. It is all the more so if the propagandist addresses himself to specific persons, trying to anticipate how a particular person will react to a particular propaganda, and if a definite act is to be obtained. Only after a campaign can it be seen whether the response was favorable or not. But such a situation is unacceptable to the propagandist. Because he is a technician, he cannot simply accept this uncertainty, which a sociologist would be satisfied to have emphasized. The propagandist seeks more certain and automatic responses. To begin with, he will give up anticipating how the individual will react. He will think of the group and be satisfied with a generally favorable result, for example, with 80% of the responses obtained. On the other hand, he will also make less of an effort to elicit a specific response toward a localized action than to obtain a general attitude that in turn will create local responses. Therefore, the propagandist's effort will aim at the elimination of individualizing factors. The expected response must be less and less conditioned by natural elements, milieu, education, and so on, and more by the pre-education provided in depth by propaganda. At the moment when the attitudes learned by propaganda begin to prevail over the natural attitudes that are man's second nature, they become collective, and the propagandist who has taught them can then calculate more easily what a given stimulus will elicit from them. Appendix 2. Mao Zedong's Propaganda. Footnote: on Mao's propaganda, see Mao Zedong, Selected Works, New York, International Publishers, 1954-56, Volumes 1 and 3. Roderick McFarquhar, Editor, The 100 Flowers Campaign and the Chinese Intellectuals, New York, Frederick A. Prager, 1960, and Tibor Mond, China and Her Shadow, New York, Coward McGann, 1962. Mao rigorously applied the principles of Leninist propaganda, adapting them to his own circumstances. He did no more than that, but he did it with remarkable precision and perfect comprehension of the given facts. From the point of view of propaganda, the situation had three essential aspects: the complete absence of mass media, no newspapers and practically no posters, the vast number of people to be reached, and the revolutionary character of the war he led. Because of that situation, the two principles of his propaganda had to be education and organization. By education is not meant here merely intellectual instruction or the promulgation of information. Information, directed and manipulated, moreover, on the Leninist pattern, was, together with instruction, incorporated into an education whose aim was to modify the whole human being by giving him a totally new view of the world and awakening in him a range of feelings, reactions, thoughts, and attitudes entirely different from those to which he was accustomed. Footnote: although Mao always gave first place to education, propaganda in the first period received equally intense attention. The aim was to elicit hatreds, to spur national and patriotic feelings, to play on the prestige of the soldier and on the fear of reprisals. Here we see the traditional traits of propaganda. By organization is meant that every individual must be put into a network comprising many organizations that surround him on all sides and control him on all levels. But the aim is not to stifle the individual through organization. It is to make him an active member of that organization. These principles underwent modifications according to changing circumstances. Obviously, the period of war must be distinguished from the period of consolidation. 1. The War, from 1926 to 1949. Education. In conquered and more or less controlled territories, the task was to spread the principal revolutionary theses of Marxism via slogans, through explanations of the three principles of the people, and by meetings at which the wealthy and the exploiters were to be denounced. Political education was aimed less at agitation and rebellion, and more at slow and deep infusion of certain economic notions based on the widespread desire for land distribution. Meetings, marches, banners, and posters were used for the dissemination of these slogans. Explanations always took place in naturally structured groups, such as the Peasant Union. Political education clearly was pushed much harder in the principal propaganda organization, the Army. With the help of a permanent Marxist education, an attempt was made to raise the political level of party and army members. This was accomplished by the struggle against putschism, individualism, egalitarianism, and so on. The object was, therefore, not so much immediate rebellion as political mobilization, in the course of which propaganda had to set into motion the masses who would themselves realize the catchwords and promises of propaganda. This may well be an original idea conceived by Mao, he who formulates a slogan not being the one to fulfill the promise it contains. The slogan will mobilize the people, who will then have to do the work to attain the objective contained in the formula that excited them in the first place. In non-controlled territories, this type of work was much less intense. On the one hand, attempts were made to reach enemy troops through prisoners. Captured enemy soldiers were subjected to intensive propaganda, new political formation, complete transformation of their view of the world. This process later became brainwashing. Then they were released. This liberation was in itself a propaganda act designed to show the communists' generosity toward their opponents. But beyond that, the released soldiers were meant to exhibit their new attitudes in the midst of the old army. On the other hand, the revolutionary struggle led Mao temporarily to occupy zones that were later abandoned, and frequently, with much infiltration and a great flow of people back and forth. Here the purpose was to leave an ideologically formed population behind when the Revolutionary Army had to withdraw. In the face of an enemy without any ideological weapon, this permitted Mao little by little to contaminate the enemy army when it occupied these territories. To be sure, these zones could not be left too long without propaganda. Infiltration and partial occupation had to take place to renew and strengthen political education. At that stage, political education consisted in taking the prevailing misery, the widespread oppression and the spontaneous reactions against it as points of departure for providing coherent explanations, for designating enemies who could serve to catalyze existing hatreds, for sketching out the myth of liberation and for showing the means of that liberation, cooperation of the people and adherence to communism, with all these elements united into a solid whole. Organization. The propagandized people had to be inserted into a system. During the period of battle, Mao's organization contained three elements. First, peasant unions, designed to organize the peasants of a region, to disseminate slogans, and to explain them in discussion groups. These unions, with their very large membership and their, at first glance, very liberal orientation, were under the official direction of the party. Mao could say with justification, "Would it have been possible, even if we had set up tens of thousands of schools for political education, to educate all the men and women even in the remotest villages in so short a time?" These peasant unions were neither combat nor action organizations, but large groupings to serve the purposes of psychological organization and polarization. The second element was the famous parallel hierarchy. Side by side with the official administration, still the administration of the enemy government in the battle areas, a clandestine, revolutionary, and complete administration was being built. This administration had its own finances, its own police, and very precise propaganda functions. The point was, Mao said, to mobilize the masses by resorting to organization work. Actually, this administration transformed general ideas and new views, acquired as a result of political education, into action. Rations, supplies, wages, and so on. Social and economic transformation had to take place on the inside and secretly until it could be superimposed on prior organization, and the participation of the individuals on all levels was needed to strengthen the conviction that this transformation was not imposed from outside and above. The methods of mobilizing the masses must not be bureaucratic, Mao said. The parallel hierarchy was called upon to make propaganda in every instance, in order to create a sense of participation in the common work, with Mao knowing full well that as soon as this feeling of participation was acquired, all action would provide its own justification, and would involve the individuals more deeply. Mao often insisted that the creation of the parallel hierarchy could serve no purpose without this propaganda designed to lead people to act spontaneously. Finally, the third propaganda organization was the army. The Chinese Red Army is an armed organization fulfilling the political tasks of the revolution. It has important tasks to fulfill: propaganda among the masses, organization of the masses, and so on. The Red Army does not make war for war's sake. This war is a war for propaganda in the midst of the masses. The first task was to shape the soldiers of that Red Army, to teach them why they had to fight, and then to turn them into propagandists and carriers of these ideas. They had to live symbiotically with the civilians in order to conquer the people ideologically and progressively assimilate them. Such propaganda methods are subtle and numerous. They cover the whole gamut from terror to indoctrination, from parades to involvement in action. But it can take place only in the case of a strictly popular army. This emerges from the famous and oft-repeated formula: the army must function among the people like a fish in water. This implies, of course, that such an army must be recruited from the population, express it, find support in it, share its interests, never act as it would in a conquered country, serve the public, and that its struggle have positive meaning for the people. If these prior conditions are not fulfilled, no propaganda instrument can be made out of the army. This accounts for the failure of the attempt to adopt Mao's methods in Algeria. The Red Army is a propaganda apparatus because it is formed on the basis of ideology and because its presence mobilizes the people. They have no choice but to participate and to become involved. 2. Since 1949. After victory, the propaganda principles remained unchanged, but were applied differently. On February 27, 1957, in his report to the Supreme Conference of the State, Mao said, "One cannot force a people to renounce idealism or force a people to believe in Marxism. To settle ideological problems, one must act through the democratic methods of discussion, criticism, persuasion, and appropriate education." But we must remember the, incidentally quite remarkable, method of the 100 flowers. As in Nazi Germany in 1943, there was a period of apparent liberalism when expressions of all sort of criticism, deviationism, idealistic and religious inclinations, and so on were tolerated, authorized, even encouraged. Footnote: a liberalization of the regime's press at the end of 1934 was designed to make opponents reveal themselves. Then, after all opponents had spoken, the wave of repression hit them: arrests, jail sentences, and above all, political re-education took place. The purpose of the 100 Flowers campaign was to make opponents come out in the open so they could be arrested and eliminated. The subsequent rectification campaign could not, in Mao's words, be gentle as a breeze or a summer rain for the enemies of the people. Even a propaganda centered on education cannot do without terror. In order to arrive at full compliance with propaganda, The 7% incorrigible individualists must be eliminated. The objective of Maoist propaganda is a double one: to integrate individuals into the new body politic as deeply as possible, and at the same time to detach them from the old groups, such as the family or traditional village organizations. These groups must be disintegrated, always through action from within. For this, there must be maximum conformity on the part of the individual. Footnote: this conformity is ideological and total. Mao could well say that not to have the correct ideological point of view is like having no soul. According to men like R. Guillon and Thibaut Monde, this enterprise was successful. Monde has written, rendered perfectly malleable by 10 years of pounding, the prototypes mass-produced by the party are now replacing the categories imposed earlier by Confucian scholars. On the other hand, the task is to make the individual work beyond his strength for economic development. All these leaps forward rest exclusively on propaganda. Propaganda may take the form of excitation, mass demonstrations. China must overtake the United States and hatred for capitalists is aroused. Or emulation a la Piatiletka. But it is mainly in the form of education and persuasion in the economic domain. When orientations change, methods change as well. Education. There have been 3 innovations. 1. The traditional processes of propaganda are on the increase. Everybody is being taught to read. Newspapers and brochures are placed at everyone's disposal, and so on. At the same time, child education is completely integrated into propaganda. From the nursery on, little children are conditioned so as to make their subconscious receptive to the verities of socialism. This takes place on all levels of instruction. 2. The expansion of the discussion system. In his 1957 report, Mao said, "We have developed in 1942 the slogan, Unity, Criticism, Unity, to define this democratic method of resolving conflicts through criticism and subsequent efforts to arrive at new unity on a new basis." Mao reminded his listeners that the first successes of this method go back to 1927. He stated that the method of persuasion could be used only on workers. Others must be forced. Benevolence for the people, dictatorship for the enemies of the people. There is a genuine propaganda effort for those who can be integrated. The others are eliminated. It follows that discussion, criticism, unity is a method that operates only within a limited circle, on the basis of common presuppositions, and without questioning the common interests. On this subject, Thibaut Monde reported the answer of a director of a steel foundry in Anshan concerning organization of work and establishment of norms. We arrive at decisions after long discussions. Opposition? We rely only on persuasion. There is no chance that someone might resist the decision that is taken after the discussion, when everybody has been persuaded that the road taken is the right one. And how can one tell that this road is really the right one? White is not black. We know where the truth lies. There is only one truth, and with patience it can be explained. This complements Mao's method perfectly. But let us remember the democratic method. A man knows the absolute truth. He poses problems for which there are solutions. He encourages objections in a limited circle. The discussion that follows does not have as its aim the common search for truth or a plan based on the opinions of all, which will take shape gradually. The aim of the discussion is to use the opposition and to drain the opponents of their energy and their convictions. Its aim is to work over every member of the group until fully and of his own free will he adheres to a proposition declared to be the absolute truth by the leader. 3. The other new aspect in education is the theory of the mold, also described in the 1957 report. The point is to press man in a mold, placing him there periodically to remold him systematically. Whatever his convictions or inclinations may be, even if he is a convinced communist. Mao said, "When one builds a socialist society, every person must be placed in the mold, the exploiters as well as the workers. Who says that the working class does not need this? Naturally, molding the exploiter and the worker are two different operations. We ourselves are being placed in the mold every year. I have gone through a remolding of my own thoughts, and I must continue." There is, on the one hand, a mold of the perfect socialist man which appears as the absolute ideal. There is, on the other hand, a method to press people again and again into this mold, to give them this shape conforming to the ideal. This is no longer the spontaneous formation of the new man as a result of changes in the social structure, as with Karl Marx, nor is it the voluntary formation of a new man who must be built, but whose eventual entity is not known, as under Lenin. For Mao, the idea of the mold implies the idea of a recognizable ideal prototype to which every man must be tailored. This interpretation by Mao is confirmed by his concern for laying down criteria of action, dogmatic definitions as to what a man should be, and, among others, his 6 criteria of good. Acts can be judged good by these 6 criteria: if they serve to unite the people rather than divide them, if they are favorable to the building of socialism, if they consolidate the people's democratic dictatorship, if they consolidate democratic centralism, if they reinforce the direction of the Communist Party, if they are favorable to international socialist solidarity. These criteria of good reflect Mao's concern with furnishing simple means of judgment for socialists and clearly defining what kind of man is to be shaped by the mold. Party members must also go through the mold. But this assumes that there is a man or a group making the diagnosis and placing people in the mold. In any event, it is above all a psychological and ideological operation. But the aim is perfect conformity of the individual to the Marxist doctrine and the new structure of society, and the adaptation will be slow, progressive, and systematic as a result of successive remoldings. Encirclement. I have already covered this important point in my discussion of horizontal propaganda. Let us only remember that the army no longer has a favored role as a propaganda instrument. 3. Brainwashing. Footnote: see A.M. Ellul, The Rape of the Mind, The Psychology of Thought Control, Menticide and Brainwashing. New York, World Publishing Company, 1956. Eleutherius Winant's The Communist Persuasion, A Personal Experience of Brainwashing, translated by Emmerich A. Lawrence, OSB. New York, P.J. Kennedy and Sons, 1959. And Robert J. Lifton, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, A Study of Brainwashing in China, New York, W. W. Norton and Company, 1961. Brainwashing has become famous, though it is only a secondary aspect of Chinese propaganda. To be sure, brainwashing has nothing to do with the type of magic described in L'Express in 1957 under that title. The aim of brainwashing is to retrieve enemies and transform rather than eliminate them, either to make them exponents of Marxism and then send them back home, or to turn them into edifying examples. The process, to the extent that it can be recognized, has 3 principal aspects. 1. The individual is cut off from everything, from his former social milieu, from news and information. This can be done only if he is placed in a prison cell or a camp. The individual is totally uprooted. The absence of news places this man, who has been used to receiving information, in a vacuum, which is hard to endure after a certain time. Complementary methods are added to this, a certain privation of food and sleep to weaken his psychological resistance, to make him more susceptible to influences, though there is no intention of exhausting him. Frequent isolation and solitude, which cause a certain anxiety, increased by the uncertainty of his fate and the lack of a definite sentence or punishment. Also, frequently, incarceration in windowless cells with only electric light, with irregular hours for meals, sleep, interrogations, and so on, in order to destroy even his sense of time. The principal aim of these psychological methods is to destroy a man's habitual patterns, space, hours, milieu, and so on. A man must be deprived of his accustomed supports. Finally, this man lives in a situation of inferiority and humiliation, aimed not at destroying him, but at reconstructing him. 2. A man placed in the above circumstances is subjected to a bombardment of slogans by radio or by fellow prisoners who, though prisoners themselves, shower him with reproaches and slogans because they already are on the road to their own reconstruction. There is an endless repetition of formulas, explanations, and simple stimuli. Of course, in the beginning, all this merely evokes the subject's scorn and disbelief. After some time, however, erosion takes place, whether the subject likes it or not. He ends up knowing by heart certain formulas of the catechism repeated to him 1,000 times. He ends up inhabited by these slogans, which still carry no conviction. He does not yield to some advertising slogan, for example, just because he knows it, but it must not be forgotten that the prisoner hears nothing else, and that the incessant repetition of these slogans also prevents any personal reflection or meditation. The noise of the slogan is present all the time. The result is an involuntary penetration and a certain intellectual weakening, added to the impossibility of leading a private intellectual life. 3. The third element of brainwashing, closely tied to the two others, is group discussion, according to the democratic method. Obviously, the leader must be an agile man, intellectually superior, able to answer all questions and objections. But clearly, the aim of such discussions is not that of free groups. The first objective will be to create an ambiguity in the mind of the prisoner with regard to his ideas and convictions, an uncertainty, a doubt. After all, could this be true? On questions of fact. For example, on information that the leader, the only source of information, will provide, and at the same time a feeling of guilt based on ideas of morality in the individual himself. I belonged to a group, a class, a people that has done much harm, great wrongs to humanity. This kind of thinking will attach itself quite easily to a Christian conscience, for example. The creation of a guilt feeling obviously leads to the desire to get rid of it, to cleanse, purify, and redeem oneself. When it appears that ambiguity of conviction and guilt feelings are well established in the group, a new stage can be reached: explanations. These explanations are furnished on two levels. One set deals with the personal situation of the prisoner, his guilt, his humiliation, his imprisonment. He has shown the legitimacy of all that, its logic, its validity, so as to eliminate his resentment toward his jailer. The jailer, on the other hand, reveals his goodwill and his good intentions toward the prisoner. The other set of explanations concerns the general problems of the world and the political situation. History and the universe are depicted with the help of very clever dialectics. An entire Weltanschauung is unfolded progressively, not dogmatically, and with great speeches, but adjusted bit by bit to the personal experience of the prisoner, and with individual explanations given him. Gradually his traditional, Christian, bourgeois, liberal, or feudal view of the universe is removed and replaced by a different view. At the same time, the slogans previously learned by heart now fall into place. From then on, elementary formulas, repeated 1,000 times, are alternated with explanatory discussions in depth unceasingly. Then there is a final stage, the road to redemption, once entered into the new Weltanschauung and even more convinced of his guilt, the individual is eager to deliver himself, to purify himself. He then accepts the rules of belonging and the actions proposed to him. He thus justifies himself both in his own eyes and in the eyes of others. This is approximately the technique of brainwashing. It must be noted that because it is slow and uses complex methods and highly qualified personnel, it can be practiced only on a very small number of individuals who are hand-picked and special persons. Moreover, its effects are not very durable, except when the prisoner, once liberated, enters a society with the same Weltanschauung as the one imposed on him. If he does not, what was built up will eventually wear off. In any case, this technique is only of incidental importance in Mao's system. Footnote: this type of brainwashing was practiced in the Algerian internment camps after 1957. In January 1958, an official notice dealing with the French psychological action was published in the camps, simply confirming what we have said earlier. Some details deserve to be remembered. A. The classification of individuals into incorrigible, soft, retrievable. B. The notion that, according to the Chinese, brainwashing took between 6 months and 2 years, depending on the level of the prisoner. But in Algeria less time was needed, which undoubtedly accounted for the French failures. C. The division into 3 stages. 1. Disintegration of the individual. 2. Creation of a collective conscience, plus re-indoctrination. 3. Self-criticism and a full engagement in the new line. D. The creation of collective self-discipline, with sanctions applied by the inmates themselves. E. The system of semi-weekly waves, waves of discipline, waves of gaiety, waves of work, study, and so on. This created a collective current. F. The mechanism of liberation. The people have the right to pardon criminals. The collectivity of the camp in a general meeting, with discussion, criticism, and self-criticism on the part of those to be liberated who had become members of the new French Algeria. All this failed, almost entirely, because there was no really usable ideology, and particularly because there were no sufficiently well-organized cadres. This concludes the reading of Propaganda, The Formation of Men's Attitudes, by Jacques Ellul, translated by Conrad Kellen and Jean Lerner. Copyright 1965 by Alfred A. Knopf, Incorporated. This book was read by Arthur Morey. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Alfred A. Knopf, an imprint of the Knopf Doubleday Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House, LLC, and was produced in 2021 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.